I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the corporate matters, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and Arts. The committee has fixed Friday the 28th of November 2025 as a date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat by Thursday the 16th of October 2025. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to the committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear here. I remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Regional Development. Assistant Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No thanks, Chair, but good to see you back on deck.
Good, thanks. Thanks very much. I welcome Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and Arts. Mr Betts, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Just an extremely brief one, if I may, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Senator Canavan wrote to me on the 23rd of September and the 3rd of October on behalf of opposition senators requesting detailed information in relation to a number of funded programs administered by the department, consistent with past practice and with relevant guidance from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. I'm pleased to table an extensive package of information in response to the senators' requests this morning.
Good. Thank you, Mr Betts. I now call, if you have the questions, there's questions from corporate matters. I now go to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much. Good to be back. Just on corporate matters, I'm going to go through a lot of the mogging changes, etc., which ministers have DLOs where, and I'll probably have to be redirected in some of the other corporate matters, but I want to find out where I need to go. My first question is, when is the next Transport Ministers' meeting?
I'm not sure that you mean the meeting of the Infrastructure and Transport Ministers meeting, ITM. I'm not sure, actually. I may be able to. I think it's maybe at the end of the year, but I'm not sure it's been scheduled yet.
Ms Bridger, has it been scheduled?
Good morning. Marie Bridger, Chief Operating Officer. I don't have that detail, but I know one of my colleagues behind me will be able to source it and we'll get it for you shortly.
As I say, it meets...
So we don't know when we're actually having our next meeting of state transport infrastructure ministers.
We'll check whether a meeting has been diarised, but it occurs every 6 months,
Yep.
usually around the middle of the year and then again at the end of the year. So typically a meeting of ITM would take place in December, but sometimes those meetings, because of the need to align ministers' diaries, aren't scheduled a long time in advance. So we'll see.
So it hasn't been called yet, but the expectation...
I don't have a date in my head, but typically it would meet around
Has
the
it
end of the
been
year.
called? Has Minister King written to state and has Minister King written to state and territory transport ministers about the next ITM meeting?
I'm not aware that she's written, but we'll find that out for you. Normally, this is managed out of our transport group, but...
Well, I think we're getting that data right now.
Is it actually scheduled?
I think it's scheduled for the 21st.
Right, so we think a meeting is being scheduled for the 21st of November.
21st of November.
That's subject to confirmation.
Yes, so the request for a meeting's gone out and you're waiting for state and territory ministers to come back. Excellent. On the 2nd of September 2025, the 7:30 report revealed a shocking allegation of more than 300 complaints of harassment and sexual abuse by driving instructors as young people, particularly young women, sought to get their driver's licence. And I think nothing can be more concerning for parents than the prospect that vulnerable young underage daughters, presumably as young as 15 here in the ACT, have been exposed to predators in the form of driving instructors that the parents themselves have actually paid for. When questioned by the 7:30 report, Minister King declined to be interviewed and claimed that this was a matter for the states. What is the reason that the federal government isn't leading the push to actually deal with protecting young drivers from predators whilst getting their licence?
Well, it was an appalling report, and as someone
got your notes from the
who's
Minister?
got their one family member doing their learners at the moment, it was something that was really concerning, and I know that Minister King was equally concerned about it as well. The reality is of the way that the systems are run is that the states and territories do have responsibility for managing those outcomes, and I'm sure that if there's anything that the federal government can do to support states and territories in their work on this, then I'm sure we'd be willing to do it.
Is this an issue that you've put on the agenda for the upcoming meeting, Minister?
I don't put issues on the agenda for those meetings.
In your talking points from Minister King's office, has she put it on the agenda?
I'd have to take on notice in terms of what the agenda for
I'll go to the department,
for the ministers'
who will have
meeting
drafted
is, but
the
I
letter
do
to
know
state and
that
territory ministers.
it is something that Minister King did find appalling, and I'm sure that
Of
she'd
course
be willing
she found
to
it
help.
appalling, because it is appalling. And one of the great privileges of being a Minister of the Crown in this country is you have to take a leadership role and you have to do the right thing. People expect it. Secretary, the department will have written to state and territory ministers calling for a meeting on the 21st of November, seeing if it aligns with their diaries. Has Minister King requested this issue to be part of the agenda?
I'm not aware that the agenda for that meeting has been set yet.
No, that's not my question.
Well, I'm not aware that the agenda has been set
Has
yet, so
Minister
that's my
King...
answer.
OK, let's do it this way. Has Minister King requested a briefing from the department on how the Commonwealth can assist in this particular issue?
Not that I'm aware of, but we'll check with the relevant part of the department. We can answer that under outcome 2.
So we're going to delay having a conversation about it again, just like the Minister has delayed calling her state and territory counterparts to discuss an urgent issue. An urgent issue. It's one thing for the Minister King to say she's appalled, Minister Chisholm. It's another thing to get off your ass and actually do something about it.
Speaking with...
Do you have a point of order?
I do. At the outset, we talked about treating people with respect and dignity and courtesy. I don't know if that is, so...
I would like vulnerable drivers to be treated with respect, dignity and courtesy, and I would like to think this is actually above politics, and I would like Minister King to take action and call an urgent meeting. So, Secretary, you're saying that the Minister hasn't requested advice on what measures the Commonwealth could take to protect vulnerable learner drivers.
So I'm going to hand over to Ms Hall, who is the Deputy Secretary and other things responsible for road safety.
Ms Hall.
Morning, Senator. Jessica Hall, Deputy Secretary, Infrastructure. Minister King wrote to all of her counterparts on the 4th of September in regards to this matter. She has received responses from a number of her counterparts, including the Victorian Minister.
Could you go through who has responded, please, Ms Hall?
I can find that out for you, and I'll come back to you in regards to that. And we can see if we can table some information in regards to that as well. She was quite strong in her correspondence in regards to this matter, and has asked for all of those jurisdictions to ask what additional information and actions they will actually be taking.
So has she also requested advice from...
She's asked for advice on what...
And when did she request that advice, and when was the advice provided to Minister King?
She requested information on that day that she wrote. So I think it was the 4th of September.
You said the 4th?
Yeah.
And when has the department provided Minister King?
We provided advice on the same day that she asked.
So she didn't request it? You provided it on the 4th?
She requested information on the matter that was raised.
No, my question, again,
this
will be the 4th time. My question was, when did Minister King request advice on the measures that the Commonwealth could take?
Oh, on the Commonwealth.
Did she have any levers available to her to actually address this issue? Did she request that advice?
She asked the department in regards to whose responsibility these matters were. We provided advice that most of these responsibilities sit with the states and jurisdictions. That's why she wrote to her counterparts to find out exactly what extra information and issues that they could undertake. And they have responded accordingly.
No. So the Minister did not ask, were there any available levers for her to actually address this issue? Call an urgent meeting, get the ministers up to Canberra, read the Riot Act.
Well, it sounds like the Minister did.
Well, the Minister did ask for that, and we...
And you said the only thing available to you is to write a letter.
Was to seek... Well, I think what we said, Minister, was that it would be good to find out exactly what the responsibilities of the states and territories were in the first place, so that we could then make informed decisions from there.
So of all the possible options available to a Commonwealth Minister, and the Commonwealth more broadly, because this issue obviously crosses way beyond the Transport Division, how can the Commonwealth provide leadership in the protection of vulnerable young learner drivers?
I think the issue is, Senator, that the key thing is that when those things happen, the first thing that they should do is actually report it to the police.
You know what they say when the reason things can't get fixed is because the girl never rocked up to the police and reported it? That's a really... I don't take that, Ms Hall.
I think that's a... I understand your point in regards to that, Senator.
So what are the possible options for the Commonwealth to take leadership, other than say this is a state issue?
Well, I think the issue is that we're trying to find all of the information so that we can work collectively. That's what we're trying to do. And that's
have you contacted the Attorney General's Department?
We have been in contact, I believe, yes, Senator.
So, Ms Hall, I shouldn't have to pull the teeth out. I'm on team solving this issue.
Yes, Senator.
So what are the possible options? What are all the possible options for the Commonwealth Minister to deal with this, other than It's a state issue. I've written to them and read the Riot Act, and may talk about it in November.
I think, Senator, in regards to these issues, a majority of the responsibilities sit with the states and territories, unfortunately, because they are the ones that register. They are the ones that are responsible for the RTOs and all of the responsibilities of requiring the registration and the responsibilities of those driver schools.
So I'm taking it. I want to actually know, I know someone's getting you who wrote back.
Yep.
Victoria's written back. I'd like a full list,
Yep.
if we've got it,
Take that.
of which states and territories have written back and when, and I know that's on someone's computer. What actions, you said the Minister wrote a very stern letter. I'd like to know what actions she requested state and territory ministers to take.
So just before you answer that question,
Yep.
I'll rotate in 2 minutes, and then we'll do 5-minute blocks, just so it's on the WhatsApp group. But yes, if you could answer the question to Senator Mackenzie.
Yep.
Chair, this is a serious issue. I know you're sitting in for Senator Sterle, but he does, when we're on a topic as serious as this, he does allow us to finish our line of questioning before moving on.
I believe that the Minister's also engaged...
I'm rotating in 2 minutes.
I believe the Minister's also engaged with the Minister for Women and the Minister for Social Services.
And what actions did, as I said, what actions?
We will come back with you on the answers to those.
You've got the letter up, you'll have a PDF of the letter on the laptop.
Yes.
Can you read the actions out, please?
So the Minister has asked for the government, for the states and territories to advise her on what additional actions that they can take in regards to the fact that, that the driving instructions in regards to certification and complaints handling of the driving instructors in preventing sexual harassment and assault, for ensuring that they are safe workplaces.
You know, she could have asked them to let parents sit in the car with learner drivers, because predators would find it pretty hard to molest their daughters if mum or dad is sitting in the back seat.
So the certification and the requirements of RTOs are the responsibilities of the states and territories. So what she's asked for is the states to come back with a process in regards to actually providing a safer environment for those people.
Did she, in her letter, let the states and territory know that at a matter of urgency this would be on the next ITM meeting?
No, she didn't, Senator.
Had she called the ITM meeting by then?
No, she hadn't, Senator.
She didn't even...
Still, the agenda hasn't been set for the...
I'm calling for this to be number one topic. Can you let the Minister know?
We have road safety as a standing
Road
agenda.
safety?
This goes to issues in regards to a whole range of issues in regards to road safety as a standing item on the ITM agenda, Senator.
Did the Minister, in her letter to states and territories, suggest that they adopt what taxis have in them, like live streaming, video? Did the Minister suggest that in her letter of urgency and anger?
No, Senator, she's left it to the states and territories to tell her what they can do, because each jurisdiction is different. And each jurisdiction can undertake a range of things in regards to their responsibilities, because they are the responsible entity for certification and registration of their...
That's a very good bureaucratic answer, and Ms Hall, you're doing your job. Minister, is this acceptable?
Well, I think what's become clear is that the Minister did take strong and immediate action in terms of putting pressure on the states. Can I finish?
Sure.
Putting pressure on the states and territories to ensure that they're doing their part. So I think that the Department have talked through that there's limited role that the federal government can play in terms of actually changing some of these issues at the state and territory level, but I'm sure that the minister writing to her counterparts at the state and territory level would ensure that they're taking it with the appropriate seriousness that it deserves, given how outrageous and concerning the reporting of those issues was.
So 300 young women is the tip of the iceberg here, when we know the pattern of reporting sexual abuse and harassment. The women that are brave enough to go and report it is the tip of the iceberg. And the complacent attitude to this reminds me of your government on childcare.
That's not accurate.
It took weeks, months for the Education Minister to get childcare state ministers into the room to talk about the sexual abuse that was happening in childcare centres. And here we have it again. You haven't even put it on the agenda of your Transport Ministers meeting.
That is completely inaccurate. Mischaracterisation of what happened.
I've heard the evidence. This is the evidence.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry. Post-truth era, that is ridiculous. You've sat here and listened to what the department has done, what the minister has actually requested, the date she requested it, and she only requested it because 7:30 made it an issue on the 2nd. She requested on the 4th and doesn't ask what she can do as the leader of transport in this country. It is appalling. Because you know what? You don't just get to sit and get your fat paychecks. You actually need to act.
We won't take advice on how to govern from you.
Really? I would never have sat on my hands like this.
About what she has done.
You need to call an urgent Transport Ministers meeting and deal with this.
Can I just stop for a moment? We are going to go to the government to ask some questions. They have important matters I wish to ask as well. You're more than welcome to have a follow-up question, but if the minister can have an opportunity to answer the question to the minister.
Well, the minister has taken strong action on this. The key responsibility does lie with state and territory governments, and I'm sure that if there's more work the minister needs to do, that she will be prepared to do that.
Call a meeting straight away and put this at the top of the agenda. There's my action item. Request, humbly, on behalf of these vulnerable young women.
Senator Minister, would you like to make any response to that? Thank you. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. The Australian Government released its Transport Sector Plan on the 18th of September, outlining strategies to reduce emissions by promoting cleaner vehicles and low-carbon fuels. With this sector plan in mind, what is the government doing to support the sector to transition?
Okay, so thank you. So the Roadmap and Action Plan, as you say, was released on the 18th of September following extensive consultation during 2024. And across a range of different initiatives, action is already being taken to move down the pathway to net zero by 2050. Most notable, we can talk about this under the transport outcome, is the new vehicle efficiency standard, where the legislation was enacted in the Parliament on the 24th of May. In May 2024. That legislation commenced at the beginning of this year. We can talk in detail under the transport outcome about what that entails. Other measures, the government has instituted Euro 6 standards for heavy vehicles and Euro 6D for light vehicles to deal with noxious emissions. The implementation of the election commitment around real-world testing. We're developing a maritime emissions reduction national action plan to chart a practical net zero course for the domestic maritime sector. That's in development at the moment. And the government also recently announced a $1.1 billion commitment to grants to support domestic producers of low-carbon liquid fuels, which will assist across a number of different sectors, not least aviation. And I have the pleasure of chairing a Jet Zero Council in the aviation sector, where there is a very strong unanimity of purpose that low-carbon liquid fuel, sustainable aviation fuel, is a big part of the decarbonisation pathway for the aviation sector, and it would be great if Australia could have a strong and thriving domestic production capability for low-carbon liquid fuels.
Thank you, Mr Betts. I was in Mackay last week and I can tell you that the millers are very excited about the prospect of sustainable fuel industry for aviation, very excited about the opportunities that exist there. So I would like to just further on that point, what actions are being prioritised to address opportunities and challenges in the sector, Mr Betts?
In the transport sector generally, or in the aviation sector specifically?
In the transport sector.
Okay, well, I think if we look at the overall contribution of emissions from the transport sector by the end of this decade, transport is projected to be the largest emitter within the Australian economy. And within that, approximately 80% of emissions come from road transport, and 3/4 of them come from light vehicles, from cars. So this points to the centrality of the new vehicle efficiency standard, which, as I said, was enacted in 2024 and brings Australia into alignment with all other OECD countries apart from Russia in having a fuel efficiency standard, something which has been attempted by governments repeatedly over time but has been enacted in recent times, and that NVES is now in operation and will enable and support the transition of our car fleet towards a much more low emissions future.
Thank you, Mr Betts. Just on the transport sector, what has been the reaction of some key stakeholders to the release of the plan? Have you got any feedback so far from whether public or private about the responses?
Well, we consulted extensively on the plan when it was in draft, and since that time we've received extensive and generally very positive feedback. Inevitably, in an issue as complex and far-reaching as decarbonisation, there will be voices who say that the plan is too ambitious, and others that say that it lacks ambition. But we're pretty satisfied, consistent with the broad direction set by the government's recent announcement on its emissions target for 2035. That the NVES and the action plan more generally sets us on the right course, and that's been largely reinforced by the feedback we've had from many stakeholders.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Just Ms Hall,
Senator Mackenzie.
Yeah, sorry, Ms Hall, I did have one final question on that other matter. You were going to tell me which states had actually responded other than Victoria.
I'm still just waiting for clarification. I'll come back to you on that one.
Sure. Well, let's continue in the vein of... Secretary, in answers to the government, I think it must be a record we're going to government questions by 9:30 in Senate estimates, but anyway, you did say that there will be people that argue too ambitious, others will argue too aggressive, not ambitious enough, etc. Has anybody told the department that it's going to be impossible?
What is going to be impossible?
The emissions reduction expected under the sector plan for transport.
No, the sector plan, as I say...
No one's told you that? No one's let the Department of Transport know that it's impossible to sell 6 million new EVs in the next 10 years?
So if we're going into detail around the new vehicle efficiency standard, I think that is best handled under the transport outcome. And then I can have the subject matter experts at the table. But if you're talking about broad feedback on the roadmap,
yep.
The purpose of the roadmap is to set general directions. Mm-hmm. So as you know, for each of the subsectors within transport, each of the modes, it identifies technological and other pathways to enable us to transition towards net zero. But the net zero target itself is an economy-wide target which applies in 2050. And so there are many policy interventions and many technological innovations which can occur under this government and under future governments between now and the 2035 target, let alone the 2050 target.
Yeah, no, I understand that's the purpose of the plan. My question was the feedback I'm assuming that your department played a key role in informing this work for this particular sector. Yep. And so in forming that advice, Did you talk to industry?
There was extensive consultation, yes, over a period of many months.
And so industry was confident they would be able to meet these targets?
Yes. I mean, it depends. When you say these targets, are you talking about the overall targets for the economy? Because we don't have transport.
I don't expect you to comment on the whole economy. We know that transport sector emissions are close to 25% of our entire emissions profile. We also know that the government's plan is to get the transport sector to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
It has to.
I appreciate what you're saying, and where the government, that's a government decision. That's a government decision. So we're in the engagement with the transport industry broadly, they were confident that they could meet the target.
It varies across different sectors because different sectors within transport have different levels of certainty as to the technological pathway to deliver emissions reductions. In the case of light vehicles, which I think is probably where you're going with this, there is a reasonable degree of certainty that the adoption of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles is the pathway that we're on, and we're seeing quite a significant take-up in EVs and hybrids at the moment. For the maritime sector and the aviation sector, the technological pathway is less certain. There are a number of different technologies which are potentially in the mix there. And those will need to be explored and developed and commercialised over time. So it depends which part of the transport. And aviation likewise. So, for instance, low-carbon liquid fuels, which I've just talked about, sustainable aviation fuel will play a large part, particularly for medium and long-haul operations. It may be that electrification has a role for shorter-haul flights, but that's the kind of technological development which we'll need to monitor and support over time.
So in the development of the government's plan to electrify, particularly the light vehicles, the passenger vehicles, under the NVES, it is, close, just over 6 million new EVs, which industry has come out subsequently and said is impossible. And you're saying, Mr. Betts, that industry didn't give you that advice prior to the development of the sector plan?
So you're going into quite specific assumptions underlying the NVES. I might ask Ms Purvis-Smith to step in at this point.
Can I clarify? There's no transport sector target itself. So the government has set a target for the whole of the economy, but there's no specific sector targets. So each sector and each mode within the transport sector, as the Secretary has outlined, will decarbonise at different rates due to the different maturity of the technology available for each mode. So there is no transport sector target.
All right, Ms Purvis-Smith. Did industry tell you it would be impossible or highly unlikely to be able to shift off car lots over 6 million electric vehicles by 2035?
So can I ask, before I answer that, are you specifically, is that 6 million
new
EVs?
New electric vehicles.
In relation to the target of the 2035 target, or are you relating it specifically back to the NVES headline?
Well, the NVES is how this government plans to make the change. This is the policy. So, hey, far be it from me, tell me if I'm wrong, but I would have thought the NVES is this government's policy solution for light vehicles to assist in lowering emissions. If you've got another plan, I'd love to hear it, but as I see it, there's a little bit in biofuels, but the main policy driver is NVES.
So the roadmap, the action plan, the Transport Action Plan, you are correct, identifies electrification as the mature technology for light vehicles. The government has not set... No, I know.
We prosecuted NVES and how it works and the OEM's role in it 100 times. I'm not a beginner here. So I would appreciate the industry has come out subsequent to the announcement saying it's impossible. And I'm interested in knowing whether they bothered to tell you that before the transport sector plan was released. That's what I'm asking. Because they've come up subsequently to say that. I want to know whether the department was advised of that view prior.
So the specific policies in order to get there have not yet been set. So the headline limits out to 2035 have not yet been set. That will
Ms.
we'll have to
Purvis-Smith,
go through a process
I'm
to do
interested
that.
in the we can get to technicalities in outcome 2, but my interest is in the consultation that you undertook with industry. Were you told in your consultations that this would be incredibly difficult to achieve?
The target was decided by other parts of government. We didn't consult specifically on specific targets ourselves.
So who did talk to the transport industry about this?
So we consulted on our...
Was it environment?
We consulted on our transport net zero action plan. And then the government took the advice of the Climate Change Authority on the target. The Climate Change Authority also had issues papers that they consulted on prior to providing its final piece of advice to government.
So you took advice from the Climate Change Authority?
The government took advice from the Climate Change Authority.
You didn't?
The government took advice. It was a government decision.
Come on,
the
we can
government
round and
took
round
advice.
the mulberry bush on this.
I'm not Senator. The government took advice from the Climate Change Authority.
So I take it from your answer, being a good public servant, and Mr Betts, tell me if I'm wrong, the government took advice, the advice wasn't sought by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development. Someone else.
We provided our material to the Treasury and to the Department of Climate Change, so they knew what we were doing. It was
and where did you get your advice that you gave them from if you didn't get it from industry?
So we were...
Surprised.
So our consultation was... I'm going to be specific on what our consultation was. Our consultation was on the Transport Action Plan, which was on the feasible technological pathways for each of the modes of transport.
Okay.
That's what our specific consultation was on.
I've got a couple of questions I'll come back to, but I just wanted to understand Norway. The Climate Change Authority boss, Matt Keane, said Norway had achieved 98% EV take-up and had shown the world how to do it. Did you get your advice from the Climate Change Authority?
We consulted ourselves with industry on the technological pathways available to each mode of transport.
And so did industry at that point of consultation let you know what was going to be difficult to achieve?
We provided our net zero action plan for the transport sector to the relevant parts of government and bureaucracy.
It doesn't answer my question, Ms Purvis. I understand you gave that paper here and that paper there. I want to understand the depth of consultation you went to.
And I think I'm trying to explain that our consultation was specific to our net zero action plan, which was specific to the technological pathways for each mode of transport.
So the action plan is in the public domain. You can see.
Yeah,
what it says.
no.
It
I
doesn't
understand
contain transport-specific targets.
Action plan is different to transport sectoral plan. Yes.
Yes, and the NDES is on the statute book, and you're very familiar with that, as you pointed out. Treasury then has the task of developing a model, which is a whole-of-economy model for the purpose of setting the 2035 emissions reduction target. Our role was to contribute to that, but we don't own the model, and we're not responsible for the overall operation of that model. But to the extent that we contributed to it, it was to make sure that assumptions used by Treasury were reasonable ones from our point of view, and that's what we did. But that's not the same as our developing a transport-specific sector target. We haven't done that.
So that's into the target. In terms of environments, owns the sectoral plan, or do you own the sectoral plan?
We own our own sectoral plan.
The transport sectoral
The transport sectoral plan, yes.
What advice did you receive from industry to develop your sectoral plan? Only the tech
There
piece.
was extensive consultation.
Yes, of course.
And I'm just... Stakeholders from industry and communities broadly confirmed their support for the pathways in the sectoral plan. Because we were consulting on the technological pathways for each mode of transport, industry and communities were broadly supportive of that, because we were consulting on the pathways, the technological pathways that are in the sectoral plan.
And this feedback is heavily represented on our website, so you can see the submissions.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And that advice wasn't changed or modified by the Department of Environment at all?
No, this is feedback from consultations that wasn't modified.
So why do you think industry is now saying it's impossible when they didn't bother to tell you that?
So I think it comes back to what we're consulting on. We were consulting on what was in our sectoral plan. Our sectoral plan outlines the technological pathways.
Yes. Okay. Just in terms of the increase of electric vehicles that's expected, anticipated by Chris Bowen and Catherine King, which industry says is impossible, can I understand what work has been done on the development of the standards around importing these vehicles when it comes to security?
I will have the relevant people on
You
that
would know whether
talking.
you've been consulting with the industry department around the development of Australian standards.
Chair, we're
the
on
import
corporate
of
at the
electric
moment,
vehicles.
which goes to the administration of the department. These are questions around the regulation of imports of electric vehicles, which I don't think by any assessment could fall within the scope of corporate. But it clearly falls within the scope of transport, which is outcome 2, which we're discussing later on today.
So I'll come back in outcome 2 with a lot of questions on cyber and national security risks from the foreign import of vehicles. I just wanted to...
Senator McKenzie, is it convenient?
well, it's a new topic.
Yeah, topic. What if we just do a couple of questions because it's on the same matter? Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard a bit this morning about feedback from the industry saying it's impossible. What I would like to do is just touch on some of the feedback you have received from parts of the industry, particularly the Australian Trucking Association. And I quote, "We are very pleased that the government's transport roadmap recognises that increasing the uptake of high productivity freight vehicles between now and 2030 must be part of the net zero pathway for heavy vehicles." Also on railway, I've got the Australian Railway Association here and the Public Transport Association of Australia and New Zealand. They also welcome the government's recognition that shifting more journeys to public transport, walking and cycling is a powerful lever to cut emissions and avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And this is the best bit. The 2035 target is ambitious and, quote, achievable, but it requires urgent action and new approaches to be realised. Mr Betts, can you talk us through what some of that further feedback from the industry has been around the sector plan, please?
Well, I think you've encapsulated it quite well. Most of the peak organisations that we deal with, particularly the ATA and the ARA, have been very supportive of the directions in the roadmap. And challenging but achievable is the right place to pitch a target, it seems to me. But they're right correctly to acknowledge that there are further decisions that lie ahead for future governments as to how we exactly chart that path.
Thank you. And particularly just on public transport investment, can you just talk me through, Mr Betts, how will the sector plan help support public transport investments across the country and how this will support driving down emissions?
Particularly where public transport involves mass transit, the mass carriage of the commuter task into the centre of our cities. That is a far more carbon efficient way of handling the transport task than people sitting in traffic jams in their private cars. So it's been very pleasing to see in recent years governments of all persuasions in our major cities investing heavily in light rail and heavy rail solutions. And you look at projects like Melbourne Metro, the various Sydney Metro projects, Cross River Rail, Metronet. The more we can achieve mode transfer from private cars into mass public transport, we can reduce road congestion, and road congestion is a driver of economic costs, but it's also a driver of environmental pollution. So that is a significant evolution in transport thinking and planning, which has occurred in Australia over the last 20 years, as I say, for governments across the political spectrum doing that, and public transport is rightly recognised, along with active transport, for the role that it can play in decarbonisation in the roadmap.
Senator Mackenzie, just an indication how long before we're going to be on this on corporate matters? Just an indication.
I've got a whole raft of questions. We won't be breaking before.
Well, I'm just sort of mindful that there's a program that's been agreed to.
I'm also mindful that the government can actually pick up the phone and walk into the Minister's office anytime they like, so really don't need to use estimates at this
Senator
early in the
Mackenzie,
morning
there
to
was questions
actually
raised.
ask
There was questions raised. There was questions raised in this hearing, and the opposition the government also has a right to ask questions. There was questions of clarification, actually, in light of some of the inferences you made. So I think it's actually, for those that are listening in, and there are people listening in, then they get a balanced view. But if I go to the timings that have been existing on asking questions, a considerable amount of time has gone to the opposition. And I do note, when I was in opposition, that nothing like that amount of time was actually available.
Are you making an argument? Are you chairing or are you making an argument?
Well, I'm
usually
I'm chairing, and I'm putting quite clearly that if we want to have the sessions go along properly, then we'll continue to ask questions. We'll give an appropriate chance for the government to also ask questions. And if you want to make commentary, then I will take the opportunity to make commentary as well.
I'm not chairing. That's why I choose not to chair, so I can comment.
Now, if we're on the right track, back to Senator Mackenzie, how long are we going to be? Because the opposition has agreed with a timetable for these matters. I'm just trying to get an indication for the people that are here on how long they're going to be held here for.
Until we're finished with corporate questions.
That's a great deal of assistance, Senator Mackenzie.
I'm always happy to assist.
Senator Mackenzie's a team player.
Always happy to assist.
Senator
I have
Mackenzie.
the call. Thank you so much. Mr Betts, I have, thanks to the fast work of the Secretariat, I now have the Transport Sector Plan in front of me. And so if I could just turn to page 8, figure 1. In the plan itself, it says by 2035, fossil fuels will only be used in very specific circumstances when it comes to light vehicles. So to me, in reading your own plan, it suggests that electric vehicles will be the primary pathway to low emissions in that sector. I can't read that any other way.
So are you looking at the column on the right-hand side that's 2035 to 2050?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2035 to 2050.
So what does that actually mean? What does that mean when we go from 2035, EVs becoming increasingly affordable thanks to Chinese options and tax subsidies, 2030 to 35, continued improvement in EV technologies, and then by 2035, fossil fuels only to be used in very specific circumstances, becoming increasingly rare. What does that actually mean in practice for the Australian vehicle fleet?
It means it will be progressively decarbonised, and through the take-up of electric vehicles and in the interim plug-in hybrids and hybrids, we've seen a 16.9% increase in the sales of those vehicles just in the year to date. So we are on that pathway now. Ms. Purvis-Smith may want to add to that.
The Secretary explains that very well. What I would point out is that the 2035 to 2050 is a span, and what this explains is the pathway and the technology pathway for light vehicles. It describes the transition that is over time, and that last column goes out to 2050.
Did you do modelling to actually get to this pathway?
This is a
Hopeful?
pathway.
Is this hopeful?
This is,
or based on evidence?
we based it on consultation and analysis, and this is a pathway,
So,
a technology pathway.
and what is the evidence you've based this on? Which goes back to what you consulted with industry on the technology. What was their advice?
Their advice in relation to what the technology pathway was on this was as what's in the sector plan.
So what evidence and analysis came up with these 3 rows of pathway?
Overwhelming evidence. Overwhelming evidence from industry, from academia, from other jurisdictions, that the pathway to decarbonisation for light vehicles is via progressive electrification.
Progressive or aggressive?
Progressive. And that is not in dispute. Even those people who have expressed concern about the rate at which, say, the new vehicle efficiency standard will be driving change in the fleet are not disputing that electrification is the technology. So this roadmap, in a way, looks at the contribution that transport can play towards the decarbonisation of the overall Australian economy by 2050, and then asks the question, what is the most certain and what is the most cost-effective technological pathway to the achievement of that? And that is what is answered by progressive electrification of the light vehicle fleet. And as I mentioned before, far more than in the case of aviation or maritime or even heavy vehicles, the technological pathway is not in dispute, although people may have different views about the rate at which it is practical to progress down that path.
And I think it's the rate that is problematic, because in this plan you say electric vehicles become increasingly affordable. That's a very positive way by saying petrol and diesel cars become unaffordable. Because how are you making electric vehicles more affordable? The policy settings you've adopted actually just make petrol and diesel cars, other options other than electric vehicles, unaffordable. So if you're buying a new car, if you're in that market, that's the whole purpose of the policy.
If you're talking about the NVES, Senator, the purpose of the policy...
What other policies do you have in place to make electric vehicles increasingly affordable?
For light vehicles, NVES is the main game. Yes.
Thank you.
That's right. There are other policies in relation to the FBT policy, etc. But in relation to the NVES, the objective of the policy is to incentivise manufacturers to bring in more fuel-efficient vehicles.
I can only read this by 2035, petrol and diesel cars will be phased out. That's the only way I can read it. And it marries with industry's public comments around the impossibility of achieving this. To the Secretary's point, the technology may not be in dispute from industry, but the aggressive rate is. And so I'm fascinated. I'm actually fascinated that you can be told something and your evidence and analysis has told you to make petrol and diesel cars, other technologies, unaffordable, so that EVs are affordable, and by 2035 there won't be any, fossil fuels will be, petrol and diesel cars will only be bought in very rare circumstances.
Senator, the right-hand column that says fossil fuels only used in very specific circumstances is between 2035 and 2050. So I read that as being across that whole time period between 2035 and 2050.
When the roadmap states 2025 to 2030 electric vehicles become increasingly affordable, what are the measures by which EVs will become increasingly affordable? NVES, as Senator, there you go, there's a promotion, Secretary. Big pay drop, but a promotion nonetheless. Sorry.
What was the question?
Yeah. We tend to do this. What are the measures by which electric vehicles become increasingly affordable across government?
Across government, as you're aware, the NVES, there is the FBT policy as well, the fringe benefits tax policy. They are the main two for light vehicles, for electric vehicles. But as technology progresses as scale, then you would expect, as you usually find, that prices, like we have a very competitive market, and prices reduce and they become increasingly affordable.
So, Ms. Purvis-Smith, you've got all the evidence, you've done the consultation, and as the Secretary said, I think evidence and analysis, or one of you said evidence and analysis, to come up with this plan. Is the modelling behind that, is the synthesis of that evidence and analysis available publicly?
The synthesis of the material is in the
plan. I should have known you were going to say that. The synthesis of the evidence and analysis is the plan. In terms of the modelling that sits behind this, that allows you to make these claims and these goals, where do I get a copy of that?
So, as I've explained, this roadmap answers the question, what is the most sure technological path to decarbonisation? What is the most cost-effective path to decarbonisation by mode? And the answer is electrification in the case of light vehicles, and the NVES and the other policy interventions that Ms Purvis-Smith has identified are a big part of that. But those are the government interventions. The real driver here will be technological innovation and competition between suppliers of light vehicles, and in other jurisdictions that is driving a significant expansion in the availability of different types of EVs, hybrids, plug-in hybrids. So capitalism is going to drive the cost effectiveness of this as much as government intervention is.
So again, great summation of why you want to do this. I'm asking about the modelling that sits behind your sectoral plan and where I get a copy of that.
The sectoral plan is not based around modelling in the way that, say, the 2035 target is based around the modelling which Treasury has undertaken, and we've talked about the fact that Treasury has...
But you fed into that, yes?
We fed some assumptions and some information into that, but the way in which that was aggregated across the whole economy is something that you should ask Treasury about. They own that
So
model.
you didn't do any actuarial work based on your evidence you gathered? You simply gave them, these are the assumptions you're going to have to feed into your model?
Where they asked us, we gave them the assumptions that we thought were the reasonable ones that they should apply.
So what were the assumptions you gave Treasury?
Okay, we can provide you with some.
So what we provided Treasury with was, so BITRE provided a lot of data and transport data. It's similar to their BITRE yearbook.
For Hansard, just explaining what BITRE is.
The Bureau of
yes.
the Infrastructure and Transport Economics. So we provided a lot of data and information across to Treasury. We also provided all of the assumptions for the NVES across to Treasury. They asked questions, they came to their own assumptions. They have outlined their assumptions in their modelling paper. and in their technical assumptions. So they came to their own decisions around what assumptions they used. But we provided what we had
with
to
your
them.
learned input. Were there assumptions about the behaviour of the transport sector that were different from the assumptions that you gave them?
Their models are so. There's more than one model. And their technical assumptions paper goes through all of the different models.
Yeah.
And how it's used.
Yep.
They came to their own conclusions because
you've said it 3 times now, Ms.
differently.
So my question is that you will have said, we've consulted widely and deeply. These are our learned assumptions as the experts in this field around the transport sector and the achievability, etc. Treasury's made their own. My question's a simple one. Did the assumptions for the transport sector change? Was it different? I'm hearing it is, but that's just me picking up the crumbs.
There are differences, but their models work
I know.
differently.
We'll let the Treasury officials explain why they're different, okay? My question to you is, did it change from what you gave them? Because they will tell me, oh, we didn't do the consultations. That's the Department of Transport, and I won't have you in front of me by that day. So, thank you. That's asked and answered, and I will pursue that elsewhere. I just wanted to go to some corporate questions around DLOs. Road user charge. Come on. It was such big news. It was the only news out of the productivity roundtable.
How is that corporate, Senator?
Come on. It is corporate.
I don't think it goes to the
It's the biggest thing the government's done
department.
since the election. It's been the only thing they've done. Come on, Secretary, don't make me go down that track. So, the road user charge. Biggest deal in town. Everyone's super, super excited. I'm assuming Treasury... I hope Treasury came to you guys.
Treasury what?
Came to you to get advice
Treasury
prior to the productivity roundtable?
We certainly talked to Treasury prior to the productivity roundtable, yes.
About a road user charge?
Yeah, as you'll be aware, there was quite an exercise within government for the Treasurer and other relevant ministers to reach out to their colleagues to seek out ideas around productivity improvement, more efficient approaches to regulation and so on, and we were as much part of that as any other government department. And yes, there's a lot of commentary around road user charging around the round table. Whilst Treasury has had carriage of that, our department is now assuming a leadership role in terms of taking that to the next stage.
Right, and what does the next stage look like?
Well, that's what we're working through at the moment. The Council on Federal Financial Relations on the 5th of September released a joint statement which included a number of principles to guide the development of road user charging for electric vehicles. Reform should be designed not to deter continued EV take-up, should provide for more equitable treatment across vehicle types, which I know is something you're very keen on, Senator, and provide certainty to support investment, should be as simple as possible and minimise administration and compliance burdens, and that any changes should be phased to enable productivity, climate and consumer benefits of increasing EV take-up over the coming years. So that's the kind of mandate that's been given to us, and we're at the early stages of mobilising to internally to progress road user charging.
So we're not wanting to... We're worried about EV take-up.
It's one of the things...
The free ride that electric vehicles are currently getting when it comes to paying for road maintenance and upgrade, that we're going to go through the IIP and talk about the degraded roads for ad nauseum today. Electric vehicle drivers don't pay that currently, which is why equity in this is a good thing.
Consideration, yes.
Correct. But I'm fascinated that EV take-up, we can't disincentivise EV take-up, is now a consideration of how we upgrade and maintain our roads.
So this was a joint statement by the participants in the Council on Federal Financial Relations, which is the states and territories along with the Commonwealth, and governments of different political colours, and the principles make clear that there is a balance to be struck. There's a balance to be struck between equitable treatment on the one hand, and making sure that all road users pay their fair share, but also making sure that we don't introduce disincentives to the decarbonisation of the transport sector, which is also an important objective. So part of the work that we'll be undertaking as we lead that next stage is to work out how best to balance those things, and no doubt future Senate estimates will talk to you about.
So can I just ask, the disincentivising, making sure a road user charge model doesn't disincentivise electric vehicle take-up, was that added by your department? Was it added by Treasury? Or was it added by Environment to how we consider a road user charge?
Well, it was a group of Treasury officials, and the formulation in the communique was any changes phased to enable productivity, climate and consumer benefits.
No, you answered it with Treasury officials. That's fine. You weren't in the room?
Correct.
Did you provide the Treasury officials with advice on this?
We talk to our Treasury colleagues all the time, as I've said, including in the run-up to the round table.
On this, before the Commonwealth Treasury official went into the room to come out with this joint communique, did they have advice from your department to not disincentivise EV take-up?
Yes. So we on the one hand want to ensure that there is equitable treatment across different categories of motorist. We want to make sure that we don't compromise the achievement of the government's and indeed the Parliament's environmental objectives, and we want to make sure that revenues are sufficient to maintain our road network in good condition. And a successful road user charge for EVs will balance all of those considerations.
And that was advice from your department?
It was not a source of contention. I think it's an agreed position, not just between Commonwealth government departments, but between the Commonwealth and the states.
Okay. We'll revisit that in the appropriate outcome. Can you list the full machinery of government changes impacting the department following the election, please?
Yes, relatively straightforward. We gained sport and its related agencies.
It's best.
I think so.
Best.
I think so. Thank you, Senator. So that's the Office of Sport and the National Sports Tribunal. 65 staff in the Office of Sport and 11 in the National Sports Tribunal. We transferred over to Treasury responsibility for cities and urban policy and lands, and that was 14 ASL 14 staff that transferred. I can give you the numbers in terms of financials.
From you to Treasury?
Yes. So
how many from sport to you?
65.2 ASL in the Office for Sport and 11 in the National Sports Tribunal. And there are some dollars associated with those changes as well, which I'm happy to give you if that would be helpful.
Positive?
Well, sport, these figures relate to 25-26 financial year, 16.8 million in departmental, 157.8 million in administered operating expenditure and 164.1 million in administered capex. That's the Office of Sport coming in. And then cities, there was no capital expenditure. That was $3 million of departmental going to transfer to Treasury.
Okay. What date did cities and planning functions? So when you say cities,
July.
you also talk about the responsibility for planning with that, and we've talked about that in the first estimates after the election of 22. What date did that transfer out of the department?
Thank you, Senator. Charge Ordnowski, First Assistant Secretary and Chief Financial Officer. So the Section 75 appropriations transferred on 1 July and the staffing transferred at the first appropriate pay period in the new financial year. So the staff transferred on the 3rd of July.
3rd of July, thank you. So what has the government given as the reason for this change to transfer cities and planning out of the Department of Infrastructure?
Well, I'd rely on the media releases that were put out at the time. These are decisions which are taken by the Prime Minister and the government rather than by public servants.
No, I appreciate that.
But I think the overall strategic direction was to concentrate within Treasury, reporting to Minister O'Neill, all the functions relevant to her mission, if you like, to accelerate the supply of housing, particularly in our major urban areas.
Without an appreciation and understanding or expertise in infrastructure required to increase human residences in cities?
Well, I guess a starting point is to ensure that the expertise in terms of urban planning and the oversight of programs like the Housing Support Program transferred over to Treasury, so that there would be, if you like, a centre of excellence within Treasury capable of driving all of that. But obviously the Land Transport Infrastructure Program, which our department continues to be responsible for, is a major catalyst for densification, housing supply, not just in our major cities but elsewhere. So our continuing relationship with Treasury will be very important to the government's achievement of its housing objectives.
So what elements of the city's portfolio have left you? The whole lot?
No, it's 14. Well, yes, effectively the whole lot, yeah.
So Minister O'Neill's now responsible for thriving suburbs?
No, so Thriving Suburbs is a community infrastructure program. Minister O'Neill is responsible for the housing support program under the new arrangements that have been set up. But by agreement between ministers, we retained responsibility for Thriving Suburbs, which is largely a community infrastructure thing, as opposed to something which is primarily related to housing supply.
And the urban precincts and partnerships?
Likewise, that program is obviously at an advanced stage now, so that remains within our portfolio.
So just to be really clear, what exactly did we transfer when we say cities moved to Treasury?
In terms of administered spend programs? Yep, Ms. Jordan-Nosky.
Thank you, Senator. So in terms of the 14 ASL and what we transferred to Treasury, so that was to support national policy on cities and land and planning policy, the planning ministers' meeting and the enabling infrastructure for housing.
Which is the housing support program.
Okay. Aside from the MOG changes, what changes to the department's budget since the election compared with March 25-26 budget and PFO? Okay, please just walk me through.
And as against the budget. Okay, so there obviously hasn't been a budget since then.
No, but...
We can talk about the headline levels of departmental resourcing and how those change as we move from financial year 24-25 into 25-26. And the answer to that, Ms. Jordan-Nosky.
Well, has there been any changes to your budget post-election and PFO?
So thank you, Senator.
Aside from mogging?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So we haven't yet published our portfolio addition estimate statements, so that we published early in the new year per the traditional timeframes. We did have some changes which were announced as part of the PFO.
Yep.
So we did have a couple of measures in relation to that. So that was for two measures that comprised of $170 million and $49 million respectively so that was for the MOG, $170 million, and the PFO, which was $49 million.
And no other changes to your budget since then?
No, those are the published...
I know they're the published one, which is why I asked the questions. We're in Senate estimates.
Yes, no, thank you,
that
Senator.
was a while ago, May, but there's been no changes.
Correct.
Okay. What efficiency targets have been set post-election for 25, 26, 26, 27 and 27, 28?
So thank you, Senator. We have our ongoing efficiency dividend of 1%, so that's the ongoing rate. We have also contributed to the existing savings from external labour hire, so that was the original measure from the 22-23 budget and the extension. So for this year, our contribution to that existing measure is about $9.5 million for the 25-26 year.
And over the forward estimates for that existing measure, so for our department only, we have, so next year, 26-27, we have $6 million, 27-28, we have $8.1 million, and 28-29, $8.1 million as part of that existing measure. Okay, so what staff reduction targets has the government imposed for 25-26 and 26-27 years?
The government hasn't imposed staff reduction targets.
How are you going to meet these efficiency targets, Secretary?
Well, we are going to meet the efficiency targets. We have a reduction in our departmental expenditure, which is partly about terminating measures which are always designed to terminate at a point in time. And then we have the overlay of the efficiency targets that we are talking about. In some cases, we manage that through natural attrition. So we prioritise those things which are genuine priorities for the government or obligations that we have under legislation. And as positions are vacated, we tightly control recruitment. and we bear down heavily on supplier expenditure to make sure we're getting maximum value there, and also respond to the strong signals the government has sent around efficiency in terms of avoiding excessive use of consultants, avoiding excessive travel budgets, etc. So through those various levers, we are aiming for a balanced budget this year, just as we achieved one last year.
The organisational chart omits reference to one of my favourite units, the net zero unit.
Yeah.
What happened?
So the net zero unit had acquitted its basic mission, which was the production of the transport and infrastructure roadmap, which we've talked about extensively this morning. That roadmap having been consulted on and delivered, the carriage of the various actions in that, again, we've talked about the NVES, but also in relation to low carbon liquid fuels and the maritime emissions national action plan, are now embedded in various parts of the department. There is a small residual coordinating function, which was part of net zero, which is now transferred over into our strategic economic policy function. But the net zero units, having acquitted its mission, it's now the responsibility of other parts of the department to deliver on the decarbonisation agenda.
So in the letter to the committee, Ian Porter has retired.
Correct.
Because the net zero unit disappeared, or?
Mr Porter decided that he wanted to retire.
So he retired before the net zero unit was, and its functions were absorbed in the department, or how did that work?
It's around the same time. So he indicated to me a few months ago that he was looking to retire after a long and distinguished career. We, at the same time, are thinking about how we could optimise the design of the department, not least to deliver some of the efficiency savings required of us, and that converged in Ian retiring and the net zero unit having its functions distributed elsewhere.
A neat convergence.
Yep.
So net zero units functions have been absorbed into the department, into the strategic economic.
The central coordinating function has, but that you'll hear later on from our service transport emissions policy group, for instance, who have been responsible for policy in maritime decarbonisation, land transport decarbonisation, and you'll see that there are multiple parts of the department which are undertaking activities in that space.
So it would be fair to say that every division within the department now has a decarbonisation.
Those which are particularly transport and infrastructure, obviously it's less of an issue in the arts and sport, but you never know.
Those athletes, they fly a lot. Okay, so were there any other staff reductions other than Mr Porter?
Well, there are
but
staff
all the
changes
staff kind of were put into different divisions, or the staff that were employed by the net zero unit, where are they? Other than Mr Porter?
Well, at its height, the net zero unit had 12 staff.
Yeah.
I believe about 4 have been retained in the strategic economic policy function, and those other staff are now have been found homes elsewhere in the to continue the work that they were doing previously, but within the line divisions of the department.
Okay, so what was the total cost of the net zero unit, including salaries, over the entire period of its existence?
Well, I don't have a figure for the entire period of its existence. But
2 years.
I could give you a per annum, I think it's 3 years, give you a per annum figure, which would be about 2.1 million. That was in 24-25, I believe. That's out of a departmental budget of about 550 million, roughly.
And so does that include the salaries also within that unit? Or
that is basically
the whole
salaries,
lot?
yeah.
Okay. The purpose of the report and program management task force in the Land Transport Infrastructure Division? What's the purpose of that task force?
I think you would need to ask that in program 2.
I'm pretty sure this is an organisational chart change question. I'm pretty sure they didn't make it up by themselves. Someone at a senior management level would have to work out we wanted a report and program management task force.
Was that the RPM, report performance RPM and land transport?
What do they do? What's the purpose of them?
They're actually rebuilding our IMS database that holds all of our dollars and reports on our program.
How many staff are assigned to it and what's its budget? Oh, told you it was corporate.
Bear with me for a second, Senator.
Sits within our infrastructure group.
I might just get the team. We can answer these questions in outcome one if you like, but I will get the...
It's just a matter of finding the data.
Yeah, I just thought it was a pretty basic corporate question.
Say who you are.
How many staff? What is its budget?
Say who you are.
Is it a fixed period of establishment or an ongoing task force?
Dr. Paul Cutting, Assistant Secretary, RPM Task Force. The number of staff we have are around 6. I don't have the budget figures on me at the moment, but I can get that. And we also have a number of contractors.
Paul, it is budget estimates.
So
You're supposed to bring the numbers with you.
We'll get that number for you during the day, Senator, if we can't get it immediately, so I apologise for that.
So 6 staff. Is the task force time limited?
Yes, we are time limited, Senator. We're going to finish in about... we've got funding till end of the financial year next year, but we expect most of our work to be finished in around March.
26.
26.
Yeah.
And 6 staff, and you'll give me the budget.
Yes, and a number of contractors, because most of it's IT work. It's all building a system.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I just want to go to the DLOs.
Sure.
We can give you the budget now that we've got it up.
Excellent. See, wasn't that far away?
It wasn't. So the budget for this year is 9.3 million. That includes CapEx and OpEx. And as Ms Hall mentioned earlier, most of the costs are for contractors to deliver the product by
So the 6
March.
staff, does that include you, Dr Cutting?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
So I would like to understand, Assistant Secretary, if the $6.3 million, that does include your 6 staff salaries as well?
Yes, but it also includes about, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, about 20 contractors.
Okay, thank you. Okay, DLOs. How many DLOs does the department provide, Catherine King?
2.
2. What levels?
EL1.
DL. Madeline King?
0. There is a DLO provided by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, but none from us.
None from you. Minister McBain?
Minister McBain 1, EL1.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm?
1 EL1.
Ooh. I'd be complaining if I was Minister McBain. Senator Green?
0.
Okay. Has there been any change to the number of DLOs provided compared to prior to the election?
I think we've got... No, I don't think there has.
The only change, Senator, was before we had 8 because Minister Brown also had a DLO, but we've now lost that necessity, so we now have 7.
And with the shift of the cities and planning over to Treasury, are there any DLOs from your department assisting Minister O'Neill?
No.
No. Okay. Have there been any DLOs from the department that have served more than 2 years with ministers?
We generally have a time limit on the stints that DLOs serve.
No, we don't have anyone who's served for longer than 2 years.
Right, okay. Because we know the generality rule and the good reasons for it, has anybody served more than 1 year with their minister?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, and which ministers' offices are those DLOs in?
Susan Charles, Acting First Assistant Secretary for Enabling Services. We've had DLOs that have gone beyond their 12 months, and that's only been a couple of months here and there. So, for example, in Minister Burke's office, the former DLO prior to the election, I don't know the exact timeframes, but we can come back to you, did just over 12 months, and we've had those on occasion in Minister King's office as well, but they have only been as part of transition or as new DLOs. So it hasn't been significant in terms of timing.
Can I just ask, and I don't know the answer to this genuinely, so does the timing reset pre and post election for DLOs, or it's because they're ongoing with the department? Thank you. Let Hansard reflect the nods. Thank you. Now I want to go to secondments. So I would like to understand how many departmental officials have been seconded to Minister King's office.
Is this since the election? We've provided relief support in various offices. So in Minister King's office, we've had one SES officer and 10 ELs and APS transition through that office.
Okay. Minister McBain?
Oh, sorry. I've just been corrected. Since May 2022.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's going to go, wow.
Yeah.
It's right up there.
Correct. Thank you for the correction.
But since the election, so if it's 1 SES and 10 ELS APS...
Since May 22.
I want to know now, since May 25.
I don't have that data. We'll get that for you. Yeah.
Minister McBain?
The same. I only have a data since the May election, not since the May 2022.
The May election. Yeah. The May election.
the formal one. So I don't have them from this current year, but I can get that data.
Okay, so give me what you've got.
So for Minister McBain, we've had 7 EL APS relief staff in Minister McBain's office since May 2022. Minister Rowland's office, we've had 3 SES officers and 12 ELs and APS. And Senator Carol Brown, we had 1 SES officer and 1 EL and APS since May 2022.
Senator Chisholm?
None.
And Senator Green?
None.
Okay. What are were the reasons for departmental officials to be seconded?
Usually these were either for transition or for short-term stints. The majority of them were under the 3 months. There were some that eventually did transition under MOPS, but the standard placement is under the 12 weeks.
Under 12 weeks. So of the 10 ELS APS in Minister King's office, how many of those went over their 3 months?
Went over to MOPS.
Yeah.
To transition to employment under the MOPS Act.
And Minister McBain?
Same, 2 transitioned under the MOPS Act.
And Minister Rowland?
1.
Thank you. I just want to go to the response to parliamentary inquiries. Secretary, are you aware of Senate Resolution 44, government response to committee reports are required to be tabled within 3 months of the report being handed to the Senate?
Yes.
And in your view, as a professional public servant, as your department has your department met those requirements?
I'd be interested to know whether you have specific reports in mind. Generally speaking, the tabling of responses to Senate inquiries is a matter for ministers to determine the timing of. So we would provide advice, but then that would really be a matter for you to take up with ministers.
No, I agree. So my question to you isn't about what ministers decide to do. It's that you're aware of your responsibilities as the department, and have you complied with those requirements within the time stipulated?
We would always endeavour to make sure that ministers were equipped with the information that they needed in order to comply with their obligations on tabling. Yeah.
Are there any exceptions to that you know of, or that? And I would like to know, because I assume you would be letting ministers know well in advance that we need to get this response in, and then it is absolutely a determination for a minister, as it should be.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing against that.
So I'm going to have to take that on notice, Senator, rather than...
But you could be genuinely confident that your department officials have met their obligations and aware of their obligations and have met that. And
that would certainly be my expectation, but let me take that on notice.
Thank you.
Sorry, Kate Ferris, Assistant Secretary for Government Services. I'm aware of 2 instances where the department has not met the timeframes for delivery of parliamentary questions or notice. Both of those were administrative accidents from my area. One was an instance where the responsible person was away and didn't do a handover. The other was where an email went unanswered, sitting in an inbox, and wasn't referred to the correct line area in a timely manner.
That happens in my office too.
It does. We've since instituted a range of different processes to ensure those things don't happen again in future.
Thanks, Ms Ferris. And now, I appreciate you said that was about quants. My question was about committee report responses. So I'm not sure if anyone at the tables also can take that on notice to see if there are any where the department wasn't able to provide ministers with advice within the timeframes. Specifically, the Qantas inquiry, well, that's the colloquial term, was almost 2 years ago, and we still haven't got a government response. Can I have some understanding about when the department sent the draft response to the Minister's office?
So we would need to, we'll see if we can find out that information and we can deal with it maybe under outcome 2.
Outcome 2. Excellent. I will be following this up. So outcome 2, that's a priority. Thank you, Chair. I'll keep going. Yep, with my...
Yeah, more
awesome.
than welcome to keep going.
That's great. Let's get through corporate. You're counting the... You're going to hear...
those 5-minute blocks.
Gee, if my voice grates this early, you're going to be losing your mind by 11 o'clock.
So would it be just on corporate, you help to give us an indication. We're obviously breaking at 10:45, but should we just stay a bit longer so you can complete, or...?
That's quite a big one. We can start. I've probably got only one more topic in corporate, but it is not probably going to be finished in 5 minutes. But I can start. Do you have any?
I just want to ask one question supplementary to Senator Mackenzie's last question on government responses to inquiries.
Go ahead, Senator. Yep.
And so I just put you on notice that I will come back and ask more about TFES inquiry, which reported prior to the last election, when we get back to that stage. So if you've got a similar answer to the question that Senator Mackenzie's just asked about time that you've provided that data to government, I'd appreciate that at that point in time.
That was TFES, did you say? Yes, okay. So
Tasmania Freight Equalisation Scheme, Senate Select Committee.
That will be under outcome 2, so yes, we'll be happy to.
We're going to be pedantic about our responses today. Heads up, everyone.
Senator Mackenzie,
I have got something to take us to the break, and then I've only got one more topic post-break.
Yeah, right. Good, thanks.
So just following up on the transfer of the mogging of cities to Treasury, has the Urban Policy Forum been transferred to Treasury?
I think the answer is yes, but I'll check that.
I thought I heard... Do you want to... I've got a couple... Because I thought you said the policy response had stayed with us, but I just want to clarify that. When I say us, I mean you.
So Senator, there was... so my understanding is we ended up changing one of the outcomes to remove the word cities to replace that with urban. So I'll have to take that on notice to confirm.
Hang on, here comes David.
Incoming.
Cavalry on its way.
Morning, Senator. David McKay, Deputy Secretary. Responsibility for the Urban Policy Forum did transfer as part of the Cities and Suburbs Unit moving to the Treasury.
So, Secretary, the Infrastructure Department, the Commonwealth Infrastructure Department, no longer has a role in city infrastructure outside the grants programs?
I know we obviously have a major role through our land transport infrastructure program, but the 14 people who were working on urban policy have transferred over to Treasury and will support the Housing Minister in her agenda.
So Macquarie Point Stadium
remains with us, yes.
Remains with Department. What about the National Capital Investment Framework between the Commonwealth and the ACT?
That remains with us as part of Mr McKay's group.
And does Minister King retain a role in the Planning Ministers' meeting? That was our very first series of questions on housing crisis once this government was elected,
so I think
and her failure to actually call a meeting.
Ms Jordan-Oski indicated that the Planning Minister, the responsibility for the Planning Ministers' meeting is transferred to Minister O'Neill or to Treasury.
So Minister King is no longer playing a role as the Infrastructure Minister in that.
She may participate in it as a participating minister, but she's no longer the chair and no longer responsible for it. That's Minister O'Neill from now on.
And for ITM, do they talk about cities there?
Well, we talk about a whole range of different infrastructure and transport matters which are relevant to cities, yes.
Yeah, so that hasn't been diminished. No. All right. Thank you, Chair. I have incoming. Does the department still have a role in the development of national urban policy development, which requires the integrated response? So how are you going to talk to Treasury? Have you set up an interdepartmental working group? Established relationships are going to make it all work?
Mr McKay's disappeared.
Mr McKay, come on.
I think there are multiple forums, including obviously cabinet meetings and officials committees by which we talk about these things. It's fair to say that the transfer has occurred relatively recently, and so...
Is there any formal structures in place to ensure that that we don't end up with Treasury running and doing things that are literally... the Infrastructure Department has no idea about? Because, as we've seen, when you don't marry your migration policy with your infrastructure policy and your housing policy, you end up with a whole lot of problems in particularly congested suburbs. So how are we going to alleviate that reality rather than exacerbate it?
So that was one of the very first topics that I discussed with my counterpart in Treasury when we were working through the details of the MOG. I'll have the relevant people in my team here under Outcome 3 who can speak to how that's working in practice, but we were very conscious of the need to ensure that programs that we administer, for instance, Thriving Suburbs Urban Precincts program, had a connection maintained with the people working in the Cities and Suburbs Unit on urban policy.
Minister, do you think that's the right call, to actually shift the cities out of this department into Treasury?
Well, I think the key thing to understand, Senator McKenzie, is that we've got two really high-performing ministers in Minister King and Minister O'Neill, and I know that they both will be determined to make an impact in this area, and Minister O'Neill has the primary responsibility, and I certainly see a lot of action from her since the election, knowing the responsibilities that we have and how important this issue is.
But why couldn't that still be done through this area? Because she could have just been... This department has so many ministers, can have another high-performing minister attached to it, just like all its other high-performing ministers. So my question is, why isn't Minister O'Neill and the Cities Unit being run out of this department?
That was obviously the decision was made. That's where they think it best fits and best able to achieve the goals that we took to the election and implement. So
you're not concerned at all of the coordination of infrastructure rollouts through the $120 billion infrastructure pipeline the road projects, the transport projects to deal with the 205,000 additional migrants that Minister Burke's putting in, that this department's trying to actually get the infrastructure built for, and we've moved housing these people over to Treasury. You're very confident in the coordination.
I am. I think the department have talked through the processes that they're establishing, and I'm confident that we'll see a level of achievement that will be important for the country.
I'm confident that your rise through the ministry will continue with answers like that. I will wait till after the break for my next session of questions.
Chair, could we just quickly clarify one answer?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Senator. So earlier you asked me a question about changes to our appropriations. So I can say that, you know, in addition to the MOG changes, to the PFO changes that have been published and announced, there are obviously matters being considered by government through the MyEFO process. While I'm unable to speak to those because they are being considered by government, those changes will have a flow-on effect to our appropriations, which will be published in the pays next February. So I just wanted to clarify that, you know, whilst I said no in terms of the changes outside the two MOG and PFO, there are obviously matters still being considered. So I just wanted to, just for clarity and for the Hansard, just wanted to make that really clear.
Well, it shows your ministers are being active in ERC, which isn't a bad thing. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. I was hoping we were going to finish on the fact you're endorsing Senator...
We've done it before in this committee. Carol Brown and Senator Chisholm were up for a promotion and we backed Chisholm.
But I'd like to thank the department.
And we came back from lunch and he was promoted.
So if you could come back to corporate matters just after 11 o'clock. Thank you. Good, thanks very much. Back to corporate matters, Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to go to the unlawful and improper behaviour of the CFMEU on infrastructure projects. I wrote to Minister King on the 17th of July last year, seeking a guarantee that no Commonwealth infrastructure funds had been spent unlawfully by the CFMEU or affiliated people. And on the 9th of August, the Minister replied advising me that she had written to state and territories requesting that, and I quote, any information regarding improper or criminal conduct by entities related to projects delivered under the National Land Transport Act be reported immediately to the relevant regulator and also to my department. On the 16th of March this year, media reports and footage emerged on 60 Minutes and The Age about the sickening acts of violence towards women, as well as the ongoing presence of bikie gang associates and criminal elements on publicly funded infrastructure projects in Victoria. And on the 21st of March, I again wrote to Minister King inquiring whether the Victorian government had complied with her direction. And if so, what had the government done with respect to such conduct? On the 25th of March, Minister Wong, I asked questions of the government in question time. She said she understood that Minister King had written to state and territory counterparts. In relations around Victoria, the advice Senator Wong had is that Minister King has previously made clear to her state counterparts with the expectation that illegal conduct or suspicion of such will be reported to the department. And I'm advised that prior to the allegations, neither the Minister's office nor the department had received any information from Victoria. And following these allegations, the Minister had again written to her Victorian counterpart to seek an explanation and to underline her previous letter. So on the 26th of March, Minister King responded to my letter saying she notes that the Victorian government have announced a joint task force focusing on the behaviour at worksite. She'd asked Minister Williams to ensure her officials provide timely updates to my department, you guys, on the findings of the task force with respect to any jointly funded projects impacted by these issues, and an assurance that Australian government funds, aka taxpayer funds, have not been used to provide corrupting benefits. And then we end up with further allegations of improper and unlawful behaviour revealed by The Age and the Australian Financial Review, including Daniel Salter of X-Forces, purportedly a labour hire firm for veterans, claimed to have made a $10,000 payment to Gangland-linked and CFMEU-linked Billy Mitras to gain access to the big build projects. Salter also alleged payment of $69,334 from Veterans Labour Hire firm to pay off the mortgages of Mitras' Collins Street apartment. Salter claimed, I didn't have a choice, it was either you work, this is how it's going to be, or no work, and that was reported in The Age. And leaked correspondence shows that government officials were repeatedly warned of corruption within the massive Big Build program of road and rail infrastructure from early 23 until as recently as June this year. Government officials were told blackmail, extortion, cabal-like behaviour that was reported. And in one formal complaint, an engineering firm alleges it was directed to install a pergola removed from a railway station to concrete the driveway of the grandmother of a second project manager and to complete a $50,000 renovation on a third Big Build manager's house. That was all reported in the AFR. So I want to understand, has either the department or the minister received any information from any state regarding improper or criminal conduct on federally funded projects?
Okay, thank you, Senator. So I'm going to ask Ms Hall and her team to respond to that, but I just want to start by saying you're right to say that Minister King and other ministers have written on multiple occasions, including to remind state and territory counterparts of their obligations under the FFA for land transport, to report suspected criminal behaviour or corruption to relevant regulatory authorities and or the police. We are encouraging jurisdictions to adopt the unacceptable behaviours guidelines, which have been jointly developed by the Queensland, New South Wales and Victorian governments. I also have written to my state and territory counterparts emphasising the importance of reporting any unacceptable or corrupt conduct which is alleged. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Ms Hall and her team.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, 3 jurisdictions have notified us of where they have reported projects to relevant authorities. And that is
Which 3 are they?
Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria.
Okay. Yep, sorry, I interrupted. So they reported, what did they report?
They reported allegations that they have reported to the relevant authorities for 3 projects.
Only 3 projects? One in each jurisdiction?
Yes, Senator.
Which projects?
North East Link, Centenary Bridge and Western Sydney Rail Link.
And what action other than reporting it to the authorities are these jurisdictions taking?
Senator, in regards to their requirements, they are required to meet all of the requirements under the unacceptable behaviours guidelines that they have jointly developed. They are also required to make sure that they are in accordance with the FFA, and they are also required to make sure that they meet all of their state and territory obligations, as well as all of the requirements under the Fair Work requirements as well. Any allegations that have been also publicly made aware have also been reported, my understanding, by the Minister for Employment as well. She has also, Minister Rishworth has also written to the Fair Work Commissioner and also the AFP Commissioner as well on the back of that.
When did you receive advice from Queensland on which project was that again?
Centenary Bridge.
Centenary Bridge. When did you receive that advice from Queensland?
Just bear with me for a second, Senator. The 1st of October.
25?
Yes.
North East Link?
11th of April.
11th of April. Western Sydney Rail?
6th of September.
6th of September.
And there were follow-up conversations on those projects as well.
Between Commonwealth officials and state infrastructure officials. So in terms of reporting to the authority, North East Link was reported on the 11th of April. What's been the outcome of that report to the authorities?
At the moment, we are waiting advice because obviously it's going through all of its due diligence and things like that. So,
what does that mean?
Well, it's currently with the authorities. So,
which authority?
As far as we're aware, it's with Federal Police, it's with the Fair Work Commission, and it's with any relevant...
like a NAC?
Yeah.
Integrity
Commission that they have in Victoria.
So with respect to those 3 projects, they're all with the Federal Police, they're all with the Fair Work Commission, and they're all with their relevant integrity body.
I have to check on the Centenary Bridge one in regards to where the Queensland have actually referred.
But for Western Sydney Rail, North East Links project, those 3 entities...
I believe that they're all with the Fair Work Commission, yes.
Okay. You said the compliance framework that we've got for these infrastructure projects includes FFA?
Yes.
What are the requirements within the FFA specifically around these type of things?
We'll find the relevant clauses for you, Senator.
But it is, as I indicated...
Is there a clause where we can stop payments to states?
if they were found that they had payments had been made illegally, yes, we would be working with those jurisdictions in regards to making sure that those payments were stopped. But I would say, Minister, in the way that the payments are paid, Senator, that the way that we make payments against milestones, and those payments are actually made against evidence-based information, and they're actually made in regards to certain criteria that are provided. I would say that even though it is done on the good faith of the jurisdictions that they provided, it is quite a detailed amount of information that the jurisdictions provide. I think
this isn't one thing that they report against, though, in their milestone payments, is it?
But they report against quite a detailed cost breakdown structure in regards to the information that they provide us against. So it's quite complex in regards to the bits and pieces that they give us.
So
which clause would allow you? Because the lads have been looking furiously at the agreement.
So Senator Andrew Bourne, First Assistant Secretary. Clause 11.
Thank you.
D says ensuring compliance with relevant Commonwealth and state legislation, including workplace relations. E, ensuring any allegations or instances of criminal behaviour or corruption are reviewed and reported to the appropriate regulator. And F, ensuring procurement practices deliver value for money for public funds and optimise agreed socio-economic outcomes.
So, under clause... Yeah, we need that microphone turned up. He's got a very quiet voice, which isn't his usual. It's not his usual.
Would you like me to have another go at that, Senator?
Yeah, well, I heard you. It's Senator Colbeck's...
Okay. Sorry.
I've got you. So under clause 11, there is provision that where criminal conduct and corruption is evident, we can halt payments.
Yes, Senator.
But what I hear you saying, Ms Hall, is that we've already made the payment by the time that finding's found.
Not necessarily, it depends. So in regards to the way that we get milestones, we get milestones based on work that has been completed. We get the evidence that it's actually been completed. It's quite detailed, the information that we get. So
so you're confident you would get this information from the states?
Yes.
So have you ever cancelled payments on any infrastructure, publicly funded infrastructure, under clause 11?
Not to date, but the agreement's only been in place for a very short time since we've put
Was clause 11 or similar in previous agreements?
No.
No?
No.
So what are you going to do about these three projects then?
So in regards...
bearing in mind, you were informed on the 11th of April.
So the obligation...
Nearly 6 months ago. Have you made any milestone payments on North East Links in the last 6 months?
Remember, the obligation is on the relevant jurisdiction to report it to the relevant regulatory authorities.
Yes.
Now, these are very, very serious allegations, but they are allegations.
Yep.
And they do need to be properly investigated by the police or by the Fair Work Ombudsman or whoever the relevant integrity body is. And it would be premature and speculative for us to take action.
I agree, Secretary, which is why...
What Ms Hall has outlined is that we receive information in a sufficient level of detail that, where it necessary, we will be able to take action, including potentially through the withholding of payments.
Secretary, I agree, which is why I'm trying to understand. 6 months ago, Victoria informed you that they had reported this project to the relevant bodies. So I assume what's happened, have we paused payments on that project from the Commonwealth?
Sure, Senator. Mr Lachlan Wood, Assistant Secretary.
Good to see you, Mr Wood.
Thank you. The most recent payment for North East Link was on the 12th of June of this year for $309 million.
So we paid $309 million despite knowing that Victoria had informed the department and the minister that this project had been referred to the Federal Police, the Fair Work Commission and the relevant integrity body. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. They did what was required under the FFAS in terms of informing
and
us.
We gave them $309 million anyway.
Yep. Senator, that's based... Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are very quiet today.
I am very quiet.
Not just me. No.
So, Senator, that milestone payment is based on evidence that's provided by the jurisdiction, and if they can, and we then assess that against the eligibility under the NLTA Act, National Land Transport Act, and our PGPA obligations. And if they meet those requirements, then the payment is made. That's a $5 billion commitment by the Commonwealth on that project. And as the Secretary mentioned, they are still currently allegations, but we are working regularly with the jurisdiction to understand where that's at, and also to ensure that there are no payments made in relation to criminal activity.
So how do you know the $309 million, which is based on milestones, so the work's already been completed? You don't know. You don't know whether the work that's been completed has been completed under coercion, corruption or criminal activity. You don't know that, and you've handed over the money anyway.
We wouldn't know that until the investigations by the relevant integrity body. However, to withhold milestone payments on a speculative basis, where states in good faith have entered into contracts for the delivery of public infrastructure, would be a very significant step, and potentially a very punitive one. They have contractual obligations which they need to honour. They need to deliver infrastructure for the communities that they represent. So withholding significant amounts of money from the states on a purely speculative basis would be a very big call indeed. The relevant escalation step that we take is to ensure that the appropriate authorities established under law have these matters drawn to their attention, and unless and until they've completed their investigations, we are not going to proceed on a purely speculative basis with major financial sanctions against partner jurisdictions.
So effectively then Clause 11 is irrelevant and meaningless, because the process of investing in public infrastructure, the damning evidence presented in 60 Minutes and by the Australian Financial Review, The Age, Sydney Morning Herald and the others outlines criminal and corrupt behaviour, allegedly. But as I understand the process that you've just outlined for me, the payments get paid anyway. Is there, okay, they've been referred to Fair Work, Integrity Commission and Federal Police. If any of those investigations come back negatively, is there a clause in the agreement to get the money back from the state government? I'm just taking on the Secretary's, well-founded rollout of allegations versus convictions.
So that is obviously a hypothetical, Senator, but we would need to look at those things on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, sorry.
I mean,
you've got the agreement in front of you. Are there clauses and provisions within the agreement that where an entity is found to have breached Clause 11, there is a provision to go get the money back?
The jurisdiction.
There are obligations on us, including under the PGPA, to ensure that payments we make are ethical. Yeah. As we've said, the situation that you've described is hypothetical, but for many of these projects there are a series of milestone payments, and to the extent that anything was to come to light which showed a misappropriation of funds or a misuse of funds by a jurisdiction, then we would not only have a right, but we'd have an obligation under the PGPA to make sure that appropriate adjustments were made. But that is speculative at this stage.
No, and I appreciate that. But to say it's hypothetical is a stretch, because we currently have 3 jurisdictions who've referred projects off to the appropriate bodies under Clause 11, and you've been informed. So it's not a hypothetical, because any of those projects could come back with a conviction.
That's right, but
so
the scenario
real.
You're positing is hypothetical in the sense that we don't have a conclusion from the investigations currently underway, and nor can we comment on those investigations while they are underway. In that sense, it's hypothetical.
But there are, under the Act, there's a provision for you to seek adjustments. Is there anything under the FFA? Mr Bourne.
No, Senator, it's not specifically in the FFA, but as the Secretary said, the PGPA Act requires us to ensure that funding is spent ethically.
And before we release payments, we obtain very detailed information from jurisdictions and we calibrate payments in the light of that information. So yes, we do have powers under the FFA.
In the previous agreement then, when it was clear, you know, this just hasn't arrived in the last couple of months, this type of behaviour on site, have there been any instances under the Act, not under the FFA, where, having become aware of the unethical behaviour of contractors within public infrastructure funds, the Commonwealth has sought adjustment?
No, Senator.
Never?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
And how long would you know, Ms Hall?
I've negotiated the last 3 days. So
you got some skin in this game. So
yes.
The last decade,
yes,
there has been.
But there are a number of provisions within the FFA.
No, I agree, Tony. This is a stitch up between the CFMEU, big business, and big government.
But there are a number of provisions in the FFA that allow changes to the provisions of funding, that allow the Commonwealth to make different financial contributions, to stop funding, to manage program risk, that also link into the PGPA requirements. So I would imagine that if any of those things came to light, that there would be an appropriate mechanisms within the FFA to do the things that you have highlighted, because there are requirements to ensure relevant compliance with state legislation, including workplace relations. So I would feel very comfortable that the FFA would allow us to do what you have said.
Okay. So it's not a totally hands-off approach once we shovel the money out?
It's not a hands-off approach.
So what assurance has the Victorian government provided then? So they've referred it off. What assurance have they provided about other publicly funded infrastructure projects?
So we are having regular conversations on a quarterly basis. We are having conversations where we are going through the projects with the jurisdictions to ask if there are any other projects that they are aware of, and to make sure that they provide us with any further information on all of those projects. So we are proactively managing the list and the projects, and to get an update on those projects that they have advised us of as well, to let us know where things are at. But in fairness to Victoria as well, once they actually do go into this process, it becomes a process that is managed, as you know, NAC type, become quite confidential.
Very. Are you confident that North East Link is the only publicly funded infrastructure project in Victoria that has allegations of corrupting benefits?
That has allegations of the Victoria? That's what you said?
Yeah. Allegations of corrupting benefits. Are you confident that this is the only project?
It's the only project that we've been notified of by the Victorian Government, who clearly understand and have articulated in writing their understanding of their obligations to report to us and to the relevant integrity bodies.
So 6 months ago they reported it, but then in June we give them $309 million for the project anyway.
So it's under investigation. If the proposition is that we start defunding projects the moment an allegation is made...
Pausing funding. Is there a provision to be able to pause funding until allegations have been tested and outcomes found? Mr Bourne, is there an option to pause funding?
Well, Senator, we could do that in our conversations with the jurisdiction if we thought that was necessary, yes.
Has that been raised, given it's 6 months ago, North East Link project was referred to these three bodies.
Yes, Senator.
You have talked about pausing the funding.
Yes, Senator.
And how did that go?
It was a conversation that we went through, and we had, and it went through, and we had that conversation in a way that we went through all of the criteria in regards to the types of things that we went in regards to the payment that was being made and what it was being made for, and the milestones and the very issues that the Secretary was raised, that we needed to make sure that contractors and everything were being paid, but it was a realistic and fair conversation.
So you talked about pausing it and then came to the conclusion that you'd give the money anyway?
We talk about giving the money. We're talking about transferring money under a federal agreement with a sovereign state government. We're not talking about putting money into the pockets of the CFMEU or any third party. And, and those projects are co-invested by those states.
You're washing it through the states.
And the evidence that we require to make that payment.
So what action has the department taken to investigate the claims made by the contractor in those reports?
It's not for the Department of Infrastructure to undertake investigations into criminal behaviour. That's why the police exist, and that's why the Fair Work Ombudsman exists, and that's why the integrity bodies, including the anti-corruption commissions, exist.
So you've had conversations with state department officials?
Correct, and underlined to them the obligations which have been repeatedly articulated by Minister King in her letters with her counterparts and by other ministers, and are embedded in the federal funding agreement.
Well, to me, Secretary, it sounds like a bit of a wet lettuce. And I tell you what, the CFMEU is laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, they're considerably stronger provisions that were in place under the previous government.
I agree. Absolutely agree. But they are not strong enough, because you're still handing out the money and nothing's changing. And you know it, because you have the conversation to pause the payments, which you should do. 6 months. What risk assessment protocols or formal information gathering has the department commissioned or activated to ensure Commonwealth funds aren't diverted, and that workplace safety, particularly vulnerable groups like women and apprentices, is robustly maintained on federally funded projects?
So there exist legal and regulatory frameworks for all of the above. Our responsibility under the Land Transport Act and under the federal funding agreement is to make sure that Commonwealth funds are directed to the purpose which they're intended and are used in a way which is efficient and economical and ethical and all the other requirements of the PGPA. And we have extensive processes which Ms Hall and Mr Bourne have touched on for verifying that where we are due to make milestones to the states, that the relevant work has been satisfactorily completed. And the current government under Minister King has strengthened the provisions in the FFA along the lines that we've described.
We've also, Senator, working through a number of requirements that came out of the culture workforce, a task force that has been worked up through Gabrielle Traynor, that has been put into the FFA as a number of targets within our FFA as well under the notes of administration, that leads to a better culture within the workforce more broadly as well. And under the National Construction Strategy that we're also developing, we're looking at obligations there that we could look at to make sure that the culture of the organisation and the construction sector protects females and apprentices as well. So we're doing some work in that space.
So can you confirm that no public money has been used to finance corrupt cartel kickbacks as part of the North East Link and any other big build projects in Victoria?
The only way that could be confirmed would be through the conclusion of the investigations which have been instigated by the reporting of the Victorian Government. But we have no evidence to support that at this stage, and we won't until those investigations are complete.
When do you think those investigations will be complete, and is Victoria keeping you informed?
We discuss with the Victorians on a regular basis, but as Ms Hall has indicated, the moment these reports are made, quite properly they're subject to stringent confidentiality provisions, and none of us are privy to or would in any case comment on ongoing police investigations.
That doesn't include timelines It does include evidence. On the 11th of September 25, the AFR reported that government officials were repeatedly warned of corruption within massive big build programs on road and rail infrastructure from early 2023. Is that true?
We weren't notified, so we cannot.
State government officials? It's hard to...
Well, I assume that if a government official is informed, and given Minister King's been so proactive in this area, that Commonwealth officials would be informed.
That was not us, Senator, so there must be state officials
Okay.
if that reference is. We have not been informed except for once we started following up through all of these original requests.
So given the amount of information you do get at milestone payments, have you conducted a review of big build projects that we're funding from a Commonwealth budget? Have you reviewed those milestone payments, previous milestone payments, given the amount of information you get in light of these investigations and in light of these allegations?
Well, Senator, in relation to North East Link, we've only made one payment, the $309 million payment.
And Century Bridge? Centenary. Oh, hello, Mr. Brummett.
Queensland Transport and 2032 venues. Just with Centenary Bridge, first of all, the last payment we made was on the 12th of June 2025. But
how much was that for?
That was for $12.9 million.
12.5 mil?
$12.9 million.
12.9.
But essentially, the issues on Centenary Bridge have largely been safety and procurement issues, and as reported to us by Queensland, as Ms Hall outlined on the 11th of September, they've been reported to the appropriate regulator. But essentially the CFMEU and several of its members were subjected to a court injunction in May 2024, which prohibited unauthorised access or blockades at the project site, and at the threat of personal fines. And that injunction was essentially the path that the contractor chose to pursue in order to continue with the project. You'd probably also be aware Minister Mickelberg put out a press release about the Centenary Bridge in relation to some cost pressures that had been created, but I'm not aware of any allegations of criminal behaviour.
Well, I think you'll find the 3 jurisdictions have reported this under the arrangements Minister King set up. Can I just ask then again, since we've got Mr Brummett's evidence and we've got how much we paid North East Link, have we contributed anything to Western Sydney Rail?
Yes, Senator, but I'll get my New South Wales.
Mr Bourne, do you have that? You had the 309.
Give me a moment.
We can pull it up for you, Senator.
Are we still in corporate?
Yeah, this is where it's ended up. This is my last line of questioning in corporate.
So, Senator, in relation to Sydney Metro, we have made payments of $4.2 billion.
When was that made?
Over the course of a number of years. The latest payment we made was in August for $240 million.
Okay. And it was reported...
I think that particular 60 Minutes program you're talking about was on the 8th of September.
Had the department heard any concerns, given that was a 60 Minutes program on the 8th of September, was the department, Ms Hall or others, aware of concerns about behaviour of contractors on this particular project? Or
And not before the... we found out on the weekend that 60 Minutes article was going to land.
Right. Okay. and we'd made the milestone payment a month prior.
Yes, Senator.
Has anything changed internally, given this, to inform the payment, the milestone payments, that would include an ability to pause? I just am struggling, given the magnitude of the allegations across the board, and that we keep getting more and more allegations, that we haven't actually, nothing's changed internally. We've got the clause 11, but we're still making milestone payments. We get a lot of information. We're going to wait for the outcome. We may claw back the money if it's negative or not.
Well, we've had internal conversations in regards to making sure that the evidence that we get is robust, that we ask the right questions of the jurisdictions, that we make sure that any claims that we get are legitimate claims, that they have actually been gone through a proper processes in the jurisdictions. We look to see if what the claims are for in regards to whether they are IR claims versus claims in regards to other sorts of things, such as increases in cost of materials, all of those sorts of bits and pieces, and that we make sure that we've got the proper evidence to support all of those. So we internally have made sure that our processes are as robust as they possibly can be, and have gone through to double check that everything that we are doing is in accordance with our PGPA requirements and the National Land Transport Act requirements.
All right. So we haven't gone back and reviewed the documents in light of the evidence, public evidence that's come out and allegations that have come out. We haven't gone back and reviewed these, and officials, Commonwealth officials, weren't aware of allegations of corruption prior to them being in the public domain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So can you confirm whether you have received any warnings of corruptions within the Victorian Big Build program outside of being informed by the Victorian government? You or any of your officials?
We haven't received anything outside of what we received either through the media that we saw or through subsequent conversations following the media from Victoria.
Only from Victorian officials?
Yes.
Not from people involved in the contracting arrangements?
That's exactly right.
Has the Minister requested a briefing or advice from the Victorian Government on the corruption warnings that date back to 2023?
She wrote to all of them asking for them to provide advice to the department.
That's in real time, Ms Hall. She's asking, let us know if you find something. Given these allegations go back to first 2023, has the Minister requested advice backward-looking? Like, yes, she's written to states, that sort of forward-looking, clause 11. Has there been a review?
I'm not aware of one.
Of corruption warnings?
Well, the expectation from the Minister would be that if people are aware of criminal activity, they should report it to authorities.
Well, you'd think so, but here we are. You'd think so.
Well,
but here we are.
The Minister has been clear in terms of her expectations of the states.
Well, that's okay. On a technicality, you get out of jail. That's good. But what I'm saying is there was corrupt activity clearly going on, and a Minister and a department. That's why I asked the review question, to go back on the documentation to see were there any clues. Why did we miss this? How did we miss this? That was my question. So
you're still talking about allegations there, Senator, right?
Yeah, of course I'm talking about allegations.
So not conclusions.
I put in front of every sentence I say about corruption the word allegation. And if I haven't, it's a misstep of mine, and I mean to put allegation in front of it. Do officials within your department receive copies of the daily events reporting systems that are mentioned in the AFR report, which apparently goes to all government officials?
Be very surprised if we did. That sounds like a document internal to the state government.
State governments. So could you just check, please? just take that on notice. In the same AFR report, it claimed in one formal complaint an engineering firm alleged it was directed to install the pergola, concrete the driveway and complete a $50,000 renovation. Has the department or minister requested advice from the Victorian government on this allegation and whether it applies to a federally funded project? Do we know which project this formal complaint was made about? Is it something we fund?
We don't know, but the obligation is clear on the Victorian Government that they would need to report it to us and to the relevant authorities if it was on a project that was co-funded by the Commonwealth.
And we regularly engage with jurisdictions on this matter, Senator.
But you haven't asked specifically which project these allegations refer to assure yourselves that it's not a Commonwealth-funded project?
Well, Senator, I think in our engagements with jurisdictions, we ask them the question, are there any projects where there has been criminal behaviour occurring? So that would include...
Or allegations of criminal behaviour.
Allegations, you're right.
To pick up the Secretary's pedant. But it's very safe. It's good.
It's very important. It's a very important point. And they are proactive and we are proactive in trying to make sure that we cover this issue.
Could I please request, on behalf of the Coalition, that in your next conversation with Victoria, you go to these allegations in the AFR on the 11th of September and assure yourselves, and therefore us, that these allegations are not within a federally funded project. Because I know you have a lot of confidence in Victoria. Now, in the same AFR report, a senior public servant made an official complaint to the Victorian Independent Broad-Based Anti-Corruption Commission, submitting they truly believe the Victorian Infrastructure and Delivery Authority and its use of public money should be investigated. That the culture of that organisation permitted, and I quote, regularly spending significant sums on corporate projects that are frivolous, wasteful spending, engaging consultants, costing millions of dollars to fail fast. They are quite damning comments from a senior public servant. Has the department or the minister requested advice from the Victorian Department and government on these allegations and whether they apply to federally funded infrastructure projects?
Well, you've just indicated that those allegations have been referred to the IBAC, to the Independent Broad-Based Anti-Corruption Commission, and when such matters are under investigation by integrity bodies, they are surrounded by very tight levels of confidentiality, and it is appropriate to just let that integrity body get on with its investigation and determine whether there's any substance to the allegations.
And meanwhile, this could be a project that's federally funded and you're not having the same conversations around pausing milestone payments because you don't know. I think that's a simple question to ask without going to the integrity of the issue. Official X, are these allegations, and they're only allegations, related to a project you fully fund or that we're part funders in?
Once integrity, I don't know how familiar you are with this, but once integrity
I've been referred. Still waiting.
Well, certainly my experience in both Victoria and New South Wales is that once integrity bodies begin these investigations, you let them get on with it and don't second-guess processes which are underway which are subject to strict legal confidentiality.
I think you're misunderstanding my question, Secretary. I fully agree. You've got 3 projects which are referred to integrity bodies, right? These are allegations reported on the 11th of September.
Which are under investigation.
Yeah.
And therefore I'm not going to comment on them.
So there's been no conversation with Victoria about whether these allegations refer to a project we fund, or you're just going to wait for Victoria to write you a letter?
I think you wait for the independent...
How does it work?
...emphasise independent broad-based anti-corruption commission to do its work.
So the obligation isn't on the Victorian Government to inform the Commonwealth under Clause 11? there is a problem with a federally funded project?
If they thought that there was a reasonable basis for assuming that there was corrupt or criminal activity going on, then it would be caught by the clause that we've described. But not everything that gets referred to an anti-corruption commission falls into that category. And when it does get investigated by an anti-corruption commission, you don't go around second-guessing it speculatively.
Well, you don't absolutely comment on what the outcome might be.
Well, quite.
What relationship does the department have with the Victorian Infrastructure and Delivery Authority?
We work through the Department of Planning, so we have limited exposure to VEDA, except for through the work that we do on MARL, where one of their representatives sits on our steering committee.
Yeah, so our principal interface is Department of Transport and Planning.
Yeah, got it. And that doesn't change with planning shifting somewhere else? Treasury?
No.
Does the Victorian Infrastructure and Delivery Authority have any role in preparing project proposals, business case, compliance audits, or other information that you rely on for federally funded projects?
If they do, they still have to go through the Department of Planning to be signed.
Do you know if they do,
Transport.
Ms Hall? That's my question.
I'd be very surprised if they didn't. They are the procurement agency for major projects. Nonetheless, the information comes to us as a product from the Department of Transport and Planning, and effectively they vouch for the validity of that information.
Okay. I've heard alarming reports from small to medium enterprises working on the ARTC and projects and other projects that the CFMEU have been threatening contractors who are bidding for work and the Inland Rail, telling them that unless their workforce is unionised, they will not get a contract. Are you aware of CFMEU activity on your projects?
I'd say that both shareholder ministers have written to both of the government business enterprises that you've just mentioned, putting them on notice about the same types of obligations as apply under the FFA, and I'm not aware of any.
And when was that? Sorry, Mr Betts.
We can check the date of that correspondence, but it was very early in the piece when the first allegations against the CFMEU were developing. But obviously ARTC and Inland Rail are giving evidence later.
Yes, I will be following this up.
I'm not aware of any allegations having been brought to our attention.
And 12th of August 2024.
Yep.
12th of August 2024.
You wrote to them, and have you had any response?
Yes, we had responses from all the shareholder GBEs saying that they were unaware of any issues in regards to their CFMEU behaviour issues on their sites.
And do you ask what systems they have in place to actually protect contractors or would-be contractors from coming forward, given the bullying and standover tactics employed by this particular union?
Sorry, could you say the start of this?
What systems are in place? Have you bothered? They've written back and said no issues.
So all of the GBEs have quite robust processes in place. It would be best to ask them in detail what they do. But for example, with one of the questions that we had, because you would have known that Western Sydney Airport also has recently been wrapped up with some of these, because some of the media reports were incorrect recently and put allegations against Western Sydney Airport when it was actually in regards to the Metro, and they have outlined all of their procurement and audit and risk processes. So most of them go into the way that they do their procurement, the audit and risk processes that they put in under their board to oversight all of their procurement processes, their reporting requirements that they have. So they do actually have quite a number of different layers, but you should talk to or ask the questions of the GBEs later this afternoon.
So the boards of those GBEs are the relevant accountable authorities, and they operate, as you know, at arm's length from the department, and they are giving evidence today, so you'll have the opportunity to ask them.
Okay, thank you. They're all the questions I have for corporate.
Good, thanks very much. Then corporate's completed. I'll now go to outcome 1.
See you in December.
Sorry? Yeah, we'll just suspend for a moment while we're changing over. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to ask about the Garden Island Highway project, or the related infrastructure adjacent to Garden Island. In the November estimate, former Senator Reynolds asked whether there'd been any engagement with Defence or the WA Government on AUKUS-related infrastructure in and around Garden Island in Rockingham, which is in the southern suburbs of Perth, and at that time you confirmed that there was no engagement at all. Can you update the committee? Has there been any further development or contact since then?
Yes, Senator. Just to start the new outcome, so Jessica Hall, Deputy Secretary, Infrastructure. Yes, I have had some subsequent meetings with the Department of Defence since then.
Can you take us through what matters were discussed in relation to that?
Department of Defence have called an IDC together that has a number of Commonwealth
Sorry, I'm new to the acronyms. Can you?
Interdepartmental committee to go through a number of items looking around the area around that they would like to develop for the purposes of their base.
Have there been any commitments or have any next steps been identified as a result of those discussions?
I think that would be a matter for Department of Defence, Senator.
It strikes me that there's obviously a lot going on the island itself in relation to the commitments around AUKUS. And then you've got the causeway which joins onto the mainland, and the road in and off the island is might be best described as a bit of a goat track. It doesn't have the capacity to deal with the amount of traffic that's increased as a result of the activity that's going on Garden Island. For AUKUS to succeed, it really needs a strong social licence with the local community. And with the increase in traffic that's quite considerable, there are significant bottlenecks, particularly during peak hour, in and around pretty much just residential roads rather than main roads going in and around that area. So it's very important, and I'm keen to understand what active steps are being taken by both the Commonwealth and indeed the state government to ensure that the local communities are not negatively impacted by the significant developments that are going on.
As I said, it's I wouldn't want to comment on behalf of the Department of Defence, but I would say the fact that the Department of Defence has called an interdepartmental committee that actually has the Department of Infrastructure that looks after land transport is a very good starting point. So they are getting the relevant people in the room that, from a whole of government perspective, so we can actually look at this from the perspective that you've actually outlined.
In December 2024, both the Albanese and Cook governments committed $2 million towards traffic studies around HMS AS Stirling to identify infrastructure and transport requirements to support the AUKUS expansion of the base. How many separate studies are being funded under the joint $2 million that was a commitment announced in December 2024?
I think that's a question for Defence, Senator.
But you'd be having an input into it, no doubt.
That one is being run out of Defence, Senator.
Okay. I'll put those questions to them then. So any questions at all related to those studies have to be put to Defence?
Yeah, sorry, Senator.
Okay.
Who pays for it?
It'll be funding out of the Defence bucket.
So I'm talking about, this is the impact on traffic on the mainland, not on HMAS Stirling. So the ingress and egress of that facility is a Defence issue. Right. Interesting. Okay. Right. Well, I'll put those questions to them then. Can I go to another issue in relation to the widening of the Kwinana Freeway? Yep. Just bear with me. On the night of the election, or the next day, I think, the budget, there was an article in the West Australian said that there's a side deal for WA roads. And there was in this article, and I can table it if you need it, it referenced a letter that was sent from Minister King to Minister Saffioti, the State Treasurer, WA State Treasurer. Are you aware of this letter? And can we get a copy of that letter?
Senator, I'm not aware of it off the top of my head.
I'll table this. I'll get this document, the article tabled for you. So, what it refers to is the project to widen the Kwinana Freeway in the southern suburbs of Perth, and it in the budget, our budget, the federal budget, it references the widening of that project, but I can't see anywhere an actual anything in the estimates for in the budget for this project. So this letter, I guess, pointed to that, or this article pointed to the fact that it's not the money for the widening of that project, which was announced by the Prime Minister in January of this year, is not actually in the budget. So can you take me to anywhere in the budget that I might have missed where funding for that project is listed?
So I think we are referring to the $350 million investment that the Commonwealth has made. Yep.
That's the Commonwealth.
Yep.
A portion of it, that's right.
So that was actually picked up in the 25-26 budget. Senator.
So it's the Westport Kwinana Freeway upgrades.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. And the project is in planning and is early design phase with a number of project definition works ongoing with consultation, community consultation underway. And Main Roads WA has engaged an integrated project team to undertake planning, project definition and project development for the widening and upgrade of the Kwinana Freeway.
And so how much has been allocated in the forwards for that project?
Well, it's $350 million.
Well, 350 is the total.
Yes. Is that in the forwards or is that in the outer years as part of the 10-year plan?
Most of it is in the outer years, Senator.
Yep. Because so do you want a breakdown of the profile? Yep.
Yes,
so
please.
in 27-28 there's $60 million. In 28-29 there's $66 million. 29-30 there's $99 million. 30-31 $71 million, and 31-32 $54 million. And Senator, as you're aware, the way we'll work with the jurisdiction, depending on whether they can bring that project forward or not, will be subject to their scheduled delivery.
So is the planning and scoping study of the Westport corridor, which is included as part of the Kwinana Freeway widening, working in parallel to Infrastructure Australia's own evaluation study?
Yes, it is. So they're working on business cases for this particular piece, and that would need to go to IA because our investment is over $250 million.
And what's the time frame of those planning and scoping works?
I'm not sure we've got. I'll have to check to see if we've got a time yet. I know they're still working through it, I know it hasn't gone to IA yet at this point.
Okay. Can I confirm that the $350 million is only for the Kwinana Freeway widening project, not related to other Westport projects?
Correct. It relates to Kwinana.
So the announcement by the Prime Minister on the 27th of January of this year, a joint announcement by the Prime Minister and the WA Premier, was this, given that there was no ability for timeframes at that stage because the scoping study's still being done, was this just this was done during the WA state election? So, Minister, was this just a bit of a stunt ahead of an election to get something when there's actually nothing even in the the project's actually not really likely to commence in any material way till after the next federal election?
Well, they're not the types of things we would engage with. Senator O'Sullivan, I know that you were a part of the previous government that engaged in those sorts of things regularly. That's not how we operate. I think the department have talked through the progress we're making on funding, and we've got a very good record of funding infrastructure in Western Australia, and it's one that I believed at the last election was well received.
So there's an announcement that says we're widening the freeway, but it's actually not going to occur till after the next federal election.
Well, I think the department have talked through the discussions they have with the state government on that. If there's an ability to bring that forward, I'm sure that
So why wasn't it just announced? We're going to do a scoping study.
It's one that we think is an important infrastructure project, and obviously the Prime Minister, I wasn't aware that he was there to be part of the announcement, but I think that's a good thing and shows his ongoing commitment to Western Australia.
Well, it could have just been announced in the lead up to an election that we're committed at this stage to doing a scoping study, because there's nothing actually in the budget that's going to materially result in anyone seeing any widening of the freeway till well after the next election. Okay, I'll go to another line of questions, please. We go to the Outback Way, the sealing of the Great Central Road. I actually just recently drove this all the way from Laverton in Western Australia right the way through to Uluru.
Oh, you didn't go to Winton?
I didn't go all the way to Winton.
That's not all the way,
I
then.
wish I had a little more time, but I did get that far. Unfortunately, though, what I saw in driving that road was not a single kilometre of bitumen since this was announced, in fact, by the previous government. So we're going a long way back, when there was a commitment of funding made by the previous government, a commitment that is allegedly or apparently still enduring, but I couldn't see any progress on that, on the sealing of that road. Can I understand from the federal government's perspective, what are the delays? Why are there the delays to the progress of this project in the Western Australian side? Because I understand, and I went to the AGM of the Outback Way recently, and I understand that Queensland have got on with it. The Northern Territory have got on with their portion of the road quite significantly, and it's not too long before they're completed. But there's not been a single metre of bitumen laid in Western Australia. So why are there the delays?
So, Senator, my understanding is there's 4 out of the 12 sections have been sealed, but there are 8 remaining sections that are currently they're working through heritage and Indigenous land use agreement matters. Recently, 2 out of the 3 Indigenous land use agreements have been agreed in principle. They can, as you can appreciate, they can take some time.
Well, my understanding is it's been over 12 months for those 2. Have actually been agreed in principle. Is that your awareness?
That's my understanding.
Well?
That's right. That's right.
So it's been 12 months that the local Indigenous traditional owners have agreed to this project going ahead. 2 out of the 3 have been ready to go for 12 months, but nothing has progressed since then.
So, Senator, in addition to that, I mean, those processes have to go through the WA Parliament, as you know. As you'd be aware, they have to be registered in Parliament. That does take some time. Since then, they have also looked at providing additional resources to move this project forward. I understand that over in WA, they've moved this project to the Office of Major Transport Project Delivery. It is a priority of the WA government, and they're working towards it, towards progressing this at a faster pace.
Faster pace. It's been nearly 4 years. So there's 735 kilometres, I understand, in Western Australia that still needs to be sealed. If 2 out of 3 areas that were under negotiation have progressed, why can't the project proceed at least in those areas? And I understand the agreement still needs to go through Parliament, but like by the time they're completed, maybe hopefully that third region that needs to be resolved can be resolved, and that could be several years away. So what are they waiting to deal with it as a complete agreement across the entire length before they're going to start?
I don't believe that's the case, Senator. I think in terms of the detail of the timing of those projects and when they intend to commence those sections, I'd have to come back to you on that. I haven't got that level of detail with me. But I don't think the intention is to effectively have a job lot. I think it is to progressively roll out with the sealing when they can. When all those approvals have been met.
And for anyone following along at home, this is a vital project for the nation, in fact, because for Western Australia, there's only 2 sealed routes into the state. You've got the Air Highway down in the Nullarbor, and you've got the Great Northern Highway up through the Kimberley. I mean, it was only less than 2 years ago that there was a fire and a flood on both those roads, and it turned Western Australia into an isolated island, essentially, where groceries had to be freighted by ship from Melbourne across to Western Australia just to keep the groceries stocked. I mean, this is a really important project for the state and indeed for the whole country, particularly given the resources and the strength of the economy for Australia is very much driven out of what happens in Western Australia. So there are significant delays here. Can the Commonwealth not put a little more pressure on the state government to progress this, because this is an issue of national significance and importance.
So my understanding is that the restructure that WA has actually done to move this into their major projects is a way to kind of give and to get this prioritised. We raised this with them, I think, about 2 weeks ago. So I think they are more confident that they'll be able to get those 2 sections moving sooner rather than later now.
Okay. Can I go to another project, again in Western Australia, the Nicholson Road grade separation project in Canning Vale in Perth? I've raised this several times in estimates before. Can I understand, in relation to that, what are the specific factors that are contributed to the cost increase that was announced during the election? So originally there was an $80 million, when the project was first announced, it was $80 million, and now it's blown out to $145 million.
Yes, Senator. So I think in relation to this project, it's quite a technically complex project with the movement of with the relocation of utilities, gas mains, and those sorts of things. The additional funding was due to high commodity and labour prices. Certainly increased costs for the relocations was a big part of it. Retaining walls, underpass extension, full depth asphalt pavement, drainage earthworks and bridge structure works, and also the need to widen the adjacent Nicholson Road, Bannister Road signalisation section. So there's a fair bit in it.
So to what extent are the increased costs due to the timing of the project being delivered now, given it's later than what was originally planned, compared to the issues that have been discovered as part of the planning of the project?
It would form part of that, but I haven't got a detailed breakdown to determine that, other than to say from what I just read to you, there are significant scope enhancements that needed to be done in relation to this project.
When was the Commonwealth Government advised that its 50-50 contribution to the WA Government would need to increase?
Let me see. Can I get back to you on that, Senator? I'll have the answer for it, but I'll just need to get back to you on that.
Okay. Can you also come to me with the date that the Commonwealth formally agreed to the increased cost share? And when was the state government notified in writing?
Senator O'Sullivan, I don't want to break your line of questions, but if you go to another matter, I might just go to Senator.
Sure. If I can just have a couple of questions on just this particular project, and then we'll be happy to share the call. So, little progress has been made with this project. It was stated that it was in this spreadsheet that we're provided every estimate. It's been listed now for the last 3 or so years as being in planning or in planning, I think it is. Is it still, I haven't had a chance to go through this spreadsheet, the many hundreds of pages we've got here. Is it still listed as in planning?
It would be, Senator, except I can tell you, though, that they're looking to go to market for the main contract in 2026. So that is...
Which part of 26?
I don't have the exact date here. Noting, though, that they are looking to commence construction in mid-27 with a view of having it completed by mid-28.
Okay. I'm sure I've asked that question actually several times before, and I keep being told it's happening in 12 months' time, and that's been for about 2.5, 3 years, I think. And so I'm hearing another 12 months' time it's going to start. Answer to my question. Has the design concept for this project been finalised then?
Let me check. Yes, so Development works have been completed, including early designs, environmental and heritage assessments, geotechnical investigations and a number of other utility relocations, land acquisition works and a road safety audit. So it has progressed a fair bit, Senator.
Have the utility works, the relocations, has that actually already happened, has it?
I still think it's ongoing, Senator, but if I can get you greater clarity, I'll do that.
Thank you. You've previously said it's due to Western Power relocation, but I understand...
And the ATCO gas line too.
ATCO, so it's ATCO now as well?
They're both, yeah. It's quite a congested point, as you'd appreciate.
Yeah. Happy to share the call, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Jalika.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'd like to ask about, see if you could tell me about the Indigenous Employment and Supply Use Infrastructure Framework. Mr. Betts or Ms. Hall?
Sorry, can you ask the question again? Sorry, Senator.
No, sorry, no worries. Can you tell me about the Indigenous Employment and Single Supply Use Infrastructure Framework?
Yes, Senator. So this is a framework that was originally put in place under the previous FFA in 2019, and we are currently renegotiating it as part of the new FFA. But over a period of time, it has been quite a successful program that we have put in place. In regards to the amount of jobs and procurement that we have been able to secure for First Nations people. In particular, we have been able to, the infrastructure investment program has set approximately 4,400 direct jobs for First Nations people. And we've estimated that we've created about close to $2 billion for First Nations businesses since it first went into place. We're creating a new framework, as we said, at the moment, which will be signed up with all of the new jurisdictions, that will set tighter targets, but will also be based on 5 policy frameworks, which will actually provide for additional education pathways, greater sustainable employment, more readiness and sustainable business opportunities, and community and culture opportunities in decision making, and greater accountability and transparency in the targets that we actually embed, so that we actually help contribute to the closing the gap targets as well.
And which specific closing the gap targets will the framework address?
We're linking into Priority Reform 1, formal partnership and shared decision making, Priority Reform 2, building the community controlled sector, Priority Reform 3, transforming government organisations, Priority Reform 4, shared access to data and information at a regional level. And the framework has the ability to specifically address Target 7, youth and engaged employment and education, and Target 8, strong economic participation and development, people and their communities.
Can you also tell me which projects have had the highest level of Indigenous employment?
Oh, we might have to take that on notice, we do know that a majority of our most successful projects have been in Western Australia. We have a very, very good relationship with Western Australia, and they have been very, very proactive. We know that a number of our Queensland projects have also been quite successful as well. And as a couple of our Commonwealth projects, while not necessarily under the framework, because the framework is specifically for our relationship with states and territories, have also been quite high targets in regards to being above what the normal employment age that we normally need to target, which is the local Indigenous age needs to be, and so both Inland Rail and Western Sydney have been above those targets as well, but you could ask those of the agencies this evening.
Yep, great, thank you. Are there any other policies or measures that you can tell me about that you've employed to help close the gap on Indigenous employment and participation?
I think it would be good to ask the agencies this evening what they have done, because a number of the things that we do is, besides what the states do, they do a lot of getting special programs like apprenticeships, for example, and we know that we've done that on a number of programs as well. We also get special Indigenous employment what would you call it? Specialist employers in to actually help support the employees when they actually start, so that they're actually have support networks around them to be able to have a safe place and be able to grow within their in the work that they're actually doing as well. In regards to my team, we also have a special an Indigenous team to actually help my team look for and know what they actually have to do to ask the right questions in regards to the targets and make sure that we're actually pushing them, pushing the states and territories as well. What else do we do? Yeah.
All right, thank you. And I might jump over just a little bit to my home state of Tasmania. Obviously, we've recently had the largest infrastructure project ever for Tasmania, for being the Bridgewater Bridge. It's a pretty significant project, and especially for those from the Big Island, you may not. The Bridgewater Bridge has. Can you tell me about the project? Whether it was delivered on time, on budget? What can you tell me, and particularly others, about it?
So I'll just ask my colleague, Mr. Wood, to take you through that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Lachlan Wood, Assistant Secretary. So the project is open to traffic on the 1st of June. It's a new 4-lane bridge downstream of the existing bridge, which also includes enhanced interchanges at Granton and Bridgewater, as well as a safer shared cycle pathway for pedestrians as well, and a navigation height to allow the movement of boats on the river. It was also on the 6th of August awarded the 2025 Australian Construction Achievement Award for its high quality and the delivery of the project. So it's expected to reduce travel time, increase speed limit, and provide safer overtaking opportunities, as well as reducing crash frequency and allowing for increased weight vehicles to improve connectivity with the growing industrial and commercial areas around Brighton.
Have you done any work to be able to determine, like, sort of what's the time-saving benefit for Tasmanians who use that road frequently?
I might have to come back to you on that, Senator. I'll double-check if we've got that information.
No worries. I've driven over it a few times, and it is absolutely fantastic. But I think when you look at the work that's been done, it'd be interesting to know how much time it's actually saving for Tasmanians. And about the marine benefits. What are the productivity benefits for marine traffic on the river now with the new infrastructure in place?
So it does open up the river, certainly, with a higher clearance than the previous bridge. I should note that the previous bridge is still undergoing demolition, but that's expected to be completed in the coming months.
No worries. Thanks. I'll pass back the chair.
Good, thanks, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I'll take us out to lunch. The Reid Highway West Swan Road interchange. So on your website, it lists the project as in planning. Is that still the case?
Yes, Senator.
And has the department been provided a concept plan by Main Roads Western Australia?
Senator, I might have to come back to you on that one. Could you just repeat the question just one more time, please?
So this is in relation to the Reid Highway, the West Swan Road interchange. I'm interested to understand if the department has been provided a concept plan by Main Roads WA or West Australia.
Yeah, I'll have to come back to you on that one, Senator. I do know that the government is progressing with its stakeholder engagement.
So we're expecting the our project proposal report sometime this month. So we're hoping to get it soon. The design and development is ongoing, but the project is on track. So we're anticipating that.
So you say it's on track, but previously the website said that it was listed to commence in early 2025. So that's passed. So when, and now it's saying it's to be completed late 2026. Oh, sorry. It was listed to commence in early 2025 and completed by late 2026, but clearly that's not going to occur. So what's the new projected timelines?
So we understand that it will start around mid-2027 to 2028.
Right. Well, that's a big delay. What's caused the delay?
At this stage, we've got... this is Reid Highway Interchange West Swan Road.
Yes.
So I think, Senator, they've been going through a fair bit of design and preliminary designs, environmental improvements and land acquisition. There was a fair bit of work in that. I don't have a lot more detail other than that in terms of the key reasons for the delay. But we are getting looking, as Ms Hall said, we are getting the project proposal report, which enables us to approve the release of funding to move forward to the next stage. So a lot of work has gone to get to here. I mean, I hear your point about how long it's been around for, but
this project was first announced 5 years ago.
So I think, Senator, it was announced under... it was one of those projects that was announced where there was no design and no project scope done. So it's taken quite some time to do that.
It was one of the ones subject to the review that occurred after...
Exactly. So it's getting design and scope done within a budget and within the environmental area has taken quite some time.
There just seems to be a common trend here in relation to projects sort of moving to that next stage with the WA government. Is there a difference in the West Australian jurisdiction compared to other states in terms of their ability to progress projects? I mean, it seems to me that from a WA side, they've been very focused on Metronet, delivering the public transport infrastructure there, but when it comes to road projects, so many projects do seem to be significantly delayed, and they're sitting on your website as in planning for very, very long periods of time.
No, Senator, I wouldn't say that. I would say that, as you know, governments often make commitments with a project envelope, and it takes time to work out how to deliver something within that envelope, and it often means that projects either need to be, the scope either needs to change, or value engineering needs to happen, or other options need to be looked at. So a further options analysis needs to be done. Things that may not have originally been anticipated, so they take time.
The commitment was from the Commonwealth was $87.5 million. Has the state formally received that money?
No, Senator. They haven't received it. That's a part of the project proposal report.
Yeah.
Once that happens, then that approves the release of funding, which are then tied to milestones moving forward as they deliver the project.
So given the protracted period of time, we're expecting that the commitment from the Commonwealth will increase?
No, we're at this point, we're not expecting anything other than the $87.5 million that we've committed.
Okay, good.
That's my understanding.
We go to lunch, Chair.
Thanks very much.
Thanks,
we'll now break until 1:35. Thanks. We'll recommence. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Can I ask about the Tanami Road project, please? Just wanted to ask, can the department confirm whether the full 41 kilometres of stage 1 has now been sealed?
Senator, in terms of WA, they have sealed 32.4 kilometres to this point of the 41 kilometres.
Okay. And when's it?
The remaining 8.6 is due for completion in November this year.
Okay. Good. We've got a project that's on track. That's excellent.
On track.
The
It's a whole other metric.
the Ruby Plains southward section. What's the status of the 32 kilometres of the stage 2 works?
Final designs, stage 2 are complete and preliminary early works commenced in August and will continue through to November 2025. And then I think they'll probably stop for...
weather.
Yep.
Yeah, we're coming into the wet
Yep.
season. Have weather events, heritage approvals, any other factors impacted the time frame?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have that in front of me. We know that...
So, Senator, I just might say, in terms of the WA government has taken a very deliberate approach to how they roll out that section, looking at local construction crews and also to help maximise the Indigenous participation supplier targets. So there's a very deliberate approach that they're using in that part.
How are the environmental and cultural sensitivities, no-go zones, as I believe they're called, impacting upon the construction teams? And has this required any redesign or realignments?
Not to my knowledge. I will say, in terms of delays, to answer your question before, I think there's been some minor delays due to wet weather. I don't have any delays or matters relating to heritage or environmental concerns.
Okay. The next section, the Wolf Creek to NT border, what's the timeline for completing the environmental and heritage surveys for the corridor between Wolf Creek onwards?
I might have to get back to you on that one, Senator. I don't have that level of detail at this point.
Has the detailed design commenced for these sections?
I'd need to come back to you on that.
Is that the last 240 kilometres?
Yeah. Well, the last bit of the West Australian side.
Yeah. So we understand that the design work is underway at the moment, including the heritage and environmental approvals.
So that's still ongoing, is it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, the delivery strategy that you've talked about just before, particularly in relation to using local Indigenous contractors, is that sort of strategy going to continue for the entire project, or is it just sections of the project?
My understanding, it is across the entire project.
So it's going to continue to be sort of chunked out in terms of enabling smaller contracts for
that's right. That's my understanding.
Okay.
So that was the entire original work plan for the whole Tanami over the 10-year period. So it's all on track to be delivered within that time frame.
Yeah, and I must say I met with the Halls Creek recently, and he was he could see the direct benefit that it was having on his community and people in his community. So for that type of project, does seem to be a really prudent way of delivering it. So in terms of the overall completion, is it we're still on track for 2030, or is it now pushed out?
So my understanding it was for Western Australia a 2022 election commitment. So it is expected to be completed within 10 years of that, and it's on track.
So
and
that
there's
would
been
make
no significant delays to the project. There's only been a couple of little minor delays due to weather.
Under the Commonwealth funding allocations, then what total proportion of the WA section of the Tanami will be sealed by 2030?
313 kilometres.
Okay. What lessons, if any, from environmental management in stage 1 are being applied to subsequent stages to reduce ecological impact and improve project delivery? You familiar with that detail?
No, Senator, we're not familiar with that.
Okay, that's fine. Can I go to another subject, just around overall infrastructure funding? I refer to the Commonwealth contribution to the West Australian Infrastructure Program. Can you confirm whether the Commonwealth is providing a smaller, larger or similar proportion of funding for WA infrastructure compared to previous years?
So, Senator, there has been a reduction in funding in WA, primarily due to a number of big projects coming to an end, like Metronet, those sorts of projects. There was a significant amount of funding spent on Metronet last year. But in saying that, there are also a number of other significant projects that are currently in planning that will require future delivery funding once that planning's been undertaken, should the government agree to fund those projects. So there's some significant pieces of work in the pipeline.
Sure, but my reading of the budget, the next 4 years, it's a reduction. Is that right? In terms of the proportion that Western Australia would normally receive compared to other?
In terms of the projects that are currently underway, what you're seeing over the forwards is correct. However, I do make that point before where I said there are a number of key planning projects that are significant that will sort of help fill that, I guess, raise that funding up should they be agreed by government.
The Civil Contractors Federation said that federal funding of major transport projects in Western Australia is set to fall to less than 1/6 of current levels over the next 4 years. And then CCFWA analysis of the federal government's infrastructure investment program shows that WA will receive just $688 million in 2028-29, and that's less than 5% of the total national contribution to infrastructure. Does your assessment of that align with CCFWA?
I think that's the first I've heard of that, Senator. I'd have to look at that.
I'm happy to table the actual quote. That's
I will
say, in terms of it being a 5% of the total national infrastructure contribution.
So in terms of the share of the Commonwealth funding, it's more like, give me a moment, it's more like over the 10 years, a little over 8%.
Sorry, just repeat that again.
A little over 8% over the 10-year funding and 8.6 over the forwards.
And
sorry, if I could just add too, in terms of, I mean, we are working with the WA government in terms of their future priorities. We are currently, part of our is working through their 10-year strategic plans to help us understand where key investments are required moving forward. So that will also help inform future investment that the government may wish to consider.
Thank you. So it's a reduction. Minister, how do you reconcile Western Australia being shortchanged in relation to critical infrastructure funding?
Oh, well, I don't agree with that, Senator O'Sullivan. I think that the government has a very strong record of delivering in WA. You were talking about the Metronet proposal before and some of the other projects that we've got on the go. I know that, as I mentioned earlier, that the Prime Minister's been a regular visitor there, as has Minister King, and I am confident that we have a strong record of investment and that will continue into the future.
But the Minister we've just been through, the budget doesn't demonstrate what you're saying.
Well, I disagree with that. I think
but the budget
it does demonstrate.
So you disagree with
your
own budget?
A commitment to our record indicates that we've delivered on.
Budget actually
Can I answer the question? The government has a very good record of delivering in our first 3 years, and I'm confident that that will continue into the future. I think the department talked through that we're in ongoing dialogue with the Western Australian state government about what their priorities are, which is an appropriate way to deal with infrastructure, unlike our predecessors who went around promising things without actually working with the state government
MPs are cutting
on
all the
delivering.
ribbons on our infrastructure right now.
Sorry, you finished? So, Minister, you say you have a record of delivery. In the time that I've had to ask questions here today, we've gone through quite a number of projects that are delayed, still in planning, some of them 5 years on. So what sort of record do you actually have to point to?
Well, obviously we need to work constructively with the Western Australian state government on infrastructure projects as the delivery partner.
So it's their fault?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting, but that's the process that we've got to go through. And that's what we're doing. And as I mentioned, the Metronet, some of the bigger projects that we've delivered in WA are really significant and ones that I'm confident will make a good contribution to Western Australia and how it functions.
Well, you mentioned Metronet and that the time frame on that blew out. The budget blew out significantly, over $13 or $14 billion, if I recall. So what is your record?
Well, it's one of delivering important infrastructure for Western Australia.
With significant delays and significant cost overruns.
If you want to run Western Australia down, I'm more than happy for you to do that. It won't be something
I'm holding you to
with.
account, Minister. That's what I'm doing.
Sure.
You and your
it sounds like
government
you're
to
talking Western Australia down to me.
Well, I do have issues with the way that the West Australian government is delivering on their commitments and their projects, and it's costing Western Australians. The impact that it's having on them and their livelihoods, particularly if you're in areas where these projects are operating and construction projects continue on and on and on and on while you've got disruption to local businesses. So I am critical of the delivery of some of these projects.
And
absolutely.
We'd love to get them done as fast as possible, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. All right. Happy to move on.
Maybe it's a good chance if you're going to go to another subject.
Yep.
We've got about a few minutes here.
Thank you.
Right. So just go to Senator Mulholland, who has, I'm sure, some questions on Queensland, which she has to be interesting.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd first like Mr Betts just to touch on a topic near and dear to our hearts, which is the Bruce Highway. And in particular, note the Commonwealth's decision to invest $7.2 billion into fixing the Bruce Highway. Are you aware of the previous government's level of investment in the Bruce? And how does this compare with the current government's investment in the Bruce?
Okay, thank you, Senator. I might ask Mr Brummett, who leads on our Queensland infrastructure projects, to take that question.
Thank you, Senator. Bill Brummett, Assistant Secretary, Queensland Transport and 2032 Games Venues. In relation to your specific question, I don't have exact numbers.
So, Senator, I might answer that question. So, historical expenditure from 2008-9 to 23-24 was $8.3 billion. And then future funding from 24-25 to 2033-34 is $13.1 billion.
Okay. Thank you for that. In particular, would you be able to give me a bit of an update? I know there's a range of documents tabled this morning, pages and pages of updates on projects. Would you be able to give me a bit of an update about how some of those Bruce Highway upgrades are, the status of them, how they're rolling out, particularly Brisbane North, up through Central Queensland, through North Queensland?
Sure. Would you like me to start with the targeted safety package and
yes,
work
please,
from there?
That'd be great.
So the early works for the targeted safety package commenced in April. There's one project complete, which is the pavement rehabilitation at Hencam Creek, north of Townsville. 10 projects under construction and five projects in planning. And then planning and design work continuing on a further 28 projects through 5 design packages. And for the program as a whole, TMR have identified 600 individual projects, which will be obviously implemented over time. In terms of the other projects, you asked some of the other projects I think you're interested in, Senator. So in March, construction commenced on the $250 million Bruce Highway Gladstone to Rockhampton upgrades. In April, construction commenced on the $290 million Dolly's Rock to Anzac Avenue upgrade. And in July, the early works package, $280 million early works package, was completed on the 1.98 billion Rockhampton Ring Road, with construction on the main works package commencing in August 2025. Construction also commenced in August on the $18 million Bruce Highway Dalakey Road flood immunity upgrade. And in August, construction was completed on the $497 million Bruce Highway Mackay Ring Road Stage 1. The ring road itself was completed in 2020, with recent works connecting the ring road to the Bald Hill Road.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to move to the Black Spots program. In particular, some of those documents this morning on my count showed around 294 black spot projects in Queensland, almost 300 projects in Queensland I could count. Places like Beerburrum Street and Dickey Beach, Cotton Tree on the Sunshine Coast, Old Torble Road in Caboolture, the list goes on. Could you please give me an update on the delivery of projects under the Black Spot program?
Certainly, Senator. Melanie Chile, Assistant Secretary of the Targeted Infrastructure Programs Branch. Excuse me. So the projects delivered under the Black Spot program, they roll out on a yearly basis. So every year there are new projects that are approved for the funding allocations. And we are working closely with states and territories, all states and territories, to make sure that they are being delivered. Last financial year, on the 1st of July, we issued guidelines for the Black Spot program, which allowed for Black Spot projects to be delivered within 2 to 3 years of their original funding. And so far, Queensland are working within those guidelines.
Thank you. And just on the investments, you talked about there being an annual allocation to Black Spot funding. Could you talk me through whether there has been any increase to the Black Spots program in recent times?
Yes, Senator. So in the MyEFO, the 2023-24 MyEFO, the Black Spot program nationally was increased from $110 million per year to $150 million per year. And so you see that roll out across all of the states. The increase is shared across the states.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about how we track refined oil products arriving in Australian ports.
Outcome 2.
Is that outcome 2? I thought that was outcome 1. Outcome 2, Def? Okay. So anyone that knows anything about that, see you later. Okay, IIP. So just going to run through some projects, commitments that were made, obviously, at the last election. Prior to the election, the government, and this is about the Maitland Overpass in New South Wales in the Hunter, just for context, get the right spreadsheet up, that the government would provide $100 million to deliver the westbound overpass at the Maitland roundabout on the New England Highway. That was reported in PFO. What level of project assessment had the department undertaken prior to the government committing to this project?
Locke Potter-Carey, Assistant Secretary, New South Wales and ACT Infrastructure Investment. As you said, Senator, that was a commitment that was made by the government just before the election. The dollars were $100 million.
Yes, no,
reflected
that was all in the
PFO.
question.
Yep.
What assessment did the department do on this project prior to the announcement by the government? That was my question.
Senator. I understand that there was a request for documents, a Senator ordered to produce documents relating to this project, and Minister King made a public interest immunity claim. So I'll just need to check.
Are you making a public interest immunity claim now?
Public servants don't make them, ministers do.
So we've jumped, we're jumping. My question is, the government comes out and commits $100 million to the Maitland overpass, trying to understand what assessment of that project had been done by the department prior to the announcement.
Given that this may be subject to a public interest immunity claim, I think we have to take that on notice, Senator.
Did you assess the project or not? Government of all persuasions, oppositions are allowed to make election commitments in an election campaign. That is their right. Whoever wins the election gets to deliver on those. My question is asking, had any work been done on the Maitland overpass $100 million commitment prior to the announcement? I assume you're all busily beavering away on it now that it's been... Yes.
I think, Senator, consistent with other projects, I mean, there's still work to be done on the final business case. A commitment was made, and we're expecting this to occur in March, I think. Be prepared by March 2026, if that's what you're asking.
Hang on. Just louder, Mr Byrne. You're very quiet today.
Sorry, Senator. So I understand that there's a procurement underway for the business case work.
So the procurement,
which is expected to be,
for the business case is
to do the
specs are done.
To do the work. I haven't got the full details of what has been done in that, but the business case is being procured and it's expected to be prepared by March 2026, is my understanding.
So then I can take it that the government didn't have a business case on which to base their $100 million commitment if you're procuring it now.
It's not unusual at times for those things not to be done at the time of the commitment, Senator.
No,
sometimes
I
they are subject to that work.
understand that, and that's why I made the comments I did about election commitments, election promises, winner takes all. That's the system we have. My question was, had any work been done on assessing that particular project prior to the commitment being made? And it would sound that there wasn't by the department.
No, sir. No, Senator.
Thank you. In an answer to my question on notice, that's not me. The government has claimed their commitment is to fund the project 100%. Why hasn't the government chosen to partner with the New South Wales government to deliver this project?
Well, Senator, they do partner with the New South Wales government to deliver this project because the New South Wales government will deliver the project.
Right.
It's been a government decision to fund that at a 100% basis.
Righto. Minister, why are you funding the Maitland overpass to the tune of 100% rather than the usual 50-50, which is your own minister's preferred funding breakdown when having publicly funded infrastructure projects?
Yeah, and obviously the 50-50 split has been one that's always our ideal scenario when we've said that we're happy to engage with jurisdictions in regard to that. Obviously, this is a very significant project. It's one that I've travelled recently and see what a bottleneck it is. So I imagine that the federal government understand how important it is for that region and want to ensure that we're delivering projects that are going to make a significant difference for the community.
No one's doubting the value of the project. We committed $100 million to it, which you then matched, which is fantastic for that community. That's competitive tension working for Australians in an election context. My question, Minister, is why 100%? Is that because Premier Minns doesn't agree that this needs to be done? They're not prepared to put money on the table? Have you had any conversations with New South Wales about it?
I'd have to take on notice the conversations that have been had, but
Okay.
I certainly do know that it is a very significant project and one that I'm confident will
I'm pretty sure
make a
it'll come in a
significant
lot
difference
more
for
than
the local
100.
community and the broader region as well.
Sure, thank you. So taking on notice that there's been no conversations with New South Wales Government around this, given that you are being forced to pay 100% of the project. That would be my understanding of how any conversation might have gone. Mr Byrne, you look eager.
I was just going to mention, sorry, Senator, I should have mentioned earlier too that there has been traffic modelling as part of a strategic business case undertaken by New South Wales.
Right.
Which has obviously helped inform the need for the project.
Right. So the strategic business case, does that give an estimated cost?
I'd have to take that on notice, but as I mentioned earlier, they are doing a detailed business case which will give us more refined costs.
No, I appreciate that. But usually you do have a ballpark. Sorry, I can't see the surname of the guy sitting next to you.
Pottercarry.
What is it?
Pottercarry.
Pottercarry.
Yep.
Mr Pottercarry, do you have the figure for the strategic business case? What was the estimated cost?
No, Mr Bourne's taken that on notice. I'll have to follow
Well,
up.
only because you whispered to him to take it on notice.
Yeah, I don't have that number, Senator, so we will have to take it on notice.
Right. Is there a number in the strategic business case?
That's what I'll need to check.
Yeah, but there is a number in there. We just need to know what it is. Okay. Has the department engaged with the New South Wales Government on the estimated cost?
We are engaging with the New South Wales Government on that one, and as Mr Bourne said, the progression of a final business case is the next step for that.
Are you confident 100 million will be enough?
I think that'll come through in the next stage of the business case.
When will we have that business case?
Well, the procurement documents for that are being prepared. It'll be finalised in the new year, so I'll have a time frame about how long that business case will take once that procurement's underway.
So you haven't even asked for tenders? Like you haven't even gone out to market?
Well, the state undertakes that, Senator.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And has that hasn't happened?
No, they're preparing it to do so by March next year.
By March next year.
Or there or thereabouts.
You'll have the business case back?
No.
By March next year, we'll be out to market looking for a business case? Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And then that'll take typically a year? On a project this size?
They do vary, Senator.
No, I do understand that. Give me a range. Give me a range.
I wouldn't want to speculate. I'd rather.
Are you an expert in this stuff or not?
Well,
come on.
I think in terms of, I don't want to throw a number out there that.
No, I don't want you to throw a number. That's why I'm saying a range.
Well, that can take between 12 and 24 months, depending.
Yeah, that's what I
Could
thought.
take even 6, depending on the level of information needed.
So that will take us out to 2027 by the time a business case is back. So to be honest, there's not going to be a shovel in the ground on this project before the next election.
So, Senator, we could continue to speculate, or I can take that on notice and get you better information.
Yeah, no, that I would really appreciate that. Is there any in the room that could help you? I'm sure there are.
No, I need to speak to my New South Wales colleagues to understand that timeframe.
All right, you persuaded me, Mr Byrne. The WA, let me see if there's another. The Western Sydney Airport rail extension. In March, the government announced $1 billion to secure land for the future rail corridors to connect Leppington, Bradfield and suburbs in the Macarthur region with the new Western Sydney Airport. For $1 billion, is it the government's intention to acquire the land for the Commonwealth or to provide that money to New South Wales State Government to own that land?
So there's a couple of steps in that process, Senator. So both governments have committed funding to the business case. So that's undertaking the business case for considering rail extensions from Bradfield to Leppington and Macarthur. So that's underway. That business case is underway and is expected to be completed in the first half of next year. As you say, the Australian government has committed $1 billion for corridor preservation. The corridor preservation generally occurs after the alignment's settled and the land requirements are clear. And as part of the business case, Infrastructure Australia will be required to assess that or to do an evaluation of that business case. But generally, it's the New South Wales government that would undertake the corridor preservation and the land purchases if that was necessary for a state-delivered project.
So what's the $1 billion for then? Because as I understood it, I agree with you. That's their problem / opportunity. But as I understood it in March, the government announced $1 billion to secure land for future rail corridors.
Correct, and that's the commitment that the government has made, and I've just run through the sequencing of events.
It would be New South Wales. So it remains. So is the money going to New South Wales to own the land in the corridors? Or
yes.
Yes. So the New South Wales government would deliver any future extension, and they would be responsible for doing land acquisitions for that extension,
which is consistent with the majority of our projects.
So they're not acquiring land for the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is going to give New South Wales $1 billion to buy those corridors, and they will be the asset of the New South Wales government.
Correct, consistent with the way we do.
I'm just trying to understand
our infrastructure projects, Senator.
So over what time period is the $1 billion available for acquisition of land and corridor protection? How long is it on the table for?
Well, Senator, it's a commitment of government to deliver that particular outcome. So if it takes a number of years, then it's there until a decision is made otherwise.
Beyond the forwards, it will just sit there?
It could be, yeah.
How have you profiled the $1 billion?
In 27-28, there's 417.5 million, and in 28-29, there's 582.5 million.
So you hope it'll be completed. That part of this project will be money out the door by end of financial year 28-29.
At this time,
and you've developed that timeline in consultation with the New South Wales government?
Yeah, and we continue to work with them as that project moves forward. If there's any sort of amendments to that, then we'll work with the New South Wales government on that basis.
And so, given they're going to be owning the land, do we give it in arrears or in advance of the acquisition of the land?
They have to demonstrate through milestone payments, and then we would pay on evidence that the acquisitions have occurred.
Right. Okay. So we're paying them once they've purchased the land. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Now we're going to go to Queensland and the Amberley Road upgrade. Interchange. Big shout out to Ipswich. During the election, the government announced a $200 million commitment to upgrade the Amberley interchange. Was the $200 million a full new commitment of new money, or did the existing unexpended funds within the IIP contribute in whole or part to that commitment? Mr. Brummett.
Thank you. That funding will be factored in at MyEFO, and will sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, are you asking whether it was funded through existing unallocated or new money? Is that the question?
Is it 200 new money or existing unallocated or a proportion thereof? I'd like to understand.
It's on the...
It's in the Warrego space, right?
Example, it's Cunningham. So there's $106 million in unallocated for the Cunningham Highway. So it'll be drawing on that unallocated funding in addition to some new money.
So 94 new.
Yep.
Okay, and have we profiled that?
Not at this stage, Senator.
So that will form part of our MyFA process, Senator.
What meetings have been had with the Queensland Government on the proposed design of the Amberley upgrade and the estimated cost?
So, Senator, we've had a number of meetings or discussions with the Queensland Government about the project. So, 2 business cases are being developed for the Amberley interchange. The first one covers a short-term solution, which is essentially signalisation of the intersection, given that
traffic lights.
Traffic lights.
Don't you love that we call it signalisation? No one quite knows what that means. We're putting in some traffic lights.
Putting in, I mean, it is quite a it is.
No, I've been there.
It is quite a complex intersection,
yeah.
so it is more than just putting in traffic lights.
Okay.
In terms of making sure as the traffic comes around the road that they know there's a light there.
Certain times of the base.
Correct. Yes. So
yeah.
the first business case is in relation to the short-term solution of traffic lights at the interchange and other appropriate safety measures. And then the second business case is in relation to the permanent solution, which is a grade-separated interchange on the Cunningham Highway.
Good.
The business case for the short-term solution has progressed with completion expected late in 2025.
Yep.
So it is a fairly short, sharp business case. And Queensland have engaged a consultant on the second business case for the permanent solution. And that business case is expected to be completed mid-2027. So the next step, once the short-term solution is complete, once the business case for the short-term solution is developed, is the government will receive a PPR for approval.
Okay. And the procurement for those business cases, was that done at a state level or...?
Correct. State level.
Right, so it's not going through the same process as the Maitland interchange business case procurement. And that's probably a question for Mr Byrne, not you, Mr Brummett.
So this is... So with those businesses?
They were funded with our money, but the procurement is being undertaken by the state as normal.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought that was your question.
So the procurement has been done by the state and that's why it's already in train?
Correct.
Yeah. When did they actually, the short, sharp business case from the Queensland Government, when was that procured by them to start? Finishing end of this year, then it... Yeah, sorry, you finish.
Look, I'd have to confer. I'd have to take on notice an exact date, but it was some months ago.
So I take it that we've got 2 business cases to actually fix the problem.
Correct.
The $200 million is not going to be adequate to fully deliver the project.
I mean, we don't have. I mean, we don't have, obviously the business cases will finalise the costs, but, you know, that, so I guess I can't really comment other than...
Why would you bother doing signalisation?
Because there's
a priority
if we don't do if the signalisation is not installed, there's I think what is widely regarded as a fairly acute problem that needs to be addressed.
And are you confident the signalisation component of the project will be under $200 million?
Yes.
But not the interchange upgrades, the grade separations?
You would look. My expectation would be that the signalisation will take a chunk out of the $200 million. The signalisation, I might say, is a recommendation from Department of Transport and Main Roads. It's a matter for government to make a decision on whether they support that proposed approach.
What's the expected timeframe then for the actual fix to start?
Well, the business case
2027
is targeted for mid-2027. We would then need to consider a PPR for the delivery of that project. I mean, I don't have an exact date.
Into 2028.
You would expect.
And the time frame then for completion of the major project?
It's got mid-2028. I think it's mid-2028, Senator.
To start?
To complete.
That would be an incredible miracle if you could get the larger upgrades to the interchange done by 2028. If you're getting the business case at the end of 2027.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Literally a miracle.
That's the plan.
Yep,
that's the planning project, but not the full construction. That's the planning piece that we're talking about.
Thank you. So we get the full plan by 2028, from which then we fund and deliver the intersection upgrade. So we're not seeing this completed before 2030. Okay, got it.
Business case in mid-2027.
I know. Let's not get wrapped up on the business case. We need the actual shovels in the ground. Excellent. The next questions are both for WA. One is the WA rail freight network, where we had a $2.5 million commitment to renationalise the privately leased WA rail freight network from Kalgoorlie to Fremantle.
Yes, Senator.
Did the department consult with the ARTC prior to announcing this election commitment?
So this was a commitment made by the Australian government with the ARTC. So it was in consultation with the ARTC.
So prior to the election commitment being made. I know the project's going to be delivered in partnership. What consultation was had prior to the commitment being
made?
I
understand, and my team will be able to correct me, but that the Western Australian government had raised it with the ARTC previously.
Just trying to work out how this got done. Someone want to give me some dates or something more official than...
It might be a question that you ask ARTC.
Well, I'm asking the department
afternoon.
because you will have had to be involved in setting all this up. So, Mr Cox, can you flesh out Ms Hall's evidence about the department's role of consulting with the ARTC prior to this election commitment?
Senator Greg Cox, First Assistant Secretary. I don't have any further detail on that at the moment. I'll see if I can get some for you.
Did the department consult with the ARTC prior to the commitment being made?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Thank you. Right. Did the ARTC approach the government seeking to invest in the rail line? Not to your knowledge, but I'll ask the ARTC. I'm sure their records will align with yours. Just wanting to understand the estimated cost of the government acquiring the railway line from the private infrastructure manager currently leasing the asset, ARC Infrastructure.
So the current operator of the network will be negotiating with the WA government on that, and that's the first part of that has to occur before we would get involved. As you know, the only commitment at this point is for the study to support the work, the $2.5 million. That's the only Commonwealth commitment at this point.
And is there any sort of caveats on that money around reporting back or understanding how it's all going to work, or we just hand it over and away they go?
No, that money will be the subject of a standard grant arrangement between us and the ARTC, and that arrangement will be paid. We'll have milestones in that arrangement for payment as per a normal grant arrangement.
Do your normal grant arrangements also include... it's all right, I'll follow that up separately elsewhere. Expanding Perth's ferry network.
Yes, Senator.
I know. I've walked around that lovely river down to the yacht clubs. Very gorgeous. It's magnificent. When I retire, I might retire into Perth. Okay. Beautiful and sensible people. The government has committed $60 million toward the Western Australian Government's proposed expansion of the Perth Swan River ferry network. This was to include $50 million to deliver 2 new terminals. Can you just give me an update of that particular project?
Yes, Senator. So where that project is at right now, and there are 2 packages, as you quite rightly said. Development applications were lodged in September this year for the Matilda Bay and Applecross terminals. So they're going through that process. And there's also, as you'd appreciate, there's ongoing stakeholder engagement.
Ongoing stakeholder engagement. Was there any work done by the department prior to that commitment being made?
Prior to the election commitment, no,
Yep.
Senator. No, Senator.
No. Okay, well...
It was an election commitment, Senator.
Yeah, I know. Just checking. All right, thank you. I now wanted to go to high-speed rail progress.
Yes,
Am I in the... I know I'm in the right place. Here comes Mr Cox again.
Some questions to ask. How long do you think we're going to be on
Oh,
outcome
you
two?
can, if you've got questions to ask.
There's some outcome 2 questions. That we want
Yeah,
to
no,
answer.
I'm still on outcome 1.
I appreciate it. I'm not rushing you. I'm just asking you, how long do you think you might be? Roughly.
An hour? High-speed rail?
Mustn't have much for 2 then.
Do you want to keep holding me up, Chair?
No,
we like to keep things moving in the transport estimates.
I'd like to keep to the schedule that was agreed to by the committee and other senators who have arranged other hearings to go to also have the opportunity to ask questions. So they have other estimates they go to beyond just here.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to give the call to them?
You have the call, Senator
Thank
Mackenzie.
you, Chair. There was a commitment for high-speed rail, and it seems to be the PM's pet project, but we seem to have the slowest fast train in the world at the moment. We set up the authority in 2022. Why did the high-speed rail, and probably, Minister, this is to you, why was the high-speed rail barely mentioned in Labor's campaign if it was the priority that the Prime Minister said it was?
Well, I think it is something that the Prime Minister is passionate about. I also know that Minister King is passionate about it as well. In terms of...
everyone knows
why
who really
it wasn't,
runs the infrastructure.
in terms of why it wasn't a bigger focus for the election campaign, I suppose it's just we had such a big agenda that it was one of our bits of the agenda that fit in with the campaign. So, it's tough to pinpoint particular projects in that space, Senator Mackenzie, given our record and our ambitions in government. But I take your point, and I'm sure it's one that will become increasingly a focus for us as we make progress.
How much has the High Speed Rail Authority spent to date on consultants, comms and industry briefings versus actual corridor acquisition and protection? Does anyone know?
So, Senator, I think that's a question for the High
Authority.
Yeah. But they
don't know?
They haven't done any land acquisitions or anything like that, so they're...
Correct. So, Minister, if we want to be actually getting on this train before you and I are both in the grave, you better start buying some land and laying some tracks.
We ask questions. We'll actually get things dealt with. Allow the senators to ask questions then.
So what is the authority's funding profile since 22 across the forward estimates? Do I?
Senator James Savage, Assistant Secretary, High Speed Rail and Infrastructure Advisory. The baseline funding established when the authority commenced operations in June 2023 was for $18.1 million over the forward estimates at the time. So that incorporated some funding that had previously been provided to the National Faster Rail Agency. Since then, there's been an additional $70 million allocated for business case funding activities, and at that time, a further $8.8 million for the High Speed Rail Authority for additional resourcing while that business case was being undertaken. All that funding currently terminates on the 30th of June 2026.
2026?
Yep.
So how are we purchasing land and corridors to build
So in
this
addition, as part of the $500 million commitment that the government made back at the post-2022 election, there still remains $430 million allocated that sits within the infrastructure investment program. And that's allocated out to 28-29.
That's allocated till 28-29?
Yes. Do you want the profile, Senator?
I think I can find that.
It will be in there, yes.
In the handily prepared spreadsheets. Thanks for PDFing it, guys. Makes it very hard. But I get it. So do you have an idea when you will start, or the authority will be able to start purchasing land and getting on with construction? Not planning?
That'll be subject to government consideration on further development phase for high-speed rail.
But what are you planning for?
Sorry, in what sense, Senator?
Well, that'll be a decision for government, but we all prepare the ERC briefs in a timely fashion. So when are you planning for that to occur? In that sort of 27, 28?
The timing will ultimately be subject to government decision.
I know that. That is a decision for government, but you help government. That's your job.
But the decision hasn't been taken by government yet.
Thank you, Mr. Betts.
So that decision has yet to be taken. And as you know, the High Speed Rail Authority has worked up a business case. That business case is with government. It's been reviewed by Infrastructure Australia. It will come to government in due course, which will take decisions on the next stages for the project.
So on what date did the authority submit the Sydney to Newcastle business case to the department?
To the Minister, Senator, on the 16th of December 2024.
So that's to the Minister or to the department?
It was submitted directly to the Minister, but we were then provided a copy on the same day.
And then she goes, you know, do some work on this, guys. Wow, okay. Okay. 16th of December. Okay, so then when did it come back down from, or you got both sent it at the same time, or did it come to the department through the Minister's office?
We were provided on the same day.
From whom?
From the High Speed Rail Authority.
Okay. And when did you transmit it to Infrastructure Australia?
We did not. High Speed Rail Authority transmitted it to Infrastructure Australia.
On?
Just one moment. Sorry, Senator. I believe it was the same day, Senator, and then Infrastructure Australia undertakes a process to make sure that it's suitable for evaluation and meets the standards and has all the information that they require.
And they're doing that currently?
They've completed that work, so they have submitted their evaluation on the 29th of August 2025.
Okay. And what is the total cost range in the business case for stage 1?
So the business case is before government at the moment, and will be subject in due course to consideration by Cabinet, so we're not in a position to talk about its contents.
Has it been through ERC yet before on its way to Cabinet?
No, the next stage, as has been indicated, Infrastructure Australia has undertaken its evaluation, and that will be provided to government as a basis for advice from us and decision making for the Cabinet.
I'll ask, okay, Infrastructure Australia later today. Can you please outline, so we've got the 16th of December, Ministerial Office and Department get business case for the Sydney to Newcastle from the agency. Did you prepare a brief for the Minister based on that business case?
We did, Senator.
And when did that go up?
Let me just check that date for you. It was in January 2025. I'll have to get that for you and come back to you, Senator, sorry.
And you only provided the one brief up to the Minister's office on this matter since receiving the business case?
There's been a subsequent brief in July 2025.
Okay. And the authority hasn't sought a funding decision yet because it's sitting with Infrastructure Australia?
So the Infrastructure Australia work's concluded. They've provided their evaluation and it's currently before the government for consideration.
Okay. And so I asked this earlier, but I just want to be sure that there hasn't been 430 left in the IIP because we haven't actually acquired or reserved any land.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you secured a national partnership or any binding agreement with New South Wales to safeguard the alignment?
Not at this stage, Senator. We'd wait for government decision to proceed with the project.
So there's no sort of informal conversations with New South Wales officials, so when you do get the green light, you can go?
There's certainly been a number of conversations between the authority and New South Wales, and indeed between us and New South Wales as well. It's a matter we have discussed with them, yes.
So Infrastructure Australia is still listing the project as under evaluation.
So this will be with respect to how they run their process and when they actually publish the summary of their evaluation. I'm sure Mr. Copp can talk to this in some detail later in the evening. But I expect that's just how they notate this element of their process until it's actually published, until the summary is published on their website.
Okay, so it's under evaluation because they may have evaluated it, but it hasn't been evaluated in other fora.
Yeah, it's just a notation issue.
What is the trigger to walk away if the numbers fail Infrastructure Australia's assessment?
Again, that would be a matter for government consideration.
So we've so far spent $70 million in planning. But we don't actually have a result. Okay, I don't expect you to answer any of that. What's the current staffing level working on high-speed rail inside the department, not contained within the agency?
We have an actual FTE, so full-time equivalent staffing of 13.6, Senator.
No, that's across the branch.
That's
across the branch, Senator. So
apologies, that includes
That's all.
That includes some additional people working on other things. So
yeah, sorry. So within my team, there's 5 people that work on high-speed rail in addition to myself, and that's oversight of the entity as well as working on the project.
Okay, thank you. I'll save those questions for high-speed rail. I now have some...
Senator, can I just give you some dates to fill out some questions,
You
if
can
you
make
like?
my day with dates.
So the first submission in January was sent to the ministers on 14th of January.
Yep.
And the subsequent briefing was sent on the 10th of July.
And were they decision briefs or noting?
For decision.
For decision?
Mm.
And I don't want to know the decision, but you received decisions?
Yes.
On both?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just before we go to another line of questioning, is that where
we'll
rotate over to Senator Roberts? Senator Roberts. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing. My questions are fairly brief, and they're following up on estimates that we discussed last time, Senator Chisholm. Does the department have any projects underway to honour the Trump administration's request to develop Northern Australia to defend our borders better?
Do we have projects underway to defend our northern borders, did you say?
That will facilitate access, industry.
Well, we have a range of projects which are in delivery or planned in Northern Territory and the northern part of Australia, and we can talk about those perhaps later on when the Office of Northern Australia gives evidence, or I could ask the team to give you some examples of projects in northern Queensland, WA and the Northern Territory, but none specifically being delivered by us for the purposes of defence.
Okay, secondly, do you have any projects underway to improve our defence capability in steel, explosives, munitions and ship repair?
Not specifically geared to those purposes, no, but obviously the stronger our national transport networks, the more resilient our supply chains, including for those materials.
Thank you. What about in defence logistics?
No, that will be a matter for the Department of Defence.
Following many sessions, as I alluded to Senator Chisholm a minute ago, in previous Senate estimates, today I've circulated through the clerks on the side a copy of the updated proposal for the project formerly known and discussed as Iron Boomerang, Senator. The new proposal is the Capricornia project, which has new funding, a new project sponsor, which goes to some of your points you raised last time, updated cost benefit and renewed relevance. There's one printed copy and a memory stick with all the files, documents and spreadsheets. This provides the answers that were asked for in previous estimates on this topic, which you've asked and given your support. Specifically around the lack of detail and viability of the project sponsor, and specifically governance. It's had strong support from both Labor and Liberal. Recently, I met with the White House Envoy on Defence Infrastructure, Major General Wharton, on this matter. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, has been briefed by him on the Capricornia project and has expressed strong support on behalf of the White House. It's likely this matter will be raised in the meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Albanese under several agenda items, including defence of Northern Australia and critical minerals. There's urgency here. Minister, will you review these documents, please, and bring this to the attention of the Prime Minister and relevant departments as appropriate?
Happy to, Senator Roberts.
I thought you would. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much. Senator Mackenzie.
New England highway projects. Thank you. These questions are on behalf of Barnaby Joyce, the member for New England. Noting the funding profiles and estimated completion dates provided by the department at Senate estimates on the 24th of February for the above listed New England highway projects and the Port Stephens cutting projects, can the department advise if there have been any changes to the funding profiles and the dates for these projects since that time? Has there been any changes since the 24th of Feb?
Since the 24th of Feb. So prior to budget.
Do you want me to go through the Tenterfield bypass, the Rocky Cut realignment near Wingan, and the Sandy Hollow rest area upgrade on the Golden Highway.
Senator, we could go project by project.
Yeah, let's do project.
Yep. Okay, so the first one you talked about was Tenterfield, wasn't it? Tenterfield heavy vehicle bypass.
Thank you. The Tenterfield bypass.
Yes. So to answer your question on that one, yes, there has been a change in the profile.
Yep.
So in my EFO, I have there was 9 million in 27-28 and 18 million in 28-29. And then it went 36 million in 29-30, 21 million in 30-31, 10 million in 31-32, and 2 million in 32. That funding has been moved out to 33-34. There's the 96 million in 33-34.
Okay, so that's Tenterfield bypass.
Yep.
The Rocky Cut realignment near Wingen.
Okay, so in my EFO it was in 24-25 there was, I might start from 25-26.
Yep.
Okay, 25-26 there was 10.8 million. 26-27 there was 20.8. 27-28 there was 5. 28-29 there was 1.2 million. 29-30 there was 600,000, and 30-31 there was 200,000. At PFO we have in 25-26 12.2, 26-27 20.8, 27-28 5 million, 28-29 1.9. So they're very minor changes to that one.
Sandy Hollow rest upgrade on the Golden Highway.
Okay, in 25-26 there was 4.6, 26-27 there was 100,000. In PFO there was, again in 25-26, 4.6. In 26-27 there was 1 million. In 27-28 there was 500,000. So a minor change there.
Thank you. Belford to Muswellbrook safety and capacity upgrades.
Yep. In 25-26, 3.6 million. 26-27, 2.4 million. 27-28, 400,000. PFO was 3.6 million for 25-26, and 26-27 there was 2.4 million, 27-28 there was 1.5 million, and 28-29 there was 500,000. So again, a very minor movement there.
The Singleton bypass, Tenterfield to Newcastle. Future priorities?
So the Singleton bypass project is under construction now. So the profile from 25-26 as at the 24-25 MAEFO was $180 million in 25-26, $60 million in 26-27, $43.3 million in 27-28, $48.9 million in 28-29, $25 million in 29-30, and $7.8 million in 20-30-31. And the profile as at the published PFO for 25-26 was $151.4 million. 26-27 was $59.6 million. 27-28 was $32.2 million. 28-29 was $21.8 million. And 29-30 was $45.4 million.
And the Gunnu Road duplication on the southern entrance to Tamworth.
Is that so? The Gunnu Road, Greg Norman Drive to Kalala Lane. Yep.
Yeah.
So on that one there, 25-26, $15 million. 26-27, $10 million. 27-28, $16.2 million. 28-29, $1 million, and in 29-30, 500,000. At PFO, it was in 25-26, 15 million, 26-27, 14 million, 27-28, 16.2 million, and 28-29, 1.5 million.
The Port Stephens cutting upgrade.
So as at the 24-25 MyEFO, there was $2 million in 25-26. As at PFO, there's $13.7 million at 25-26 and $4.3 million in 26-27.
Has there been any changes? Because
Yeah, so
Mr Joyce wrote to the Minister.
There was $18 million in 24-25 as at MyEFO, so the change is that the underspend there has been brought forward.
Okay.
Or has been, sorry, brought forward is not the right term, moved into the forward estimates.
Just wanting to look at the Muswellbrook Shire. Mr Joyce would be interested to know the time frame for the completion of the Muswellbrook bypass. This is a project that when he was Deputy Prime Minister, he was keen to get going, so wants to understand when it'll be delivered.
Yep. So the construction contract for that project's expected to be awarded mid next year, so mid 2026. And the main construction works are expected to commence in 2027, so we're tracking early 2027, and we're expecting the project to be finished in 2030.
2030.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. I now have a question on the suburban rail loop. What discussions have been had post-election about the funding for the suburban rail loop with the Victorian government?
Is this in regards to the 2.2 or the additional funding request?
All discussions had. I'm assuming they wouldn't miss an opportunity to raise both.
So there has been an additional request for an extra 9.3 billion.
When did you get that formally? Oh yeah, we're broke, didn't you know?
Well, we do have the answer to that.
Yes, I know. I know you'll have the answer to that.
But I think the Victorian Minister wrote as part of the MyEFO letters, so we'll just double check the date for that.
Okay. And has Minister King, whilst you're checking the date, has Minister King responded to that request?
No, because it's part of a request through MyEFO processes.
Has the department produced a brief for Minister King on the 9.3?
No, not yet, Senator.
Has the Minister requested advice?
It goes through our normal processes when we get the requests for the twice-a-year funding. So we get the Minister writes out for twice a year saying, please let me know your new projects and your costs.
I can help you.
And cost pressures. And we get those requests in and we go through those assessments with Infrastructure Australia, and they go through the MyEFO and or budget processes.
Yes. When will you be providing the Minister some advice on the 9.3?
We expect to be providing that advice as part of the Cabinet deliberations associated with MyEFO and potentially into budget next year.
But that's not something you're undertaking right now, it's forward.
We are in consultation with the Victorian Government. You'll recall that when Infrastructure Australia prepared and published its evaluation for the $2.2 billion, it identified some of the information and analysis that we should seek from the Victorians before the federal government contemplated any further investment over and above the 2.2. So we're working collaboratively with our Victorian colleagues to make sure that we are assembling that information so that we are able to put our advice to government in a timely fashion, and then what happens after that is a matter for
government. Do we have the date?
1st of September.
1st of September. Was that before or after the Premier was in Beijing?
Before.
Before. Has there been any informal discussions post the Premier's visit to Beijing?
We have a number of conversations with the Victorians. As the Secretary said, we're working through the information that we would require to be able to give effect to their request.
Has Minister King spoken with Premier Allen about the suburban rail loop post the visit to China?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Did the department provide any advice to the Prime Minister prior to his visit to China around infrastructure investment or the suburban rail loop? Or did PM&C request any advice from the department?
We think not. We'll double check that, but we think not.
Thank you. So we're not ruling out any further Commonwealth contributions. That's a matter for government.
Correct.
Are there specific criteria around funding this project in terms of its treatment within the budget? Will it be sitting on the risk register in a different way, or will it be treated as an infrastructure project within the IIP, the 9.3 request?
To be determined, in the sense that the government hasn't taken a decision on that yet, but there's no reason on the face of it why it should be treated any different from any other project. And in terms of the risk criteria, we would apply, just as we did for the 2.2, the threshold criteria in the PGPA and in the Land Transport Act, and for that matter in the Infrastructure Australia Act, although IA has completed its assessment, as I said, and that was published back in March.
Can you be specific about what guarantees the Victorian government would have to provide to you in order for the government to consider investing further Commonwealth funds in the SRL?
No, because we're not at a sufficient stage to be able to be negotiating those kinds of safeguards at the moment.
Okay. A ways to go yet. Does the federal department have any concerns about private investment in the suburban rail loop project from entities outside of Australia?
Investments in a project like that from outside of Australia would, I assume, be subject to the normal review by the Foreign Investment Review Board, for instance, so there are established mechanisms for reviewing those things, but we wouldn't, it's a hypothetical question at this stage. We'd need to consider that on its merits.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at, yeah.
Please go ahead. Thank you. I would like to ask about the State of the Australian Cities reports.
Anyone here familiar with that?
That would be outcome 3, but it's also a function which I think has transferred to Treasury since the machinery of government change.
Yep.
Okay.
Senator, they're questions for the Treasury.
Okay, we can return.
Did you produce the report? Or did Treasury? They just get to own it.
Sorry, I understood the question to be about future plans for the State of the Cities report. Well, they are questions for the Treasury.
Yeah, well, the question goes to, it was a pre-2022 election commitment that the Prime Minister or the then opposition leader said that he will produce these annual reports. We haven't seen them.
They are all questions for the function that transferred from us to the Treasury.
So we'll ask those questions of the Treasury, no problem. I've got a follow-up question from earlier. I'm just getting something, a news article photocopied for you. I just want to clarify a question that I asked you to take on notice. It was in relation to the letter between Minister King and Minister Saffioti. So if I could get a copy of that letter, I'll give you the news article so that you are clear on what that article is referring to. So when I ask for that question, I notice that's what I'm referring to. So we'll table that, Chair, as soon as it comes back. Thanks.
Senator Mackenzie, is it back to you?
Oh,
sorry,
I'm happy to wait.
Senator Sullivan.
So maybe the government's got some questions. I'm happy to wait for Senator O'Sullivan.
The Townsville City deal, is that with you guys?
That's under outcome 3.
Okay. The infrastructure priority list?
It's Infrastructure Australia.
Okay. Then I think I'm done, Bridge. Well, I've asked the question. We'll table it so you're clear. You understand the question that I'm asking? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But thanks everybody for the work on outcome 1 and your patience. And we'll just suspend for a moment whilst we change over. Thank you. And outcome 2, welcome everybody, and I'll go to Senator Deliga.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone. I'd like to ask and start by asking about the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme. Obviously, the government made election commitments to increase the rates of assistance under the TFES if re-elected. Can you tell us what sort of goods are shipped across the Bass Strait with the assistance of TFES?
Thanks, Senator. I will hand over to my colleagues, Ms Stagg and Ms Scott, to answer that question. Quite a broad question.
Thank you, Senator. Megan Scott, Assistant Secretary, Maritime and Shipping. There are a large range of products shipped across the Bass Strait.
I am. I'm very keen for the department to tell me, Senator.
The scheme.
I think we're getting to a crescendo. So just hold those thoughts, senators, and you'll hear the good news.
The scheme is designed to assist Tasmanian businesses compete on an equal footing with Australian businesses. There's a significant number of agricultural products that are transferred that support the livestock industry and also fruit and vegetable transfers.
Thank you very much, Ms Scott. How much did the government commit to increase rates of assistance by?
The rates of assistance were raised by 25% over the next 2 years. This brings the program funding to $228.5 million for each of the financial years 25-26 and 26-27.
Thank you. So has the government delivered on their election commitment, on our election commitment?
Yes, that commitment has been delivered.
I understand the government is also committed to undertake a review of the TFES and the Bass Strait Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was announced this morning by Assistant Minister Chisholm along with Minister King.
And has it commenced now? That review?
It has commenced, yes.
And can you tell us about the terms of reference for the review?
The terms of reference largely cover off whether or not the scheme remains fit for purpose and continues to serve Tasmanian businesses as it was originally intended. It will also test whether or not the Bass Strait Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme is also fit for purpose and has the right parameters at this time.
So it sounds like the review will help the government ensure that TFES and BSPFES will remain fit for purpose and continue to reduce the costs for Tasmanian businesses and travellers. Would you agree?
For an opinion?
I'm just asking the facts.
That is the correct consideration under the terms of reference. That is the government's intention.
Thank you very much, Ms Scott.
And I might just add, because there's such deep interest from those opposite in this announcement, I'll just hand my chair role over to the Deputy Chair for a second. Assistant Minister.
So moved, and let's make
Assistant Minister Chisholm, can you just fill us in about the government delivering on its commitments for 2025?
Yeah, it's obviously a really significant issue for Tasmania and the businesses that operate there, and I think it's one that the government in the last term did a lot of work on, and obviously our election commitments were well received given the result in Tasmania. And as the Prime Minister has been really clear on, he expects us to deliver on those election promises, and this is something that we're making swift progress on, and it's an important one for the Tasmanian community and the future of Tasmania as well.
Thank you. Not here. Well, it's over. It's Senator Colbeck. You're next.
I hand it back.
Oh, you haven't handed it back yet, Senator O'Sullivan. Have you? Sorry, can I just have indication which senator from the opposition? Are you?
Yeah, no. I'll hand it back to you now.
The Chair.
The Chair.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks.
That's right. You're still on the chair. So
yeah, thanks, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator O'Sullivan, you'd like to ask some questions.
No,
unlike the previous line of questions that were asked, we'll tend not to interrupt.
Oh, that'd be kind.
We'll try not to be so funny.
Well, yeah, that's
always a pleasure.
That's one version of it. Yeah.
Okay,
on the same topic, while we're on.
Yeah, that would be. I'm certainly fine with that, Senator Colbeck. So follow-up questions, yes.
Thank you. And Senator Chisholm, is it possible for you to table for the committee a copy of the terms of reference that you've announced for your...
Yeah, I don't know if they were in the press release.
They were in the Dixes.
So do you have a terms of reference?
Yeah, they're included in the press release.
We can get a copy of those printed. Sorry, Paul Stagg, was Assistant Secretary, Service Transformations and Policy Division.
Okay.
We can get a copy of those printed out and tabled for you, Senator.
Okay. And I did reference the response to the Senate inquiry, Senate Select Committee, in my comments earlier, which go to this process. How many of the recommendations of the Senate Select Committee have been taken up in the terms of reference?
Thank you, Senator. Of the 5 recommendations that were in the Senate Select Committee, 2 relate to this department and will be covered off in the review. That is the Australian Government conduct a review in the first instance,
yep.
And also that there is consideration of the Bass Strait passenger vehicle component as well in a review. So recommendations 1 and 5 are covered off in the review that was announced today.
So that's the recommendation 5 was the ACCC review of the competitiveness of trade.
There will be an economic consideration of the competitiveness of trade as part of the
But not
review.
necessarily by the ACCC?
Potentially not. That will be up to the reviewers to consider how they best tackle that.
Okay. And part of that recommendation 5 was the rationale behind commodity pricing for fresh fruit, for fresh produce. Is that also being taken up as part of the pricing review that's going to be done? Because
the reviewers will consider all of the elements.
During the evidence in the inquiry, there was some confusion as to the basis for, say, the difference for a rate for onions versus carrots. And the answer that we got from everybody we asked for was that's the way we've always done it. So that will also be a part of the
all of those matters that were raised around that fluctuation in pricing between like-for-like almost elements will be considered by the reviewers.
Okay, so those 2 recommendations of the 5 will be considered as a part of the review process. The question that Senator Mackenzie asked about one particular Senate inquiry, and I asked that we have information available. Have you provided advice to the government with respect to a response to the other recommendations of that committee inquiry?
Yes, a draft response was provided to the Minister's office on the 7th of March. That was returned due to caretaker. Yep. And was then resubmitted back to the Minister's office on the 26th of September after we had considered the establishment of the review.
Okay. So with respect to recommendations 3 and 4, which go to the administration of the scheme by Services Australia, what is the government's proposal with respect to those 2 recommendations?
That's still subject to consideration by government in terms of a formal response, but Services Australia have been looking at how they may be able to address some of the matters raised, and again the administration of the scheme will be covered as part of the review process.
So having a simple online claims calculator tool, for example, which was one of the issues that was raised a number of times during evidence, is that part of what's going to be considered as in respect to that response?
Services Australia will consider what is included in that response. They provided that to us. It has been put in the government response and it's currently with the Office for consideration.
And so that response was delivered to the government on what date in September?
The 26th of September.
26th September. Okay, thank you. What conversations have you had with the Tasmanian government in relation to recommendation 2?
We brought that recommendation to their attention and largely it's a matter for the Tasmanian government on how they manage their own GBEs.
I understand that, but has there been any response from the Tasmanian government in relation to the role of the GBEs and the review of ports that they're currently taking? Have you seen anything like that, or have you had any particular?
We have not had significant engagement with the Tasmanian government over the past, well, really since this report was handed down, given the fluctuations in the Tasmanian government over that time, their own election and ours.
So in evidence during the inquiry, conversations around the charging regimes by TasPorts with respect to port charges, the evidence from TasPorts was that they were required to charge the fees that they did charge, which basically meant multiple charges. So you arrive in a port, you get charged a fee, you leave the same port, you get charged a fee, and this was specifically relating to services to Flinders and King Island, but specifically King Island was the site that we were asking questions about. Has there been any discussion with respect to the way that the national competition policy works and effectively increases the cost of service to Flinders and King Island because of multiple handling in those ports?
We have not had that conversation with Tasmania, no.
Have you had any conversations within with other agencies within government to look at how that might work? Because the national competition policy is overseen at a Commonwealth level, not by the state. I mean, the structure of TasPorts owning a shipping operator is one of the complications that sits there. But is there? So for example, if we look at the way that Melbourne Ports operates, Tasmania did a deal with Melbourne Ports so that they would pay one port fee when product was being transshipped between Tasmania and an international destination. TasPorts said they weren't able to apply that because they were also the shipping operator. Are there any conversations about how national competition policy might impact or be reconsidered to impact on those charges, which, you know, the invoice cost for the shipping for some bales of hay during a drought to King Island was $1,400. By the time the on-cost has been put on, it was $2,800. It was absurd. How do we provide a better outcome as a part of this process for the farmers on Flinders and King Island?
At this stage, the department hasn't had any conversations across government on that particular element, but it may be something that the reviewers do pick up in their consideration.
But if it's not in their terms of reference, which you've already said it's not, on what basis would they look at that?
They may bring other matters to attention and make other recommendations outside of the terms of reference.
What's the time frame for completion of the review?
In the first half of 2026.
First half of 2026. And is there a program of consultation that's been established as a part of that review process? What
The department has done an initial draft, and we will be discussing that with the reviewers over the coming weeks. They will also meet with both Assistant Minister Chisholm and Minister King to discuss their role as reviewers.
So who, can you tell us who's been appointed as reviewers?
Yes, Dr David Parmetta and Dr Jennifer Gordon.
Okay. Thank you. Do they come with any particular knowledge or understanding of this particular scheme or issue?
Yes, they have a significant economic background.
That doesn't necessarily calm my nerves. The Productivity Commission at one point in time recommended the scheme be discontinued. So
they're both eminent persons who understand the issues that we have set out with them in terms of what is included in the terms of reference and have the appropriate skills to consider all of the economic and social elements required as part of the review.
okay. I might have some more questions on notice after I've had a chance to read the terms of reference. Thank you.
Good, thanks, Senator Colbeck. Senator Hodgson-May.
Chair, I've got some questions about EVs. So can I please get some information on how many other countries in the world are you aware of putting new road user charges only on electric vehicles?
So you're asking about road user charging on EVs specifically?
Correct.
I'm not sure I have that with me, but we'll see what we can find for you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I don't know that we have a comprehensive list of all countries that have electric vehicle road user charging schemes in place. That being said, I do know that New Zealand has a scheme and that some US states have implemented state-level schemes. I don't know if there's anything you can add to that, Ms Todd.
Thank you. Sally Todd, Assistant Secretary of Land Transport Policy Branch. That's right, Ms Stagg. We have met with officials from the New Zealand Government, also Hawaii, around the schemes they've implemented in their jurisdictions.
Thank you. And those schemes, those road user charges apply only to EVs in those countries, or is it across EVs and combustion engines?
It varies, Senator.
Okay, so you're not aware at the moment, but you'll provide on notice, perhaps, a response to that?
Yes, we take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. If a road user charge applied to EVs only, how much would this be expected to slow down EV uptake? Have you done any modelling or work on that?
We've not done any modelling. I think that would be a hypothetical question to us at this point in time, Senator.
Do you have any intention of?
We'll be looking at the fairness and equity issues as outlined in the KIFA, the Council of Financial Relations, Federal Financial Relations communique by the state and Commonwealth Treasurers, and equity was one of those issues. And so we will look at that and we'll consider how we go about that.
What has had a greater impact on fuel excise revenue? Combustion engine vehicles getting more efficient or electric vehicle uptake? Do you have
over time? Are you asking about what fuel excise revenue is doing over time?
Correct.
So fuel excise, the Treasury put out scenarios in the intergenerational report, I believe, and this is going from memory, so bear with me if I'm not exactly accurate here. And they put out scenarios of what would happen to fuel excise under various scenarios of EV uptake, and fuel excise would decrease over time. I don't have the exact numbers with me. We can take that on notice for you if you like.
I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
I don't know, Senator, that work differentiated between electric vehicles versus more efficient ICE vehicles. However, so I think what they modelled as part of the IGR was the future decline in revenue as the vehicle fleet transitions, but I'm not certain that that was an EV specific or whether it looked at efficiency across all vehicle types.
Okay, but that will come through in the...
We'll take it on notice for you, and
we'll
explain what it takes into account.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. When the department considered EV uptake for the transport sectoral plan, did you consider the impact of a road user charge on EVs?
So the sectoral plan provides pathways for each mode of transport. It provides what the technology is and the most mature technology and the pathway of maturity for all of those different technologies. Where there is no EV mandate, there is no mandated EV uptake in terms of the sectoral plan.
So you're saying so EVs weren't really considered in that? Or?
The sectoral plan looks at each of the different modes and what the technology pathway is. And so for light vehicles, electrification is the most mature technology for light vehicles for decarbonisation. It has a pathway of out to 2050, but it's not a model that says this is how many EVs, and there's no EV mandate. The government has not provided an EV mandate.
But on that journey, does it consider road user charges? Or
within the sectoral plan itself, I don't think the road user charges are specifically canvassed.
No, maybe if I could add the pathways set out in the roadmap are really about the technology maturity. So whether or not there is a road user charge doesn't alter the maturity of the technology and its ability to be adopted. So that's why they're sort of talking about two separate issues. One is about, is the technology feasible? The other, and I think the question you're going to is, what will the uptake of those vehicles be? The roadmap doesn't look at what the specific uptake, it looks at what the technology feasibility is.
And will there potentially, the next step of that to be to look at uptake, or is that being looked at elsewhere? Or?
So in the roadmap there'll need to be quite a lot of future government decisions around how and exactly what it will implement to do to reach its target. And so the sectoral plan provides pathways that to inform those decisions going forward.
Okay, so presumably it will be something that might be examined going forward.
It may be, but I just want to be quite specific. The government's not put out a mandate on EV uptake at the moment.
Thank you. When the Victorian government announced their now unlawful road user charges on EVs, it permanently impaired EV use by Uber and taxi owners in that state. I'm curious to know whether you've measured what happened to EV uptake in Victoria on this, or other outcomes compared to states like Queensland that didn't implement it. Have you looked into that at all, the impacts of the Victorian attempt to have one?
We haven't.
Yeah, that one.
So we haven't looked at that level of detail. Okay. I'm not aware of any analysis that looks at what the impact on Ubers or taxis. So I'm not aware of anything that looks at that.
So just to provide context, it's relatively recently that the department has been asked to lead the next stage of development on road user charges. So we're coming to this relatively fresh, and we're mobilising internally to undertake that work. One of the factors which I was explaining to Senator Mackenzie this morning that would be taken into account is to ensure that any reforms to establish road user charges should be designed not to deter continued EV take-up, but that would need to be balanced against other considerations like equity and so on. But part of the reason why we are unable to go into great detail on this is the department has only just assumed that role.
Okay, so maybe in December I return and we might have some more detailed responses if that work's progressed. Thank you very much. I've got some questions on Melbourne Airport, but I'm not sure where is our chair. Yep. Melbourne Airport. Should I start those now or in the next round? Or? Yeah, infrastructure. Actually, yeah.
So we're going to just while I'm now acting chair. Can I just ask how much longer were your questions on Melbourne Airport? Because we do have questions here on EVs. It might be handy to sort of stick with that. So we're in your
open to the will of
hands.
the room,
If you don't mind waiting, we'll do these EV questions and
Okay.
then come back.
Sure.
Okay. Senator
Sorry, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, just flagging that when we do get to airports, I've got plenty.
On airports? Sure. Senator Mackenzie, did you want to ask the EV ones?
Yes, sure.
I've got questions for them too.
Electric vehicles. Oh yeah. While we're looking at page 8, now that I have the sector plan in front of me. Earlier this morning, the evidence was that there were 2 mechanisms by which the government would seek the light vehicle emissions reduction were the NVES and the FBT. They're the 2 mechanisms by which EVs become increasingly affordable, aka petrol and diesel cars become unaffordable between 2025 and 2030. So were they the 2 mechanisms, or is there more across government to drive that policy or that outcome?
So first up, I think I've forgotten to do this, and I apologise, Marisa Purvis-Smith, Deputy Secretary Transport.
Oh, wow.
So my apologies for that, for the record and for to assist. So previously I said the 2 main issues and the 2 main policies are the NVES, as you're aware. There is also the FBT policy, which is a Treasury policy, which incentivises...
And what else?
...take up. There are EV charging, so I was looking at the ecosystem as a whole.
To get over the range anxiety piece?
That's right. And so DQ has programs in place to roll out infrastructure for EV charging stations around Australia. They've had a program in place for several years, and they've just announced a new part of that program, which I think was an additional $40 million to roll out additional charges.
And has there been an audit of required EV charges on which that $40 million was based?
Given that it is a program for the Department of Climate Change, I'm not aware.
It's all right. I'll go and ask them rather than go through. So in terms of heavy vehicles then? I'm just running through our column, right? So lowering emissions.
So in terms of heavy vehicles...
the electrification of buses and smaller trucks supported by more charging infrastructure. What do you anticipate the emission savings by 2030 to be from the electrification of the buses?
So we don't have what the emissions savings will be by mode. There is not a transport sector target. At the moment, in terms what this page in Table 8 provides you is the technologies that are feasible in order to decarbonise that part of the transport sector. So for heavy vehicles, including buses, there is electrification. The government has particular programs at the moment that are assisting states to provide infrastructure and charging stations for their electric buses, particularly in WA and I think Victoria.
Can I ask about this, because I have spoken to the bus industry ad nauseum about this. Investment in an electric bus, $750 to over $1 million. But the actual contracts for public transport that these buses service in the main capital cities, but around the country, are contracts with state governments and are not long enough to actually justify the proponent in making that investment in that type of vehicle. So the bus industry very happy to invest in electrification if they could get 15-year contracts out of state governments, which they can't. Is that something that's been raised with the Commonwealth in terms of the evidence and analysis gathered from industry?
I would have to take that on notice at that level of detail. I'll see if someone can actually is here to be able to answer. Mr. Cathidge might have more information.
Tristan Cathidge, Assistant Secretary, Reducing Surface Transport Emissions Branch. Just to flag, Senator, that there is a working group that sits under ITEM that looks at decarbonisation matters, and electrification of buses is a topic of conversation in that fora.
But it's the contractual arrangements for the bus, because there are targets and impost on the bus companies that the economics don't work because they can't actually guarantee that they can pay off the significant investment that they'll be making by short-term contracts.
And just to clarify, Senator...
Has that been a topic at this working group?
So barriers to electric bus uptake has been a topic.
And have contractual arrangements with state governments been...
Yeah, I'd have to take on notice whether that's specific, like contractual issues is the specific
And if not,
issue.
I'd like you to add it to the working group, because that's the feedback from industry. I'm just wondering, with aviation, we have SAF. Did the government consider a mandate on SAF, such as Japan?
The government's not put in a
No,
SAF
they
mandate.
haven't announced one. Did you provide advice to government on a mandate for aviation, sustainable aviation fuel?
We provided advice on all range of issues in relation to SAF.
Including a mandate?
I think it would be fair to say that including a mandate in general, what other countries might have done.
And inadequate advice if you didn't.
And so including what other countries have done as well. The government has not made a decision to decide for a mandate for SAF. So they have announced a low carbon liquid fuel $1.1 billion program in order to assist the production of SAF in Australia.
So on that, the Jet Zero Council was established but has only been convened 5 times in 2 years. Can you please advise the committee what actionable policy setting to stimulate the domestic production of SAF the Jet Zero Council has produced?
Yeah, so I'm the chair of the Jet Zero Council. I took over from Minister King a little over a year ago. It's met 3 times during the time that I've been chairing it. It's fair to say that there was very widespread acclaim among the Jet Zero Council membership for the government's recent announcement on production incentives. It comprises various representatives from the aviation sector, airlines, airports, people on the production side, as well as various research institutions, including government agencies. Very supportive of low carbon liquid fuel incentives.
So it's a cheer squad, I get it. What other actionable policies has it actually delivered?
Well, the main call to arms for government from the Jet Zero Council was the establishment of production incentives to foster domestic supply. But as many countries around the world, we are looking at the design of regulatory arrangements to support sustainable aviation fuel, guarantee of origin schemes, certification arrangements, etc. And that is work which the Jet Zero Council is helping to support, drawing on international best practice.
So, are there any measurable outcomes or milestones that the Jet Zero Council has produced?
Well, I would argue that the government's recent announcement on low carbon liquid fuels is a very significant
announcement. Is a direct
announcement.
result of the Jet Zero Council's work?
Yeah, the Jet Zero Council was established by the government to advise it on precisely these issues, and that's crystallised in that recent announcement.
So currently, how many litres of SAF are we producing as a country with abundant feedstock?
Well, this is why we need production incentives to get that industry off the ground, but I'm going to hand over to our subject matter experts at the other end of the table.
Which expert?
Yeah, Brendan Buckley, Assistant Secretary, Transport, Accessibility and Future Fuels. Australia currently doesn't produce any sustainable aviation fuel, Senator.
So, none?
That's correct, Senator.
But there is definitely a market for this?
So, Senator, there are a number of aviation entities, Qantas and Virgin, who are also on the Jet Zero Council, who have mentioned that they would like to get access to sustainable aviation fuel and have articulated that they would like to see domestic production so that they can gain access to that fuel.
So there's been a lot of private interest in this. There's multiple private investors in other countries that are driving this. What work has the Jet Zero Council or the government or your area of expertise within the department been doing to facilitate private sector investment in the production of sustainable aviation fuel?
Yes, Senator. So the work that's occurred under the Jet Zero Council, as Secretary Betts has mentioned, in addition, there are a number of programs that are available. ARENA, a government agency, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, has the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Funding Initiative, and that is supporting projects to support them through the early stages of engineering and design or feasibility of potential projects, supporting them to get to a final investment decision on a sustainable aviation fuel project. There's also, the government's also announced the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, and underneath that there's $250 million allocated to our low carbon liquid fuel stream in that program.
So what will be the competition for feedstock between biofuels for the use in passenger vehicles and heavy vehicles, land transport, shall we say, over a highly processed the high quality that the aviation sector requires? I mean, or are you seeing that biofuel production will be focused on aviation?
What we've heard from potential producers, Senator, has been that it's likely that if a refiner was to produce here in Australia like they do overseas, is that they'd likely produce both sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel, which is a biofuel to replace fossil diesel. So it's likely that those products would be co-produced.
Right. So when do you imagine we'll actually be getting a litre of this stuff into either the fuel tank of a Ford Ranger or the fuel tank of a Qantas flight to Heathrow?
So some entities have already imported sustainable aviation fuel for use in Australia. There was an import that was done into Sydney Airport. I think it was Qantas, Ampol and Sydney Airport that worked together on that. But in terms of domestic production of sustainable aviation fuel or renewable diesel, I think the Treasurer outlined in the recent announcement that they'd expect that the first production facilities might be producing in 28 or 29.
Right. Tourism and aviation industry leaders, including those at the Kappa Airline Leaders Summit in Cairns a couple of years ago, raised concerns that overly negative messaging on climate change is undermining consumer confidence and travel patterns. How is the department working with industry stakeholders to support a more balanced, opportunity-focused narrative that ensures public confidence across the aviation-reliant sector when it comes to emissions?
So, Senator, there's a couple of things that I'm aware of. I guess through the Jet Zero Council, we do have a work stream that's focused on building SAF literacy and social licence, and part of that is understanding about the ability to use sustainable aviation fuel. But there has been work done in New Zealand, for example, where they have looked at the economic impacts from tourism, from countries not being able to supply sustainable aviation fuel, and concerns from consumers that they won't be able to fly in a sustainable fashion.
Is the department, well, you would be aware that Qantas sources its SAF from Heathrow in London due to the absence of domestic production. What are the barriers to domestic production given the abundance of feedstock?
Yes, Senator, what we hear as some of the barriers are mainly in regard to investment. So it is, For the first producers here in Australia, it will be a risky venture for them to invest in sustainable aviation fuel because there is a lot of uncertainties about the supply chain here in Australia. While we do have abundant feedstocks, there is some risks in getting that feedstocks to the refiners and then connecting that supply chain together. And so the first producers will take a lot of risk in connecting that together, and then subsequent producers are likely to benefit from that. And that's why programs like the Cleaner Fuels program and also programs like the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund are supporting the industry to take those risks.
What modelling has the department undertaken to assess the impact of the federal government's net zero by 2050 commitments on the aviation industry's operating costs, competitiveness and regional connectivity, especially in light of rising jet fuel cost and the constrained availability of sustainable aviation fuel?
So I guess what I'd mention in regards to that is the government did announce that we would undertake, that the department would undertake an impact analysis on the use and uptake of low carbon liquid fuels, including sustainable aviation fuel, and that work is currently underway.
So it started?
That's correct, Senator.
But we haven't done any modelling in setting of targets. There hasn't been any work out of the Department of Transport other than our very high-level sector plan?
No, from the department related to aviation, as you've described there, no, we haven't done that kind of modelling to date.
Okay, thank you. Given we have spoken about biodiesel's role in lowering emissions, why isn't biofuels or renewable diesel part of our light vehicles or heavy vehicles pathway?
So the pathway for heavy vehicles, Senator, does have low carbon liquid fuels in it, and in fact...
Where's that?
So that it's on the second row, heavy vehicles, 25 to 30.
Oh, heavy vehicles, sorry. I was looking
heavy
at
vehicles.
How I can still drive my Prado with good conscience.
So in terms of light vehicles, because of the amount of low carbon liquid fuels required for harder to abate modes of transport, we expect that low carbon liquid fuels will be directed more towards harder to abate sectors where
like
that is
transport.
The only, so for example aviation, where that is the only way for them to decarbonise in the medium to longer term. Heavy vehicles will have a range of technologies, but low carbon liquid fuels will be one of those technologies that they will need to use over a longer period of time as well.
All right. I do want to go to our EV issue and specifically around the importation of electric vehicles and the increase that we'll see over coming years.
Senator Mackenzie, I'm happy to sort of go on the break now.
Yeah.
But because you've got another line of questions.
Yeah.
So I'll come back to the Greens when we come back. There's a brief question from here.
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll go back to you guys. Yeah.
Cool.
So if we now break until 4. Everybody will recommence. Senator Orman-Payne.
I have some questions around the Senate inquiry into aircraft noise that happened in February 2024. Good afternoon. So my first question is, when was the government's response to that Senate inquiry due? If it was following the normal course of things.
Thank you, Senator. I'll ask Ms Natty to answer that question.
Sarah Natty, Assistant Secretary of Airports Branch. Hi, Senator. The Australian Government's response to the noise inquiry was due on the 27th of February 2025.
Okay. And has it been handed down yet? Have we got that response?
Has the response been tabled by the government?
Yes.
No, it has not.
Okay, so why hasn't the deadline been adhered to? Because we're now in October.
The department has drafted a response, and it's a matter for government when it tables that response.
Okay, so you aren't able to, Minister, are you able to tell me when the government is intending to release this very overdue response?
Currently under consideration, Senator Orman-Payne.
So you don't have any idea of the timeline?
Unfortunately not.
In additional estimates in February this year, the Minister representing said the response would be, I quote, as soon as possible. Are you able to elaborate on why it's taken at least another 6 months?
Not in substance, sorry, Senator Orman-Payne. I'm happy to take on notice if there's additional information I can provide.
Okay, what does that say then to the Brisbane residents who took the time to appear at that inquiry, who are waiting on the government's response, who've been told that they're going to get it as soon as possible, and we're at the end of 2025, or getting close to, for an inquiry that was in February 2024, and they still don't have your response?
I think what it says, Senator Orman-Payne, is that it's a really important issue, and the government have been working diligently on a range of matters when it comes to aircraft noise in Brisbane, and I understand the concerns of many residents across the city, and I'm sure that the government response will be a thorough one when it is provided.
All right. Well, I know that those people are eagerly awaiting it, so hopefully they will have it soon. My next lot of questions are around the airport master plan, which I believe has been released for public comment. Are you aware whether ministers have previously refused airport master plans? Has that ever happened before?
I might ask Ms Natty. I think that there might have been a refusal previously, but I'm not sure that that's accurate. In case I'm not accurate, Ms Natty will answer that.
Yes, a minister for transport has previously refused a master plan.
Are you able to elaborate on what grounds they refused?
Can I check, Senator, whether you're talking about a specific airport or in general?
In general. So have previously any airport master plans in this country been refused by the minister? And if so, on what grounds and under what provisions of the Airports Act did that happen?
Yep, if you just give me a moment, I'll turn to that. So what I can tell you, Senator, is on the 29th of March 2022, the then Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, the Honourable Barnaby Joyce MP, refused to approve the Moorabbin Airport Draft Master Plan pursuant to Section 81(2)(b) of the Act.
Okay. When is the department expecting to receive the master plan from Brisbane Airport?
It's due to the government by no later than the 10th of March 2026.
And what's the time frame for consideration by the Minister of that master plan?
It's under the Act, Senator, it's 50 business days. And in the event that the Minister requires more time, she can request an additional 10 business days, taking it to a total of 60 business days.
When the department receives Brisbane Airport's draft master plan in or on or before the 10th of March 2026. How will it assess the adequacy of the aircraft noise mapping?
So there are a number of matters to which we must provide advice to the Minister to help inform her decision. And one of those matters relates to aircraft noise. We also have advice from Air Services Australia, and you may be aware, Senator, that the government established the Brisbane Airport Aircraft Advisory Board, AAB.
Aware of that.
And that is a forum that allows for community members to be represented and to talk directly with me as a representative for the government, and also Brisbane Airport Corporation and Air Services Australia. And so we are having updates from Brisbane Airport Corporation in advance of them providing their master plan.
So are you saying that that will feed into decisions about the adequacy of it in relation to noise mapping?
We will certainly be expecting that they provide the information relating to the impacts of noise based around the mapping that they do for the future use of the airport.
All right, because I note that the draft master plan that's out at the moment only shows noise mapping based on 2 years of data. There's no noise forecast to match the predicted increase in flights to 2046. So will that be taken into account and the adequacy of that considered?
So I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator.
I guess the question is, how are you going to... The original question is, how are you going to assess the adequacy of the noise, aircraft noise mapping, particularly given that the master plan that's currently out there for consultation only has 2 years of mapping and certainly doesn't look at what it will look like as capacity is meant to be increased to 2046. So what is the process that you use? How will you actually assess whether that's adequate?
So when a draft master plan comes to the government for consideration before we provide advice to the Minister for her to refuse or approve a master plan, prior to that step, we have information also that CASA, the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, and Air Services Australia provide. So they have, I guess, an opportunity ahead of the department seeing it to provide comment, and we would use the advice that they have provided to help inform whether the Minister was satisfied that the aircraft noise had been properly mitigated in things like the master plan. I should say, though, that it is ordinarily attached to specific major development plans that we would then get down to a more granular level, and that would happen with things such as the Melbourne third runway, for instance. There's specific conditions that relate to noise amelioration of a specific runway.
Okay. Will the department be looking at the health impacts of the master plan?
When you say health impacts, you're talking about the impacts of aircraft noise on health? The impacts, the environmental impacts of a development are related in the broad rather than specifically. Are you asking whether there will be specific issues that you want to have addressed in the plan? I'm not quite sure what the question is.
The Minister has to make a decision about whether they're going to approve the master plan.
That's right.
Part of the process of consultation is around hearing from people around their views around the master plan. We know that from talking to multiple people who are currently being impacted by aircraft noise that it is affecting their health.
Yes.
I guess the question is, in making a decision around whether or not to approve that master plan or not, will the department be factoring in, or is it part of the process to factor in the health impacts of the aircraft noise on the community that is subjected to it?
There is no specific reference under the Act for health impacts of aircraft noise, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Chair?
Yes.
I've probably got another 4 questions. Should I do them now, or do you want to come back around?
How long was that? About 5 minutes?
5 minutes?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yep,
Yep.
okay. All right, so my next lot of questions are in relation to consultation by the Minister. So they may be, some will be for the department. I may have to come to you, Minister, for others. First of all, can the department confirm whether the Minister has met with the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance at any time since becoming the Minister in July 2022?
I don't have that information, Senator. It would be a question for the government.
Pardon?
I don't have that information either, Senator. Be a question for the Minister, I think.
Minister, are you able to confirm whether the Minister has met with the Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance at any time since becoming the Minister in July 2022?
I'd have to take it on notice, sorry, Senator Allman-Payne.
Okay. I'm advised that it's 0, but if you could take it on notice to see if that is in fact correct, that would be helpful. How many official visits to Brisbane has Minister King made since July 2022?
We don't have that information to hand. That would have to be asked of the Minister, Senator.
Okay. Well, can I ask on notice if you could provide us with the dates, the length of each trip and the purpose of those trips, please, to Brisbane for official visits?
You say official visits, you mean not political stuff?
Yes.
So on departmental business?
Yes, yes. I'm assuming that the Minister has met with aviation industry stakeholders many times. So do you know how many times, are you able to tell me how many times the Minister has met with Qantas?
I'm not able to tell you that. I don't have access to the Minister's diary, so that would need to be asked of the Minister directly.
Do you know, Minister, how many times the Minister has met with Qantas?
I'm sure the Minister engages with various people across the industry.
Has she met with Qantas?
I'm assuming she has, Senator Allman-Payne.
All right, well, can I take on notice how many meetings the Minister's had since July 2022 with Qantas? What about with Virgin? Has she met with Virgin?
I'd have to take it on notice, Senator Allman-Payne.
Okay. What about Brisbane Airport Corporation? Has the Minister met with them?
I'd have to take it on notice, Senator Allman-Payne.
I find it hard to imagine that you wouldn't know if she has even once, but if you could take that on notice. Yeah. Yes, I know they know. They're not telling me
She
today.
has definitely met with Brisbane Airport at least once because they're on the Jet Zero Council that we were talking about previously.
Okay. And what about Qantas and Virgin, do you know?
They are also on the Jet Zero Council, but
Okay.
there will be other meetings
Is
which
Brisbane
have taken
Airport
place.
on the Jet Zero Council?
Yes, it's
Okay.
just stepping off now, but it has
All right, so we will assume that the Minister has at least met with all of them, but if I could get numbers of times, that would be helpful. Since creating the, what does that stand for? The AAB, that's it, the Brisbane Airport Community Airspace Advisory Board, which I think is what you were talking about earlier. Since creating that in March 2023, how many of its meetings has the Minister attended?
I'm not aware of anything. Yep, you can.
The Minister does not attend that meeting. I attend on her behalf.
Has the Minister met with any of the 5 community representatives that she appointed to the AAB?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, not in the time since I have been the Assistant Secretary of Airports.
No, she won't. Okay, so basically the Minister has time for airlines and airports because she has met with Qantas and Virgin and Brisbane Airport, but she can't actually meet with the people who are affected by aircraft noise.
I don't think, I understand the point you're trying to make, Senator Allman-Payne, but
Well, the
I don't
point
think
I'm
it's
trying
an
to make,
accurate...
Minister,
Can I
is
answer the
that
question?
the
Can I answer the
community is
question?
impacted and then she's not meeting
No, well, hang
them.
on a sec. You're throwing out accusations there, but I don't
Well,
think
I'm
it's...
stating a fact.
You're trying to mount a case about the Minister's actions in regards to this, and it's one that the government has a very good record of in terms of acting, particularly compared to our predecessors in regards to this. We established the body to meet. The Minister has made decisions about a number of measures that minimise the impact of noise, including the timing of flights, the sod props as well. So the Minister has been actively engaged on working on solutions on this, not protesting from the sideline, like some people in the parliament do, but actually making some decisions that have a beneficial impact to the community.
Minister, I am representing the Queensland constituents who have reached out to us to tell us that they have not met with the minister, that the Alliance has not had any meetings with the minister, and that the concerns that they are raising are not being heard. They are also concerned about the consultation process, where we now have an incidence where you lodge a 10-minute slot and you get to speak to someone for 10 or 20 minutes. That is not a proper consultation. So you may have that view, but the message that I'm giving you is that the community is not happy about this process. They are not happy about the consultation, and I'm simply relaying those concerns, as I am supposed to do as a senator representing the people of Queensland and the people of Brisbane, who continue to be impacted by aircraft noise, who put their faith in a Senate inquiry that happened in February 2024, and you can't even give them a time to tell them when they're going to get the government's response. That does not sound like a government that is taking this seriously.
Well, what you aren't taking into account is the decisions the government have made since we've been in government as well, Senator Orman-Payne.
Well, it's not enough. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. And, you know, I back Senator Orman-Payne on that issue. The Senate inquiry that this committee did went out and heard from communities in your state, I might say, Minister, produced a report that had practical and pragmatic, tangible recommendations for the minister to adopt. And my apologies, I was out of the room at the time, but I would understand that the department has produced a response and given that to the minister. Ms Purvis-Smith?
Ms Natty went through that the department has produced a response and provided a draft response to.
And so, Minister, why is Minister King think she's above standing orders of the Australian Senate, that she does not need to table a response to a Senate inquiry that the department's drafted, that's sitting on her desk, and she hasn't got the wherewithal or the respect for not just the Australian Senate but for the hundreds of people in the community events that we attended as part of that Senate inquiry who turned up to actually get some answers and provide their evidence?
Well, I disagree with your characterisation of the events, Senator Mackenzie.
Will you table the report then? Will you table the report
at
the next day the Senate sits then? It's sitting on her desk. Get her to sign it.
Sorry, Assistant Minister, just before you answer the question, if we just give the Assistant Minister an opportunity to answer the question. Assistant Minister.
And as I said in response to Senator Orman-Payne, who asked a similar question about this, the response is under consideration and I'm sure will be issued soon.
Well, I think the fact that the Minister hasn't bothered to table that response that the department drafted shows the level of respect that she actually has for these communities and the work of the Senate. But I'll leave that there, Minister. I'm not asking a question.
I'm not asking a question. I can provide a response.
No, I'm not asking a question.
Well, if you're going to make political comment, you'll get a political response.
Apologies by you for Minister King's appalling behaviour.
Normal practice is, and that if there's a statement of that nature that the Minister does have, the Assistant Minister does have an opportunity to...
That's not a long-standing practice.
It is a long-standing practice,
thank
you, Senator Mackenzie.
But it's a decision for you as Chair
Senator
to let
Chisholm,
the Minister...
did you want to add anything to your reply?
Waffle on?
No, I don't think there's any need to. It's the Minister does take these matters very seriously, has a record of government of delivering on these matters, and I'm sure the response in terms of the Senate inquiry will be done in due course.
While we're talking Senate inquiries, what about the Qantas inquiry response? Has a draft been given to the Minister?
A draft has been provided.
When was that provided to the Minister's office?
I've got people who can provide details of that.
Well, I'll wait. That can just arrive when it arrives. I do want to go to electric vehicles, back to our roadmap with no numbers, some lovely vague things and some evidence and analysis which will remain unrevealed. What proportion of government vehicles are going to be electric? The government fleet?
That would be a matter for the Department of Finance, who are responsible for government.
Have you given them any advice on that?
We've spoken to the Department of Finance about their policy and spoken to them about the operation of the policies that we're responsible for, but no, we haven't spoken to them about uptake rates in government spaces. So
as part of the evidence and analysis you used to derive this roadmap, government fleets and government's role in investing in electric vehicles wasn't part of that? Is that how I take that evidence?
The government has previously made a decision in relation to government electrifying its fleet, and that policy still stands, and so it's underway.
So what's the current number of government vehicles that are electric?
So that would need to be asked of the Department of Finance, who look at fleets. I don't know, have that information.
And do you know what the projected number is?
Again, I don't have that information.
And perhaps just to add to that, it's also the Department of Defence. So the Department of Defence also operates its green and white fleets, and there's electrification occurring in that.
Green and white?
Yes, that's correct.
What's in the white fleet?
White fleet is vehicles that are used by officials for official business, not necessarily...
It's a bit hierarchical. Oh, but it's defence. I get it. All right. Well, it's understood that emergency and defence vehicles are currently exempt from the penalties under NVES. Is it the department's intention to review the future of that exemption under the review of NVES to be commenced at the end of 2026?
Yeah. So just to clarify that, Senator, at present, there are two classes of exemption that exist under the NVES. The first is in relation to heavy vehicles, so that's vehicles that are heavier than 4.5 tonne. The second is vehicles for which a emissions test has yet to be specified in an ADR. In effect, that means vehicles heavier than 3.5 tonne, and it is the case that most emergency and other public use vehicles fall into those categories. So your
CFA truck at Lockington in Victoria would be over that weight?
Yeah, that's right. It goes to the GVM. So your question around reviewing the exemptions, well, certainly the terms of the 26 review, which is specified, I believe, in Section 93 of the NVES Act, requires a review of the Act as a whole, and so that would look at those exemptions. I should say that the heavy vehicle exemption, the 4.5 tonne exemption, that exists actually in the black letter law itself, and then of course the exemption that I mentioned in relation to emissions tests, that exists in an instrument that sits under the NVES Act itself.
Okay, thank you. So these exemptions will be reviewed. We have spoken previously about the framework around emergency vehicles, working with the states to actually develop a framework about attending incidents when electric vehicles are involved, around how SES or the police or the fireys would actually rescue someone from an electric vehicle, etc., approach and deal with an incident. That framework was still under development the last time I recall speaking to you.
I think you might...
has it landed?
I think you might be referring to a program being run by DQ in terms of providing training materials to respond to those sorts of incidents. The other...
but aren't they're working with you?
Oh, yes, of course.
They are leading that work, though. It's not our lead, so they have the lead for the training materials on that at the Department of Climate Change.
And what do you feed into them? Technical advice?
Oh yeah, and also just there's staff in my branch that are interested in taking some of those training courses, for example. But the other program to sort of direct you to, Senator, is EV Fire Safe, which is actually run by the Department of Defence, which is a website that provides information about EV fires, potential responses, their incidents, and so on.
So, have the training modules been agreed and implemented?
I don't know, Senator.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. As the government progresses policy through to 2035, what is the expectation on changing over federal and state government emergency vehicle fleets? specifically police vehicles, fire engines, ambulance and defence vehicles?
Material for, so for example, the headline limits have not, we don't have headline limits further than 2029. That will still need to be set by government and will need to undertake a process, including a process of consultation on that, and then the review of the Act itself in terms of electrifying, including, depending on whether we talk about electrifying state government fleets, that might come into it, which I'm interpreting your question. Is that your question around state government fleets?
Yes. Well,
yeah, and that will we'll have discussions on that separately rather than as part of the overall Act. The Act, as you know, regulates at the point of import with some exemptions. So the states making their own decisions about electrifying their fleets, we will have separate discussions with.
So the states' targets are in addition and strategies are in addition to yours? Could overlap and could actually work against?
They're in addition to these. They could overlap. Hopefully they don't go against.
Is the expectations that these vehicles will transition to net zero emissions?
I think that will be up to each state, but we'll have those discussions with the states.
The federal vehicles, such as defence and federal police vehicles?
I mean, well, those agencies have net zero plans themselves in their organisations. In many ways, it depends on the applications, Senator. So, you know, if we're talking about a very large vehicle, as the previous evidence we provided was that, you know, heavy vehicles, there are multiple pathways to decarbonisation. Electrification is one, but there are other pathways.
But the rubber's hitting the road, pardon the pun. And I'm not convinced from the conversations we've had for the last 7 hours that we've got some broad statements, we've got no figures, you've got no numbers, you've got no projections of the private fleet or indeed the government fleets to actually achieve these targets. If you have numbers or projections of numbers, what are they?
So I think as I come back to
Yeah,
the net zero
exactly.
is
economy-wide.
Well, the target
No
is
sector
economy-wide.
targets.
There's no. That's exactly right, Senator.
Yeah, it's interesting. Has there been any modelling or quantification of costs in converting these fleets? Hard to do if you don't know the numbers, isn't it?
So, and again, it depends on which fleet. If it's the state
Okay,
fleets,
give me one. Give me one you've done.
No, what I was going to say was that if it's a state fleet, then the states will, you know, take the lead and responsibility for costs of that. So, and again, I said that will depend on whether it's defence. We've not modelled that. We will have those discussions going forward.
Will defence have those?
I don't know, Senator.
But this is your plan.
It's a plan for the technology pathways. It provides the technology pathway and direction for each mode of transport.
Tell you what, if this was the crisis that you actually, at another level, are saying it is, this would be a little more detailed. Because this is not a plan to... I'm not getting a sense that this is a plan to anywhere specific. At all. You can't tell me any detail about the things you're responsible for or the things you're not responsible for or the partnerships you may or may not have. This is a very opaque plan. Big fanfare, right on the back of the crisis, and a plan to a path that's really got no detail around it.
As I mentioned, Senator, there will need to be future government decisions in order to make decisions on the exact details of the pathways. This provides a direction and a pathway for each individual
So who
mode.
will do the evaluation of emergency vehicles remaining exempted or not?
So are you referring to
Is that something?
MBES, Senator?
Yeah.
So Minister King is the responsible minister for exemptions under the MBES Act.
So if emergency vehicles with their heavy payloads are to remain exempt from attacks or from electrification, and therefore, who does the assessment then of the weight of these vehicles and the consequent lack of range once they're electrified?
So the weight we're sort of talking about is gross vehicle mass. That's a characteristic of the vehicle that's put in, well, it's specified at the point of import in line with manufacturer's specifications. So that is done as part of the normal process of bringing a vehicle into the country, Senator.
So can you give confidence that that the actual functionality of our emergency vehicle fleet in terms of range and service provision won't be compromised?
So, Senator, I think I'm going back to
under the pathway of the plan. The plan of the pathway? The PPP? Sorry, Ms Purvis-Smith. I was being flippant.
There is no government decision or mandate in relation to this. This will be work that we will be undertaking and the government will be making decisions on going forward.
Air Services Australia's fire trucks, have they got a net zero plan?
Air Services Australia will have their own plan. Again, the government is not mandating an EV take-up or mandating that Air Services fire trucks should be EV. I come back to...
It doesn't sound like you're very serious about this stuff. Can I... Mr Betts, in terms of your department's fleet, do you know how many cars are in that?
I don't.
I probably should have asked that in court. I didn't think I'd have to.
Like all other government departments, we have a net zero plan for the achievement of net zero in the activities which we undertake.
And so can someone give me what the department's plan is for electrification of your passenger fleet?
It's a good question to ask under corporate.
Yeah, I know that now.
Well,
but you know what? I bet you would have called Mrs. Purvis-Smith would know the answer.
Talking about the CFMEU in corporate, we could have been talking about this.
Oh, I know. Sorry.
So I'll take that on notice.
You can answer that.
No, I don't have access to that information now.
Okay. Secretary needs assistance. Please text. Okay, I wanted to ask in outcome 2 about the government's mechanism for tracking the origin of refined oil products arriving at Australian ports.
The Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water is responsible for that.
So the Q does?
Yes.
So the volumetric, etc., is all done through them. Fuel storage facilities are done through DEQ?
Yes. Yes, we have information. Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, I'll follow that up with DEQ. I wanted to go to Ayers Rock Airport sale. Sorry, guys, you're going to get your steps up. You've been sitting for a while.
I'm getting my steps up.
Except for Secretary, but he gets paid enough to sit for long times. Given the widely reported exclusive negotiations to sell Ayers Rock Resort to a United States private equity-backed Journey Beyond, when did the department first brief the minister on any implications for Ayers Rock Airport operations?
Daniel Caruso, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Domestic Aviation and Reform. Senator, that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's not an issue that the department has briefed the minister on.
So the minister is unaware of the implications of a US private equity firm purchasing Ayers Rock Resort? No.
Senator, the Ayers Rock Airport and Resort is not regulated under the Airports Act. It's not one of the 21 leased federal airports. And so we have.
So how does it sit in the ecosystem of airports then?
It is an airport that is operated outside of the Commonwealth's leasing arrangements.
But all regulatory, Commonwealth regulatory requirements still. How do you make sure it's operating in a way that you expect, that the Commonwealth expects?
That if it was related to the safety of that airport, it would be a matter for CASA, and if it was related to the airspace, it would be a matter for Air Services, and it's not a matter for the department in that case because it is not one of the 21 leased federal airports under the Airports Act of 1996.
Yes, but the airlines that the Commonwealth Department and its agencies are responsible for land and take off, and the passengers that use our aviation system fly in and out of Ayers Rock Airport. So irrespective of who owns it or controls it, wouldn't it be in the Minister's best interest to have a brief from her department about the sale of it to an overseas entity?
Senator, as Mr. Caruso...
You thought it wasn't necessary for her to know or to have an understanding of what was happening?
It's not a matter that I have briefed her on relating to her obligations and the requirements under the Airports Act.
It's a pretty narrow determination of what she needs to be briefed on. Given the ACCC doesn't monitor AYQ's prices or service quality, what consumer or airline protections exist against monopoly pricing at this single airport, single resort destination?
I'm unable to answer that question, Senator. I don't know.
I would add, Senator, I mean, most regional airports have a local monopoly. That this wouldn't be an unusual situation.
Sorry?
I would add, Senator, that most regional airports have a local monopoly.
Yes, but they also have a Commonwealth Minister assuring the public that someone's acting in the national interest. In this case, there's not that oversight. So thank you for your help, Mr. Caruso, but it was not very helpful. So there is nothing for the consumer or airline protections here. There's no oversight. Who oversights it?
So I think...
Does anyone know how this airport operates?
As Ms Natty has explained, they will come under CASA and ASA. The department, though, doesn't regulate it under the Airports Act. In terms of pricing, they will price with the airlines, as do other airports in the same way. They will need to maintain safety as part of the safety ecosystem and regulations, but the department does not have a role in regulating this particular airport. I might add that if I'm not aware of the details, but if it is being sold to an overseas company, I assume that it will need to go through the normal FIRB processes.
Well, it depends what the price is, I guess.
I've got some information for you on leased vehicles in the department, if you're interested.
See?
Yeah, someone came to my help.
Hey, someone came to the rescue.
As predicted by you, Senator. So the department leases 6 vehicles through a whole-of-government contract managed by the Department of Finance. Of those 6 vehicles, 3 are electric, 3 have internal combustion engines. The car for Minister King and Minister Wells used for official business are both electric. The remaining vehicles, which are non-electric, the remaining 3, their leases expire in, I think, March next year, at which point they'll be replaced by electric vehicles.
Thank you. So you're doing your bit.
I like to think
Living your values. Okay. Has the department advised the Minister on options to improve the transparency at Ayers Rock Resort Airport? For example, voluntary reporting of aeronautical charges, service metrics, or a deed of undertaking with the new owner?
As we've indicated, Senator, that the department doesn't have a regulatory role with regards to Ayers Rock Airport.
But you have a responsibility You might not have a formal regulatory role, but I think your minister needs to be briefed and across this negotiation. So the answer is no. You've acknowledged that it's a monopoly aviation gateway for Uluru visitors. It's now owned by a private equity fund. What risks would you identify for airfares, airport charges and package pricing?
I think that might be a hypothetical question, Senator. And again, as I mentioned, it would be subject to FIRB approval processes if it was being purchased by an overseas acquirer.
But again, that would depend on, or does every purchase of an airport go automatically to FIRB, or is it? Wouldn't it? It's a purchase figure, isn't it?
My understanding is that if it's any purchase from an overseas company needs to go through FIRB processes.
In the aviation sector? No, I think there's a purchase price and state-owned enterprises, but no, that's not the case. So to assume that it's going through a FIRB process would depend on the purchase price. So there's no oversight. Okay.
I don't. I'll take that on notice.
I really would like you to, because this is a
notice,
concern that the minister hasn't been briefed. I'm happy to table the article that I'm basing my questions on around the iconic Ayers Rock Resort being sold to US-owned Journey Beyond for $300 million. And the minister hasn't been briefed on the sale of this. Our airlines and our consumers have no oversight or a minister that's able to interact here, and now it's owned by a private equity firm. So I would really appreciate some follow-up on that one. Rex. Seeing I've got aviation there. I want some straight answers. We've actually bought $50 million of the secured debt, put up to $80 million on the table to keep services going. The government backed a court extension so administrators could run another sale process, now due to conclude on the 5th of December 25. After all that public exposure, regional communities still don't know for buyers in the wings. The minister still hasn't convened a round table of regional aviation providers to work out an alternative plan to the angel investor, the mysterious angel investor. I actually want straight answers on the timing, the buyer, the anti-asset strip safeguards and concrete protections for towns about regional connectivity.
So, Senator, the sale process is active. I am not able to provide you with information that will prejudice conversations and negotiations in a sale process that is active. You are correct that the government purchased and acquired $50 million in secured debt. It provided $80 million commercial loan to Rex via the administrators for the administrators to run Rex. The convening period was extended through to 5 December. The government announced that it would provide an extra $30 million if required to enable a sale process to be finalised. The administrators have announced that they have narrowed the bidders and they did that prior to seeking an extension of the convening period to 5 December. Because the sale process is active and negotiations are taking place, I am unable to provide you with detail.
So the government is in the final stages of a bidding sale?
Sale process is active. The administrators have narrowed down the bids and we are participating in the sale process.
Do you have an anti-asset strip safeguard as part
Senator,
of the sale process?
I can't comment on anything that we might be negotiating with the bidder on what may or may not be in there. I can't
What's
prejudice
materially
the process.
changed in the second process besides more time and more public money?
The second process changed in the sense that the administrators took the time to disentangle the Rex regional business from the whole of the Rex group. They sold the non-core assets that were not core to the Rex regional business, and they took time to put together documentation for bidders to be able to access that was just on the Rex regional business, to be able to enable that sale. That took time to disentangle, and the sale process started, as I think you're aware, and I took you through in our last estimates. In February, it had a range of stages through the sale process. We are at the last stage, and because it is an active sale process, I'm unable to make any comment to prejudice the outcome.
Minister, media have named Air T as a live bidder. Is the buyer Australian or foreign controlled?
The Minister made a public interest immunity claim previously, and we maintain that same claim.
The media have named Air T as a live bidder. I'm not asking you to confirm whether they are the live bidder or not. I'm asking you to confirm whether the buyer is Australian or foreign controlled. That won't prejudice the sale at all.
Yeah, well,
but I think the government is acting on the Australian taxpayers' best interests in this sale. Australians have a right to know whether you are negotiating with an Australian buyer or one that is foreign controlled.
Yeah, and there is a public interest immunity claim from the Minister in regards to this matter. If there's any additional information, I'm happy to provide it on notice.
And on what basis did the Minister make that public interest immunity?
I'm happy to table the letter.
Thank you.
That the Minister did.
Is there a no breakup undertaking over core assets, certificates and routes?
I'm unable to comment on any of the detail of the negotiations.
What enforceable
Senator.
undertaking stopping a buyer from buying the slots into Sydney and the spare parts and then stripping the company and walking away? I'm not asking you to speculate or give comment on a live sale. Is there anything stopping a prospective buyer, of which there may be hundreds, from doing that?
That would be, sorry.
The Minister's made a public interest immunity claim in regards to this matter. I don't think it's helpful for Senator Mackenzie to continue to pursue this, given that that claim's been made.
I'm not asking about the sale.
Well, you are, Senator
I'm
Mackenzie.
actually not. Let's just, what would stop, it's a hypothetical. It's a question around a potential strategy from a buyer. It's not going to the specific.
And not going to answer hypotheticals either, Senator Mackenzie.
So I will take it the government's refusing to rule out
well,
a potential buyer.
Look, if you want to go down...
I'm happy for you to rule it out, Minister.
You're going down the silly path now, Senator Mackenzie.
I'm happy for you to rule it out.
I accept that, but there's a public interest in...
You are refusing to rule it out. That they'll buy the slots and spares, strip the company for parts and walk away. You cannot give the Australian public a guarantee that that won't happen. Is that correct?
There's a public interest immunity claim in regards to this matter, Senator Mackenzie.
Can regional communities have confidence that minimum service levels by routes will be baked into the deed?
Again,
no,
there's
you
a
can't
public
guarantee
interest
that.
There's public interest immunity claim in regards to this. If you want to continue to waste
Can the
time on
government
this, Senator
guarantee
McKenzie,
competitive neutrality so that any REX-specific deal does not distort the market for the other regional carriers who are trying to deliver services to regional communities?
as we've discussed, Senator McKenzie, there's a public interest immunity claim in regards to this matter.
So you can't guarantee that. You've floated a Commonwealth acquisition backstop if no buyer emerges. This has got nothing to do with the live sale process. What happens if we hit the 5th of December without a signed deal?
Well, I think you're going into speculation there, Senator McKenzie, and there is a public interest immunity claim in regards to this matter.
No, I'm sorry, Minister. This government's been going through this process for a long time. There is a Commonwealth acquisition backstop, as I understood it. That sort of, if this fails, then we have a plan B. What is the plan B?
Well, I think you're going to hypotheticals there, Senator McKenzie. There is a PII claim in regards to this matter that the Minister still maintains.
Given the Federal Court extended the convening period to the 5th of December, what dates have you set for a government decision if the sale does not occur? Has the department provided the Minister a brief of advice if the sale doesn't occur, given the Federal Court's decision on options she has?
Providing that level of detail will provide a level of information on negotiations.
I don't want you to go to the negotiations. I want you to go to, if we get to December the 5th and there is no deal, I'm helping you with your negotiations. What options are available to the Minister, and what assurity can you give that regional communities on December the 6th, if a sale doesn't go through, for whatever reason, will still remain connected and have aviation services?
Senator, we've provided quite a range of briefing to the Minister on a regular basis on a range of options. And I think I've mentioned last time that we were working on backstop options. The government has not made a decision in relation to acquisition, but wanted the work done to allow it to be able to make a decision, and that is what we have done. But they have not made a decision in order to do that.
To trigger the December the 6th options.
The administrators are working towards a sale.
I have some questions on the importation of electric vehicles.
I might now go to Senator Hodgson-May, and then we'll come back to Senator Mulholland and then back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go to the approval of Melbourne Airport's third runway. Are you the right collection of people?
I might bring Ms Natty up to the table as well.
Thanks, Senator. Not a problem. In response to my question on notice, SQ24 001329, where I asked the department to table the full Quigley and Watts Limited health study commissioned by Australian Pacific Airports, the department stated that it did not have possession of the full study.
That's right.
If the department didn't have access to the full study, then what did they read and consider when providing advice to the Minister on the development's approval?
Senator, can I just clarify? Are you saying what information did it use about health impacts when it was considering the advice to the Minister? I'm not quite sure of the question that you're asking.
So what did they read and consider when providing advice to the Minister on the development's approval if it weren't the full study, the Quigley and Watts Limited Health Study that was undertaken?
I have to take that on notice. I don't know the extent of the information that we would have considered, but it would have been a full package of information provided by APAM, Australia Pacific Airports Melbourne, who operate the airport and are the proponent for that project.
Thank you. What you did respond to the question on notice was that you had Chapter 3 of that study, but not the full report.
That's right.
Yeah, so I suppose I'm just trying to understand whether the Minister maybe had access to that full study, or if you didn't have access to the full study in just that one chapter, did the Minister only have access to that one chapter as
Senator,
well?
it's when we're providing advice to the Minister on such serious matters as major development proposals, anything that comes to us to provide her with advice goes to the Minister as part of her decision making. So we don't hold any of that information back. On that basis, I would suggest that the only information provided to the Minister would have been Chapter 3 if that's the only information provided to us.
So is it correct that this study, though commissioned by Australian Pacific Airports, was the only health study on Melbourne Airport's third runway that was considered by the Minister and Government when approving the development? It was just that one chapter of that one health report?
I understand it's just that one chapter, and it's part of the reason why the Minister took such proactive steps to place conditions on the Melbourne's third runway major development plan, including, as I'm sure you're aware, Senator, the community health study.
Yeah. Is it unusual for the Minister not to request the full report and to only have one chapter of a report of that nature, given the significance and size of the development that she was approving?
Under the Airports Act, Senator, the obligation sits with the airport operator company, who are the proponents of the project, to provide the information for the Minister's consideration. It isn't up to the Minister to request anything. So if we receive the information and based on what's been provided, there's enough information to inform a Minister's decision, then that's what we provide her. If there's insufficient information to inform her decision, she or a delegate, including Ms Purvis Smith and I, can request information through what we call an RFI, request for information, under the Act.
Okay, thank you. So one chapter was provided, no request was ever made for the full report. Are you aware of whether a request was made?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know off the top of my head, Senator.
Thank you. We've just got some concerns from the community within the western suburbs that who I think have a right to question why only one portion of a report was considered for such a significant development. And I note the other study that you're talking about, 20-year project, 20-year study, that I'll have some further questions about in a moment. But yeah, it just does sound strange, does it not, to have one chapter when there's an entire study that's being done. There's no curiosity about what else might lie in that report in relation to health impacts for such a huge development?
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I've heard from residents of Melbourne's western suburbs who are concerned that APAM is significantly downplaying how many residents will be impacted by the additional noise as a result of the third runway. What involvement has the government had in the development of the noise amelioration plan?
Mm-hmm. So first things first, the noise amelioration plan is being developed to inform a noise amelioration program. So they've got the same acronym, which is tricky, but the plan is the approach that APAM, Australia Pacific Airports Melbourne, the airport operator, is planning to take in terms of the next step. So it will be the framework, if you like, around who might or who would be within the boundaries that we would consider then are affected by that aircraft noise. They're working in close consultation with Air Services Australia. Air Services has commissioned 2 different consultants to work with them on the engagement with the community so that they can step through the process. I've been involved in one recent meeting. It's quite technical work. The information that we were provided with the Melbourne Third Runway MDP is that around 700 dwellings within the ANEF, that's the Australian Noise Exposure Forecast 25 contour, will be impacted by the proposed runway. And that information will be verified as part of the noise amelioration program, because Air Services will continue to work with APAM to just determine whether that noise forecast remains current.
Thank you. So, do you have more information on what process APAM has undertaken to facilitate public consultation outside of the CACG framework? What other additional public consultations happened?
Yes, if you give me a moment, I'm sure I've got some notes on that. Just give me a moment, Senator. So, let me just... Okay. APAM is currently conducting a first phase of public consultation from August to November 2025 to develop details of the noise amelioration plan, which, as I said, describes the future noise amelioration program. Community members have been encouraged to register their interest and engage with the public consultation activities. APAM is assembling an expert project team, including acoustic engineers, to prepare the noise amelioration plan, and it intends to present the Minister with a draft of that plan for approval in the middle of next year, around June 2026, ahead of the 10 September 2026 approval deadline, which is 2 years from the date the Minister signed or approved the MDP with conditions. And that's about as much as I have at this stage, Senator.
Thanks for that. And sorry if you mentioned this and I missed it, but do you have the date that the government and APAM last met with the Community Aviation Consultation Group?
I may have that in my notes. Just give me one moment. I know that there was what we call a CAG meeting on the 19th of August, and I would... I don't know whether there was one in September, but I know my notes indicate that there was a meeting on the 19th of August, and if you'd like me to take it on notice to see, I can do that.
Please do. And that's typically between government, APAM and the community group.
So the community aviation consultation groups are a mechanism for the airports to engage with the community. They are not designed as a mechanism for the department or the government to engage directly. It is about the airport being good neighbours with the neighbouring local council areas and representatives. So
the department wasn't present at those meetings?
We have been present at some meetings. What we have said to all airports during 2024 is that it is not... it's not a statutory obligation on the department to be present at all of those meetings. I've mentioned
taking on notice then the last meeting where the department was present.
Of course.
At and providing that. Thank you. And I suppose if they're only being attended intermittently, how is the government ensuring that really deep, adequate consultation is happening with impacted community members, particularly those in Melbourne's western suburbs?
So we have very regular, I would hazard to say, daily contact with APAM on a range of matters. So all of the conditions that the Minister made when she approved the Melbourne Third Runway MDP have an oversight mechanism by the department, and that includes regular status updates on...
So they're coming via APAM rather than the community? There's no direct community, that consultation that's being facilitated by government?
That's right, because the obligation sits on the airport operator company to meet its obligations under the Act rather than them sitting with the department. And one of those obligations is community consultation.
Thank you. I understand that Melbourne Airport has 6 permanent noise monitors and 2 temporary monitors installed by the airport. How does this compare to other airports like Brisbane Airport? Do you know?
The noise monitors, Senator, are a matter for Air Services, so you may want to hold that question over until they appear later tonight.
Yeah. So I understand for the first 20 years of runway operations, a report has to be submitted annually to the CACG on each community health impact associated with the third runway.
Mm-hmm.
Will these annual reports be made public?
I can't recall whether it was part of the condition that they'll be made public. If they are presented to the CAG, then the CAG minutes go on the APAM website, and then by definition they would be public. If you would like me to qualify that in terms of the condition itself, I can do that, Senator.
I would appreciate that, thank you. And I also understand the terms of reference for this study were developed by a panel of health and environmental experts from Deakin Uni and were put to the government for approval in September. Has the government received these?
So the APAM put a draft to the government in September, and that met the deadline that was as part of the conditions. We're providing some comments back to APAM, and then we will receive a final version.
And so when's the deadline for the government to approve those recommendations?
To approve the terms of reference?
Sorry, the terms of reference, because my understanding was that they were to be approved in September, but if not, when is there a deadline?
There is no deadline for APAM to submit the final draft terms of reference for the Minister's consideration.
Is there a typical timeline that you can refer to?
It's not one of those things that's typical. This is the first industry-led community health study of its kind anywhere in the world. So we don't have a blueprint for how the community health study will run. It's a very robust process. The APAM has provided or commissioned experts from Deakin, including Dr. Catherine Bennett, who was very involved with all of the COVID response. So she has assembled a team from Deakin University's Health Institute, and so we are taking their advice because they have international experts who are also on the panel.
And so the draft, sorry to interrupt, the draft terms of reference can be made public, will be made public, or?
As I understand it, the terms of reference will be made public. The draft, as I said, is still something that we are having some conversations about, and once the Minister has had a chance to consider those terms of reference, they will become public, and then they will form the basis of how APAM then approaches the market in order to have experts who will then conduct the actual study itself.
And is this usual practice for community to lead this type of study rather than government? Is that something that happens typically?
This is the first of its kind in the world.
And is there a rationale for the community leading it rather than the government?
So it's not community-led, it's industry-led.
Industry-led, sorry, rather than government.
Well, I think that it shows a commitment from APAM about how seriously it's taking the noise impacts around.
I suppose on the reverse side, though, you could say it maybe is a potential lack of leadership of government not wanting to lead that type of health study.
I think my view would be that it's providing an opportunity for the government to have access to information over a 20-year horizon, which it's never had before. It's also an opportunity to demonstrate that the industry itself takes the matter seriously and is investing in it, and having the government oversight through mechanisms such as steering committees and so on allows for there to be a really close and robust sort of process where
I might not share the same optimism with you about an industry-led health study report, but...
Can I add as well, Senator, while we're on the question topic, there is a requirement that the community health study over 20 years be published on APAM's website.
Yeah. Yes, I was aware of that, thank you. What is the government's plan if the 20-year community health study reveals that health damage caused by aircraft noise from the third runway was underestimated? Have you spoken about what?
That will be a matter for the government to consider once that data is available. It is sort of, you're asking us to speculate on something in the future which we don't know, and it's part of the reason that the Minister provided this condition on APAM to have a community health study.
Is it, Minister, perhaps Assistant Minister, something you do sort of put some thought into?
Well, I'm sure Mr King gave a lot of thought into these matters, and she did impose unprecedented conditions on the approval of the third airport runway. I'm disappointed you try and criticise that in terms of undermining the government's thoroughness in this regard, but I think a community health study will be a really important part
Would you say,
of the
though,
conditions.
that only having one chapter of the health impact report is thorough?
Well, I think Minister King did a very thorough job, and I think that the extraordinary and unprecedented conditions that she placed on the approval, I think, demonstrates that.
I would say that the community who I derive these questions from, similarly to my colleagues' line of questioning, indicates otherwise.
Well, I disagree with you.
Well, you're disagreeing with the community. What actions is the government taking to ensure the air quality surrounding Melbourne Airport won't be compromised once construction of the runway is complete? Do you have any further information on air quality?
No, I don't, Senator.
Would you mind taking that on notice?
Sure.
For me, please? And I think that concludes my questioning. Thank you.
Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. We have heard a lot today about what stakeholders are saying, particularly around the transition to net zero, but not one person actually quoted, not one source provided. So let's go to what people are actually saying on the record. The National Farmers Federation have said that they welcomed the federal government's $1 billion Cleaner Fuels program. The new program will support the production of renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. GrainCorp has also said this project is about using Australia's strengths in agriculture to fuel a new energy industry, one that helps to cut emissions while driving investment in the regions. As the energy transition gains pace, GrainCorp is proud to be part of this momentum and to help Australian agriculture as a key player. So with that in mind, Assistant Minister, could you please touch on how this policy will help support regional jobs and our farmers?
Thanks, Senator Mulholland, and I think it is a policy that has been well received in the community, and I think with our Queensland hat-ons, particularly in regional Queensland as well, but also from the grains industry, which is obviously a significant part of many parts of rural and regional Australia. There's no doubt that there is enormous opportunity. I not long ago had dinner with the Sugar Milling Council as well, who are very passionate and see enormous opportunity for this policy. We understand it's an important one for the future of the country and ensuring that some of the heavier polluters can actually meet some of their goals, and the industry are really rolling up their sleeves to be part of that as well. But I'm very confident that as part of this, that there will be economic opportunity in many parts of rural and regional Australia as a result of that. And I think that just goes to point to the opportunity that presents itself if you've got a government that's forward focused and actually looking to these opportunities and what can be achieved from that. So it's something that I'm excited about, and I think many parts of rural and regional Australia will benefit from it.
Thank you. I'm really pleased that you talked about the sugar industry. I know that you've been up there in Mackay previously. I was up there the other week at the Serena Distillery, also at the Racecourse Mill, also on Tony's cane farm in Marwood. They are all really excited about the prospect of our policy. In particular, we've just opened an upgraded bio plant in Mackay, an $8 million investment from the federal government. And we know the researchers are working really hard at that plant on innovations to get the purity right, to get a sustainable aviation fuel. And hopefully that can come out of regional Queensland, fingers crossed. We'd be really excited to see that. So really excited to hear that. But also just some other stakeholder views from the Transport and the Tourism and Transport Forum. They've congratulated the government on this historic investment. They applaud the landmark investment, which brings government and industry together to position Australia as a global leader in sustainable aviation, cruise and transport fuels. So we've now heard feedback from the agricultural industry, from the transport industry earlier, the Bus Association, the Rail Association, the Public Transport Association, and now from the tourism sector. So that's a lot of voices supportive of this government's transition to net zero. Are you aware of any other views to counter this?
Well, I do think that it has been well received from those people engaged in the industry and understand how important it is as well, and I think that's something that the government have been very thorough in terms of our ability to work with people across the industry and ensure that we get policy settings that are going to see that investment and job creating opportunities of the future, but also meeting our net zero commitments at the same time. And I think that there is a real contrast with the direction of the government versus those in opposition at the moment. And I think that the contrast couldn't be more clearer than when it comes to our ambitions around net zero compared to who knows where our opponents would be.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator O'Sullivan.
Can I just ask one? And then I'm
Senator
Sorry,
McKenzie,
my apologies.
Senator McKenzie, you say
been-
you've got one question.
I've got one series of questions that I've been dying to ask.
Oh,
if I could...
I think you might have misled the Deputy Chair. So,
Did I?
series of
No, and then I've
questions.
left him with another couple that I will
All right. Go ahead. It's all clear.
So, who in the department is responsible for checking foreign imported vehicles for cyber or national security risks as they relate to road safety and import regulations?
Whole stack of them.
An army. We actually might need one. The amount of Chinese EVs. Okay, so which branch leads that work within the department?
Senator, it's actually led jointly depending on what type of question you're asking. We have a branch within Transport Group that deals with automated vehicles.
Right.
And we also have our road safety colleagues here with us who also deal with the international standards.
Okay.
Did you say automated?
Yep.
Yes,
automated.
Automated and connected vehicles.
And connected.
Yes. Yes.
So do we count electric vehicles as connected vehicles?
I'll hand over to Mr Macon, but connected vehicles are not just EVs.
No.
They're in effect most new vehicles on the market today.
And that's why if you've got Siri on your phone and you don't want Siri talking to anyone, you can't connect your car to CarPlay. Anyway, no, I get it, it's not just EVs, sorry, but yes, connected vehicles. So if I was doing a Venn diagram, what would it look like?
So Mike Macon, Assistant Secretary, Transport Partnerships and Emerging Technology. I think, so connected vehicles, as Ms Davis-Smith said, include all vehicles that have SIM cards or Wi-Fi connection or Bluetooth connection. So it's quite a broad set, and it basically includes all vehicles.
So is there an Australian standard around data transmission, ownership and security settings for imported connected vehicles?
Not a specific standard. I might let Ms Cashman talk to the vehicle standards, but all vehicles that collect and share data are covered by the Privacy Act, which is a Attorney General Department and OAIC, Information Commissioner responsibility. So when you purchase a new car, you would sign a contract that would include a range of privacy provisions, and that's the basic requirements that cover that.
Okay, so can you just walk me through the process end to end from a foreign vehicle first seeking market entry to final approval, and where do the cyber checks for safety occur? Who can?
I can take that question, Senator. So, Melissa Cashman, Assistant Secretary for Vehicle Safety Policy and Partnerships. Australia has a set of national road vehicle standards called the Australian Design Rules, and all vehicles that are going to be provided to the market for the first time must meet the applicable Australian Design Rules, ADRs. There are different combinations of ADRs depending on the vehicle category, but there are a range of standards. Those ADRs are basically based on the equivalent international standard developed under the umbrella of the United Nations. Australia contributes to the development of those international standards. There are two international standards that relate to cybersecurity and software updates in vehicles. The department has set out a plan to consult on the transition, or what would you call it, the incorporation of those international standards into the ADRs. It's a little bit complicated for us. Our system, in the way that it operates, is slightly different to, for example, the way the European system. So we have to do a little bit more work. We can't just pick those standards up and stamp ADR on the front. We've started mentioning...
So where does that go? Does it go through the Department of Industry or...?
No, so our department manages that directly. We consult closely with industry to make sure that what we're proposing is workable and viable. And then all ADRs are a legislative instrument that is made by the minister, the relevant minister for transport at the time.
But what I hear you say is that there aren't any ADRs that exist for cybersecurity.
No, it's a recent development in the international framework, and we're looking at the process now for taking that vehicle on. There is an overarching requirement for all road vehicles that they are safe for use, and that's where recall provisions can come in if a vehicle is found not to be safe for use. But as far as meeting applicable standards before first supply, that's still a work in progress.
Are you consulting with other agencies and departments as you consult with that, the Department of Home Affairs?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. We work closely with the Department of Home Affairs. This has obviously got very broad implications, so we work with them regularly on the aspects.
On the development of the cybersecurity standards?
Yes, they're aware of our
the planning to consult, you've got a plan to consult. When will that plan be implemented?
I'm hopeful that we'll be doing full consultation very early in the new year, given where we are in the cycle of where our industry
with advice
operates.
to government when?
It depends on what we get back from that consultation.
But you've written a plan to consult, so in that plan there will be a plan date to advise Minister.
We have a framework for how we consult,
so when is
Senator.
That? When is that?
No, we don't have a date. We don't have a date set for when advice will be
Q1,
provided
2 or
to the
3
Minister.
or 4 of 26?
Oh, I shouldn't imagine it would last the full year, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it will depend on what the industry comes back to us with, any concerns or any adjustments that would need to be made for the Australian specific industry. I'm not expecting any, but I couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any.
Has the European market raised concerns with particular vehicles from particular jurisdictions?
No, not with me, Senator.
I've got a range of... I've got about 40 questions on this, so...
Yeah, just to follow up on, you said that in order for a vehicle to be sold, they have to be compliant with the ADRs. What about with connected vehicles where they receive software updates? If they're introducing new features, Tesla have just introduced full self-driving now on their vehicles, so that's existing fleet that have now been updated. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, the Commonwealth Road Vehicle Standards legislation ends at first supply. So once a vehicle has been supplied to the market, regulation of those vehicles pass to state and territory by and large. Obviously, this is a new sort of area, an emerging technology area where software updates can substantially change the vehicle. And we are working very, very closely with the states and territories to have a look at how this might look, whether there's any adjustment that's needed in their legislation, whether we can help them understand the technologies themselves.
So
I don't know if my colleague would like to also talk about other work that he's doing when we get to more automated.
So are you aware of any requirement within state jurisdictions to require those updates to be examined and registered and go through the ADR process?
So by and large, the default for states and territories is that a vehicle must continue to comply with the standard it met at the time of first supply. So where there's an ADR for a particular technology, then the vehicle, by and large, the states require that it continues to meet that ADR. It is an emerging technology, and that's why we're working very closely with the states to work out exactly what this will mean. for them and how they can actually effectively implement that, given it is that software update. Traditionally, it's done vehicle by vehicle. There's a physical thing that the states and territories can check, and they take it to, you know, their local Orvis station or whatever the case might be for checking. This is something different, so it has to be managed in a different way.
So have we gotten a written risk framework for foreign-made vehicles?
That would be a matter for Home Affairs, Senator.
Have they shared that with you as the lead on ADRs?
A risk framework? No. I know that they're doing work under their, what's it called?
I can tell you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Meg.
So, yes, this falls under the cybersecurity strategy that Home Affairs are implementing. That, and I think any detailed questions would have to go to them on how it works, but it does pick up all connected technology.
That's
as in a broad set of like devices and everything.
Including cars.
Including cars. So cars falls under the strategy on that
How
basis.
many cars do we have currently on our roads that are connected vehicles?
I don't think we would know that. Cars have been connected for a decade. It's not a new technology. Like I said, it
I
picks
just
up
heard it was
a
an
lot of
emerging
things.
technology, and I'm thinking, geez, I'm pretty sure I had a connected car. All of them are being connected. So, is it?
It's growing in how many cars have it and in which ways they're connected. But cars have been able to connect through phones for quite some time. More recent cars have SIM cards and other things in them, so it's a
Sorry if I
growing
wasn't
part
clear,
of the
Senator.
Yeah,
My
no, that's
comment
okay.
there was related to substantially changing the nature of the vehicle through a software update, which is a new technology.
And, well, that's my next question around which Australian design rules or technical requirements currently cover software integrity, connectivity and remote-controlled features.
So the two international standards that I mentioned, one is all about cybersecurity requirements for the car itself.
Does it have a number?
155, the United Nations Regulation 155.
Thank you.
And 156 relates to software updates for the vehicle specifically. So we'd be consulting on the two of those as a package.
And the remote controlled features of software upgrades are covered by both or one in particular?
When you mean like the over-the-air nature of the software upgrade? I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm quite sure it's covered by 156, but I would want to confirm that.
Okay. So we haven't updated our ADRs to reflect this call. There's no current ADR to deal with this, despite us having connected vehicles in the Australian market for a decade.
These are relatively new international standards.
No, I understand the international standards, but we're very good at having our own design standards for everything under the sun.
No, we're substantially harmonised with the United Nations standards, Senator. Given it is such a global market, it's important that we work consistently with what the rest of the world is doing in this area. This one is particularly complicated. As I mentioned, our system works a little differently to the way the European system works, for example. So part of this, we think, will have to go into the actual rules themselves or the regulations themselves. Part of it will be in ADRs that will support those rules. The other complicating factor is, as you've mentioned, that these matters will continue past first supply into the life of the vehicle. So we need to make sure that's factored in as well.
In the interim of getting this sorted, what test or control do we use to prohibit risky products on our roads?
So as far as whether a particular product is allowed or not, if you're talking about national security matters, obviously that's for Home Affairs. If you're talking about how it might just affect the operation of the vehicle, that's where we have that position of if a vehicle is supplied that is not safe for use on the roads, the recall provisions apply. So traditionally...
No, but how do we test? So right now we don't have ADRs in place. So how can you assure me that we're not having risky vehicles on our roads?
So we have a reporting mechanism that people are able to report to us any vehicles, whether they own them or they see them, that are risky.
I think someone's listening to me. No one's going to report that if they don't know it's happening.
Well, there's been a lot of media reporting on the vehicles, but the privacy, as Mr Macon mentioned the privacy of the data that's generated.
No, that's a separate question to what I'm asking here.
Yep.
Data harvesting, data storage, data usage is one question. There is another question about the safety of vehicles on our roads, which we're currently designing and working on a standard on. My question is, what have we got in place in the interim and to give us a surety about things that are being imported every day, they're being sold every day?
So Senator Anita Langford, First Assistant Secretary, Road and Vehicle Safety Division. I think it might be helpful here just to reflect on what the ADRs do, and I appreciate this is a complex area with a number of different players, but historically ADRs haven't led technology because it's important that technology is tested in the economy before we mandate something to make sure that everybody, all the manufacturers are able to deliver it, and we think that it will deliver the safety outcome that we need. So I think in this context, if there's a risk being realised, as Ms Cashman has mentioned, then we would look to deal with it through the recall provisions. But unless we know about that risk, we also then rely on partnerships with industry to be responsible about what it is that they're releasing into the marketplace.
You know,
as well.
industry's been demonstrated to be so responsible when it comes to profit over human impact. So I take it there are no interim measures. So do you require a software bill of materials from foreign manufacturers so that we know what code is actually inside critical vehicle systems?
I think the answer to that would be no. I could check on that, but because we're not regulating the software element at the moment, I can't imagine we would be asking for that.
Should we regulate it?
We're absolutely planning to consult on implementing these two union regulations because we think it's something that should be put to the industry and the public to give us their feedback on their thoughts on that.
Well, if Biden was concerned about the PRC's cyber espionage, we should be.
And that's what Home Affairs, that's where Home Affairs would step into that. It's more national
Minister,
security
are you concerned
issue.
about that? With respect to electric vehicles?
Well, I think it's obviously an emerging issue and one that I think the department talked through the thorough work that they're doing on it.
But are you concerned?
It's something that I think concerns, every Australian, and no matter not only in cars but also in other technology as well.
Secretary, earlier we talked about the uptake of EVs, and there was a criteria now, say in the development of the road user charge, other policies across government, that we don't want to disincentivise the purchase of EVs. That was one of the considerations. Yeah, one of the considerations. Are you confident that that the government's desire to incentivise the purchase of electric vehicles will still take into account the very real concerns internationally by experts around the world, left-wing governments like the previous Biden government in the US, to actually regulate and be very concerned about the potential for electric vehicles to be used by foreign agents and foreign entities against the national interest?
So I think this whole conversation has been about connected and automated vehicles, not electric vehicles. Now, obviously, there is an overlap in that Venn diagram that we described, but plenty of conventional vehicles with internal combustion engines have the kind of connected automated technology which creates some of the potential harms, whether it's cybersecurity risks, privacy risks or on-road safety risks that has been the subject of this discussion. So we need to avoid conflating EVs and connected and automated vehicles. So if we go to the question of connected and automated vehicles, then the greater the degree of automation that comes in and the greater the ability for that automation to be enhanced through software updates reinforces the case for having a new regulatory regime which the Infrastructure and Transport Ministers meeting has asked our department to develop with the National Transport Commission and with the states and territories to shift the burden of regulatory responsibilities away from an exclusive focus on drivers towards suppliers and software manufacturers, and that is the work that Mr Makin's team has been leading, including the development of framework legislation, which we can talk about.
Yeah, that sounds good. I want to talk about that because an ASD-led international advisory details Chinese state-sponsored actors pre-positioning in critical networks. Has there been an assessment of whether connected foreign-made vehicles and public chargers could be used for pre-positioning inside Australian transport networks?
I think that's a question you'd have to put to Home Affairs. That does fall under the cybersecurity strategy.
Are you part of that?
I'm not part of Home. No, I'm not part of
no
that
one
task
from the
force.
Department of Transport is working with
Focus
Home
is
Affairs.
around on-road safety.
Yeah.
Home Affairs' focus is around cybersecurity, international security, and so on. And Attorney General's Department is around the privacy issues that we talked about. That's the broad mud map of responsibilities. Now, we're happy to talk about the work that we're undertaking in terms of safety issues associated with increasing automation in connected and automated vehicles and the regulatory response to that.
Secretary, I hear what you were saying earlier about the Chinese, like not conflating connected vehicles and electric vehicles, but the reality is connected vehicles from allies, such as Japan, South Korea, etc., very different from electric vehicles out of China, particularly when new brands are coming onto the market at a rate and a pace that Ms Cashman's team and broader regulators here will not be able to keep up with actually assessing them for security and safety. That's the concern of industry that I wanted to raise. So
if your principal concern is around cybersecurity and national security, then that is a conversation you need to have with the Department of Home Affairs.
So this department, when you say is shifting to suppliers rather than... when we're importing vehicles, they'll have to go through Home Affairs assessment?
Well, Home Affairs will do their own, are the stewards of responsibility around national security and cybersecurity issues. Our concern is to make sure that once vehicles have navigated the Australian design rules and are imported onto our market, that we have a regulatory regime which ensures that the automated features of those vehicles reflect high standards of safety. And whereas in the past that has been placed exclusively pretty much on the driver, it now needs to go up the chain to the people who are actually preparing the software which will guide the automated features of those vehicles, including things which those vehicles may do without the intervention of the driver. Have I got that right?
So at the moment, Mr Makin, do we have an Australian override mechanism for these connected vehicles?
No, not that I'm aware of. But we wouldn't have that on any connected device that
okay, so and that
would be the same as any other device.
Okay. If a vehicle's updated servers and signing keys are controlled overseas, who in Australia has the final say to block a malicious update before?
I think, yeah. So I think you're well beyond my knowledge and any of my briefing here.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so you're talking about who controls updates to cars, is that right?
Well, given getting into the car, updating servers, etc., is all being done overseas, is there any mechanism whereby we can protect drivers and our road networks from a malicious attack from overseas?
So
through that would be evidenced through the car.
So I think those things all sit under the Australian Cybersecurity Strategy, which is Home Affairs, and they are leading that work. So they're, for example, leading work on options for a mandatory cybersecurity standard for all smart devices. So there's a range of work they're undertaking that I think is relevant to your questions, and they would be the appropriate agency and lead on that.
So do you have any role to give them advice around our road transport networks or the charging networks you're planning to set up, etc.?
Not the charging networks, but certainly the road transport infrastructure. So part of my team's remit, we look at the, it's called Cooperative Intelligent Transport Systems, and that's the way cars can talk to infrastructure. And we certainly provide advice to Home Affairs on things like how that technology works and what it might be used for, and we also observe what other countries are doing in terms of rolling it out. It's Home Affairs that provide that risk assessment end of that and the security assessment under the cybersecurity strategy. So our expertise is not the security aspect, our expertise is the safety benefit and how the technology would be used.
Yep. What obligations do importers have to notify you of cyber incidents affecting braking, steering, charging, immobilisation or driver assistance?
So the RVSA legislation is where the provisions for those recalls come in, and there's two elements to a recall. If the vehicle is found not to be meeting the Australian design rule, that's one way, but if the vehicle is otherwise found to be at risk of causing an injury to any person, that's another trigger for a recall. So you hear about recalls a lot, and that can be for software matters or it can be for physical matters in a car. But by and large, the first port of call will be the manufacturer themselves rectifying that through a recall. The software recalls are very quick because they can be done, virtually immediately once the manufacturer is aware of the issue and has a solution for it, rather than having to call all the vehicles back to a dealership or to an automotive workshop to have it fixed. But it would be the same provisions. If anything is going wrong with the vehicle that it could be a risk of causing an injury, then the recall provisions apply.
So have you spot tested post-market vehicles for hidden remote access functions in the last 12 months?
Hidden remote access functions are a feature of all vehicles because they need to be able to move disabled vehicles and things. As with any technology these days, people are looking at ways into that technology and breaking into it, and at the same time the manufacturers are basically creating patches or changing things to thwart every time someone breaks through the system, and road vehicles are the same. We're aware that people have found ways to sort of electronically break into a car, and then the manufacturer releases an update to prevent that access at the same time.
But have you spot tested?
Once the vehicle's supplied,
or it's all on the manufacturer to report?
The manufacturer reports, but once the vehicle is supplied, the Commonwealth doesn't regulate it anymore. The states and territories do. But we do manage the recall provisions, and they are primarily instigated by the manufacturer because they become aware of it before we do. But if we become aware, then we can take action as well.
Do you spot test for other aspects of the ADRs on vehicles?
Not for vehicles that are in circulation.
No, but at point of...
Yeah, so I might get my colleague from the operations branch to come up and talk to you. But yes, looking at that the vehicles supplied meet the ADRs, yes, once a vehicle's been operating for a period of time.
You're not testing every vehicle, you're spot testing vehicles to make sure they meet the ADR.
It's a risk-based framework.
So my question earlier was you spot test for other safety features of the ADRs. Do you spot test vehicles for the hidden remote access functions, not as a result of software updates once they're in circulation, at point of your approval?
Currently there's no ADR for it, Senator, so we would have nothing to test against.
No. Okay.
But we know that it is a feature for most modern vehicles these days. So you would see one in just about every car because they have them, but it's not. There's no particular standard that we would assess against.
No, the hiddenness of it, not that it is a connected vehicle, that there's something that's not disclosed. In the last 12 months, how many cyber incident notifications have you received about foreign imported vehicles or charges?
Amanda Milzarek, Assistant Secretary of Vehicle Safety Operations. I'm not aware of any at this stage, so I'd have to take that on notice to get back to you.
Thank you. So you don't run post-market cyber surveillance, random audits, code sampling or traffic analysis to detect hidden remote access functions?
I'm not sure what you mean by hidden remote access functions, Senator. The function is available in most vehicles, but when you say the word hidden, you must be looking for something, yeah.
And I will be following this up in other places. But traditionally, and you've been set up traditionally to work for many years with OEMs that brand names that we all know who've been typically in exporting cars to our country for a long time. And there has been an explosion of technology.
I think I know where you're going.
And so I'm trying to understand, have we also upgraded what we're looking for and why? And it's one thing for private entity X to be exporting cars to us. It's very different for state-owned enterprises or those that are maybe in jurisdictions where there's a lot more intervention from the government than it would be existence in other liberal democracies.
Okay, I see where you're going with that, Senator. So my comments before were about other media reports there have been about ways to break into a particular vehicle,
Yes.
and that is hidden by the manufacturer because they don't want everyone to be aware
But what
of
if
it.
the manufacturer's built in a little
But no, so I think
backdoor?
what you're after is different, that it could be accessed for other purposes.
Nefarious purposes.
So the issue I mentioned before probably is not related to your specific question, but again, because we don't have a particular standard that we would be looking for at the moment, it's difficult for us to make an assessment.
Can you order a recall solely it's been a bit long day. Can you order a recall solely on the basis of a software or firmware vulnerability? And how quickly can that be done in practice?
So the legislation enables the minister to conduct a compulsory recall if it's apparent that a vehicle does not comply with the Australian design rules, or if the vehicle has a risk that it could cause injury to a person, including through a reasonably expected misuse of the vehicle. The minister has only ever exercised that power once. It was actually not our minister, it was when the function was held by the ACCC, because by and large the manufacturers are very quick to notify us voluntarily of a recall and fix the problem that they identify. It's a common feature of the road vehicle framework, so no one's shy in coming to us to tell us that this item needs to be rectified. I can't say that it's 100% foolproof, but I'm saying it is a feature, so it's...
Okay.
Yeah.
For heavy vehicles used in freight and essential services, do you impose stricter cyber controls than for passenger cars?
All vehicles, the package that we'll be consulting on will cover all vehicles, Senator, and it will be a high standard it'll be the international standard for all vehicles.
But because we don't have one... Okay. Is there a procurement guidance for government fleets around the importation of electric vehicles and connected vehicles?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Mr. Makin?
So I don't know that there's a specific guide for purchasing as such, but they would fall under the Protective Security Framework, PSPF. I can't remember what that exactly stands for.
Protective Security Policy Framework.
Yes.
Wow, you've got his back, don't you?
We don't administer, and I can't talk to, but they do fall under that. ASD has also produced a introductory guide type document that sets out a lot of the risks around connected vehicles. That's on cyber.gov.au, and which is available to anyone, but would include purchases of vehicles.
So it's available for...
It's a generally available guide. Yeah.
But I'd have to ask ASD about how many people follow it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Does the department monitor or provide requirements that apply to transport charging infrastructure regarding remote access, update service and the risk of mass disablement? Is that something we do?
No, Senator, I don't believe this department does. DQ might be able to assist.
Again, that would fall under the cybersecurity strategy as well. I think that.
Sorry, so we don't send you there, only for them to send you to Home Affairs.
Home Affairs to be looking at all this stuff, but you've got the networks, the connection. It just doesn't make sense. But anyway, I'll go and ask them. You won't do that. You don't maintain a live advisory page. If we can ban a car without compliant brakes, why can't we stop a car with unsafe software from entering Australia? If that's going to be our updated standards?
That's what the standard will address. And just to be clear, the road vehicle standards legislation is to ensure safety of road vehicles, not security. So when we're looking at safety, we're looking at the software from the point of view is, could this render the vehicle unsafe for operations? When you're talking about the pure security matters, that's when you would hand off to Home Affairs and things.
I think it's unsafe if the driver's not in control of the car, and it is unsafe if someone's filming without their consent, and I think it's unsafe if they're recording. So, aside from national security issues, there are safety concerns. So
those matters would be covered by the Privacy Act, and that's where, as Mr. Macon mentioned, it's important that people read the contracts they're signing when they purchase vehicles to know what's happening with in their car.
When it comes to electric vehicles, to the charging of that vehicle. So if there was a software update that amended the battery management system, increased the charge rate beyond its capability, if it was nefariously activated, then you could spark a whole bunch of fires around the place. Like, is that it? Does your safeties go to?
Yeah, that's where it intersects with safety, Senator. So that's why we would be making sure that the software update appropriately manages, for example, the battery management system, so that it continues to operate as it should for the safety matter. If somebody was to deliberately want to interfere with that, that's becoming a security matter and a matter for Home Affairs.
Have these security concerns that have been raised, particularly in the Australian Financial Review, but it's all very well documented across public media here at home, but indeed in the EU and the United States, have the security concerns played a role in the development of our targets that aren't targets, but our plan to increase the amount of electric vehicles here in Australia? Has that been something that has been considered in the development of the plan?
As we've explained, most of the issues that you've canvassed in this are about connected and automated vehicles, not about electric vehicles per se.
My question was, have these concerns been raised in light of?
So those concerns will be addressed through the channels we've described, whether it's the cybersecurity strategy or it's privacy law or it's ADRs or it's the development of new road safety regimes for automated vehicles.
Secretary, do you accept the advice from industry that the proportion of the Australian market passenger vehicles that will be from China to 2030 is going to be significantly larger and grow over the next 10 years as a proportion of our passenger vehicle fleet, and therefore an increased security risk? That is the data that, if you have been talking to industry, they will have made that very, very clear, because it's public, it's been shared. So when I ask, has that fact, that projection, been shared with you in the department as you've developed the transport sector plan?
I think the assumption would be that if there are unacceptable security risks, then those would be dealt with as a matter of priority, but others may want to comment.
Has the industry shared with you the growth of electric vehicles out of China over the coming decade towards 2035?
I think it's probably conflating two issues, that the issue of the source of the vehicles and the EV and then the connected, or conflating three vehicles. I think the questions about the risk are still better put to Home Affairs, in that they fall under that cybersecurity strategy for all connected devices. I think.
My question was, had the department considered it? If you haven't, that's fine. If it has, that's also fine. Just a fact. Just wanted to understand whether you had considered the increased proportion of Chinese vehicles as we head to 2035. But if you haven't, that's okay.
I mean, Senator, we're aware of the percentage of vehicles that are built in China from media reports.
The projected increase?
And we've seen the reports in the AFR, but...
And has the industry shared with you, like our dealer networks, I'm assuming you talk to our current vehicle industry, have they shared with you the projected increase of proportion of...
Not with me per se. I mean, I would say though that like lots of dealers that we talk to, they are, considering what brands they're going to be selling, and some of them are going to be Chinese brands.
Yeah, okay. I'll make sure I write you a letter with that data. Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
What do you want to do? I've got more than 5 minutes worth of questions.
If you want to go fresh, then why don't we break?
Yeah, it might be better.
Take the break.
Yeah.
And just before I do that, we'll just good news for NAIF and AIF. NAIF have been released. Dismissed. Fly away quickly before anyone changes their mind. But thank you very much for coming, and you're no longer required.
So we're suspending now?
We'll now suspend, and we'll return at 7 o'clock.